future of where we think intellectual property is going to go and how we're going to do it together. It's amazing that the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance is only 2 years old. You should know that this is a 20-year story in the making. You're going to hear more about that today. And it's amazing how many people are doing great things to help human beings across this planet. And you're going to hear a lot more about that today, too. Now, I don't have to tell you how important intellectual property is, right? You're participating in this event. You know that. You know that it's critical to the future of civilization. You know it's what drives society forward. You know that it's what incents innovation and creativity. You know that it played a big role in getting us the COVID vaccine as fast as we got it. However, you're going to learn more about it today, how most Americans don't have the foggiest idea what I just said. And I will go even further to say most people on this planet don't have any idea what I just talked about. And that's a little scary when you think about it. Something so important. And that's our opportunity. And that's why we are coming together today. Today you're going to hear about the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance. It's a model for the world. And as you're viewing, as you're listening, as you're watching, I encourage you to think about how what the U.S. is doing can be taken to your country, to your region, to your state, because what we're doing in the United States, we need to be doing everywhere. You're going to hear about how we're empowering IP to advance society. We all know IP is important, but I would say it's only doing this when it should be doing this. You're going to hear about how we're trying to get more ideas from people's heads into people's hands as fast as possible because people need them. You're going to hear about the USIP Alliance's 3 pillars, how we're structured to go at this: IP awareness and education, collaborative IP ecosystem, IP diversity and inclusion. You're going to hear about a term coined by our one and only Jim Malachowski, the IP network of networks, how we're bringing together national IP organizations together with state IP alliances to try to help every single American in this country, and how you can apply this every easy, but it's important. And we need the help of all of you. We really, truly do. Your time, your ideas, your money, whatever you can contribute is important. If you are interested in getting involved or further involved, you can simply go to the USIP Alliance website. For those who don't know what it is, it's usipalliance.org. That's for the U.S. And by the way, I will mention that the Global IP Alliance launched yesterday. We signed an MOU with WIPO yesterday on day 1 of our existence. And that website launched also. So if you're from some other part of the world, you can go to glipa.org, GLIPA.org, to find out how you can get involved and sign up to be a part of this important movement. Now, before I go any further, I just want to do a few thank yous. There's a lot of people working really hard to make this dream a reality. First off, I want to thank my leadership team for the USIP Alliance. I have an amazing cabinet who has provided just outstanding guidance and support and energy to really get the U.S. have a lot of momentum behind this effort. I want to thank my wonderful vice chairs, Dave Kapos, Joyce Ward, Paul Michelle. We have a great treasurer, Mike Wright, great general counsel, Mike Hobbs. We have a great strategy and planning person, Nikhil Marate, fundraising, Isaac Dajowski, and we also have an amazing executive committee and an amazing board, and I can't thank them all enough. We've got 100 people, by the way, on our board, representing all aspects of the U.S. IP ecosystem, and just they're providing amazing leadership, and I just can't thank my board enough. I also want to thank all the people that are already working with us, because there are a lot of people on committees, a lot of people who have contributed their ideas and their money, and I just want to, it's a appreciated, it's noticed, and it's what we need more of. And so thank you for everybody that's already on this journey with us. I want to thank all the people that are going to be speaking today. You're going to hear from a lot of really wonderful people who spent a lot of time and energy to help the USIPA, but also to prepare for today and make sure that you all understood, got the message of what we're doing and how you can play a role. And finally, I want to thank the team that helped put this event together. You should be reminded that this is our first USIPA national event. And by the way, tonight we'll be following this up with a celebration. For those of you who are in Atlanta, please join us at the Fox Theater. I want to thank Nikhil Marate, Wade Walker, Gail Podolsky, Susan Wellborn, Elizabeth Lester, Lori Hood, Barry Breaker, Charles Landrum, Sophia Sagawanya, and Pete Pascali. Big team of people. Can we give them a round of applause? All right, so without further ado, we're going to start our panels, and we'll just simply say, I think it's going to be a real treat. So just encourage you to get settled in and enjoy. I'll be back with you in a moment. All right. All right, welcome back.
We are excited with our first panel of today. This panel is going to help set the tone for the rest of the day. This is really three amazing people. Again, they're my three vice chairs, and they're going to share with you their thoughts on why the USIP Alliance, why, with this important opportunity, why the USIP Alliance can play an important role, and how we're going to go at it. So I'm going to introduce all three of them. First, Joyce Ward, who's Director of Education with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Dave Kapos, who former Chief IP Counsel with IBM, then former Director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, now partner with Cravath. And then Paul Michel, who is a former Chief Federal Circuit Judge and now runs Paul Michel Consulting. And so with that, I'm going to start with Dave. Would you please share your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, good morning. Thanks, Scott. And let me start by saying it is just a thrill to be here and to be part of this community, to see so many friends, I'll say old friends, lots of old friends, not that any of us is chronologically old, but we've known each other for a long time. And it's just very, very special for me to also be in Atlanta, a city that really knows innovation and building on what started, I remember now going back more than a decade ago, the Georgia IP Alliance, and coming here when Scott and others, I don't know if it was when it was first formed, but when it was young, as the director of the PTO. And I remember meeting with you guys and you guys brokering a meeting with the mayor and like spending a day here and going back to Washington, D.C. and saying there is something really special going on in Georgia and in Atlanta, and we need to loop into that, and we need to have the USPTO figuring out how to work with what the folks in Georgia and Atlanta are doing and how to take it national. And so years later, at the start of the pandemic, basically, Scott calls me up, I'm long since, out of office, and says, I want to do this thing called the USIP Alliance, and it's going to be the Georgia IP Alliance, but an umbrella organization for our entire country to form alliances in all the cities and states and regions that make sense. And the first thing I'm thinking when Scott says that is, well, this clearly is a vision that Scott had going way back, but it also is what, I wouldn't call it a vision, what seemed obvious to us at the USPTO when I was there, Joyce and I and others in this room were working together then, that this model needs to be scaled. It needs to be national. And then, of course, now it's even global, and I'm sure we'll come back to that a number of times during the day. So, what is, why is this special? Why are we all investing time in it? The first thing I would say for the US IP Alliance, and again, this is something I learned when I was in the government, is that important intellectual property issues like just education of kids and adults, young, older, whatever, it doesn't happen at the national level. It's got to happen in person at the city level. It's very much retail, right? And as great as our national organizations are, and I'm members of just about all of them and spend a lot of time on all of them, I love them. They need help from organizations that can be very much on the ground. This is why, in the beginning, the Georgia IP Alliance worked so well, and Atlanta became such a hub for all of this. So, I immediately aligned and felt that the USIPA could be really special, really add value, work well, and accelerate the efforts, and I'll come back to that, of all the other national and even international intellectual property organizations, but add something really special by being able to take intellectual property from the national level all the way down to kids in cities all over our country, in schools, young adults in colleges, professionals, inventors who need to connect with legal help and with sources of capital and with mentoring, et cetera, et cetera. So it's about taking intellectual property and everything that's so wonderful but complicated about it and daunting about it, and bringing it from the national level all the way down to the individual level. And USIP Alliance, in my mind, in my heart, is simply about that. So what it's doing, thanks to Scott's absolutely brilliant leadership, and I hope we get to come back to that later too, is doing both of those things. It's working extremely well with the national organizations that exist. I'll give you a few examples. IPO Education Foundation. I'm on the board of that. Judge Michelle's on the board of that. There's other people in the room who invest a lot of energy. It's a great organization. It works already extremely well with the Michelson Foundation out in California, and actually national, that Gary Michelson created, on education of people in all ages, but starting with school-age kids, and I think mainly going up to college-age kids. And then the USPTO, as Joyce will tell you, has an enormous set of programs, thanks to Joyce's leadership now going back over a decade. And they all work together already. So that's good, great, it's done. But what USIP Alliance is now adding, right, is further accelerating that, both across the regional organizations that are being formed, Georgia, New York, California, et cetera, right? And there'll be more discussion about those organizations during the day, and then down to the individual level, which is so hard to do otherwise. So that's where the power is, in my mind. And then the one other thing I would say on this, sort of introductory basis, why this is also special, is that there's a certain simplicity to what Scott and the team has set up. The 3 pillars that we can all very easily align about: education and awareness, collaborative engagement, diversity, inclusion, are super important. They're super topical. They're super 21st century oriented, and they enable us all to sort of do things that are very practical on a national, but again, driving right down to the individual person basis that we so desperately needed in the U.S. and globally, and now we have with the USIP Alliance. So I've probably gone on too long already, Scott. I'm going to stop there so some others can talk.
All right. Well, Dave, great thoughts, and again, appreciate your leadership. I'm going to turn it over to Joyce. Joyce, why don't you share your thoughts?
Okay, and I think I'm going to use this mic because it will not go off.
Okay, yeah. Technology. All right.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you. I am from the South, so we always need that call and response to get things started.
Is your mic working?
This one is.
Okay. Yep.
It will not go off, so I figured rather than have the reverberation. So just in terms of what brought me to the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance, in one word, it would be Scott. In 2 words, it would be Scott and Dave. But the main focus, I think there's so much like energy. The idea that we as a country know very little about intellectual property. And I think that is because we use it every day, we see it every day, but it's become so ubiquitous that we don't even think about it. And for some individuals, we don't have a real sense of what it is and how it literally impacts us. And so the excitement for the USIP Alliance is that we have the opportunity to reach locally. As Dave said, we have the opportunity to reach into communities, to reach into states, because in Washington, in Alexandria at the USPTO, we talk about intellectual property quite a bit. We bring in students, which is wonderful. But really having that opportunity, we know students have brilliant ideas in and around Alexandria, that's great, but we know that students everywhere and people everywhere have brilliant ideas, whether it's with the Independent Inventor Conferences where you have older people most of the time coming into USPTO and learning about the process, or whether it's working with university students, we see across the country there's a real need for increased knowledge and awareness. And I think the USIPA really brings that opportunity together. Looking at national organizations that are working in various communities, it will sound cliche, but we are much stronger together than we are apart. And so when you have the power of an Intellectual Property Owners Foundation, of the Michelson Foundation, of AIPLA, IPO, I'm gonna try to go through as many as I can into when you have those organizations that are really focused on intellectual property, working together and thinking about the impact. This room, the people in this room, you know why intellectual property is important. You care about it, you understand it, but you're not average. And we have to find a way to get more information to more people. To do that at state levels, to do that at local levels, and that is by sharing the information and sharing among organizations. That is the way that we do that. And in USIPA Alliance, that was the attraction for me personally, is the opportunity to have a broader reach. Now, I remember Dave Kapos, I still call him Director Kapos, I must say. I remember him basically saying, I want to reach 1 million people. And I said, well, I think we can do that. We can create some programs that are going to reach 1 million people. We started that Girl Scout IP patch and a program with the National Science Foundation, Science of Innovation. And I came back and I said, I think we've reached 1 million now. And he's like, okay, well, we want to reach 2 million. And the attraction of USIPA is that we can reach millions. And with the, we can reach billions actually, in terms of looking at the potential impact. And again, I think there's so many people who don't know about intellectual property. There's a tremendous opportunity. There's a tremendous dearth, but there's also a tremendous opportunity. And I think that through this organization, we have the ability to do that, especially to reach to communities that perhaps have not heard about patents or trademarks or copyrights or trade secrets, or want to know how those impact them. Why should they care? So it's really exciting and an opportunity to work together to have an impact.
Thank you, Joyce, for those great thoughts. All right, now we're going to turn to the magic of technology. So Paul Michel could not be here in person, but we have him on Zoom, actually on YouTube Live. And Paul, welcome, and would you please share your thoughts? All right, bear with the magic of technology. Paul, I want to put you on by my microphone so they can hear you speak, all right? Okay. All right, folks, so the magic to technology, there's more than one way, and that's about intellectual property. It's about innovation. We're going to have Paul Michel speak to us by cell phone. So, Paul.
Thank you very much, Scott Frank, the one who can solve any problem and rescue the technically inept, such as me. I am sorry to not be with you all in Atlanta in person at this auspicious event, but I have some medical restrictions that still apply. I want to focus on what may be a somewhat new perspective, which has to do with whether the public, the politicians, the press, the policymakers lack understanding and information about IP systems versus whether they have been inundated with misinformation and false and misleading claims that patents do not help the economy but hurt the economy, that they do not promote innovation but impede innovation, and so forth. So I see a critical role for USIPA and its state chapters and other affiliates to try to correct the serious misimpressions that so many members of our society presently have about the IP systems, all of them, patents, trademarks, copyrights, and even trade secrets. So there's a critical need. It wasn't being filled by any of the many fine organizations that we all know about by their alphabet names, but it is a huge need that must be fulfilled, and USIPA has constituted itself and poised itself to do exactly that. I can't think of anything that would be more important because judges are misinformed, congressional staff is misinformed, reporters are misinformed, and many others in our society, including ordinary consumers, about the benefits of IP and making it reliable and enforceable and obtainable without undue delay or cost. So I want to congratulate Scott and Joyce and Dave and all the other leaders of USIPA for launching an effort that can actually, and this is no exaggeration, save the economy and save the country. Thank you.
Well said, Paul. Thank you. All right. So with that, you've got a sense hope of why USIPA and the opportunity that we have to do some amazing things together. I'm going to go back to our panelists and ask them the future. Where do they see it going, and what's the role for citizens, I'll say human beings in our country and really around the world to come together? So I'm going to go to Joyce first.
So I think one of the things that I've seen the most is the opportunity. I think it is Jim Malachowski who calls it the network of networks. You have so many people in different organizations who have a strong awareness. And I think the opportunity is to bring that knowledge to a variety of levels, to think about what we can do together, not to repeat, but to work together to bring more information to more communities. USIPA has three main pillars, but one of the ones that or two of the ones that I want to talk about are the education piece, and we talked about that some. We've talked about collaboration, working together, but that third piece is diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And I think we really have to think about not just who is there, who's in the room, but who's not in the room.
New York City and the same in Vermont. People don't get it, and they need the help of the USIPA. So I see an organization that's got an umbrella of these chapters all over the country that can reach individual people in schools and businesses in their communities. Again, that is so important. It's all very much, retail, if you will, local. And then I see this global alliance that Scott has started to build, from traveling around and trying to do pro bono work on an international level. You find out pretty quickly that if awareness is low in the U.S., it's much lower elsewhere. And if access to services is a problem in the U.S., it is a much bigger problem elsewhere. But the one thing that isn't different anywhere is creativity, right? The people everywhere in the world that I've met are just as creative. The problem is they don't have the championing, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the outlet, they don't have access to the resources. They have even less of that than folks here have. So the Global Alliance becomes, right, the ultimate channel to build IP awareness and IP, the importance of IP as an enabler and encouragement for innovation on a global basis. There is so much to do, right? It's daunting to even think about all of that, but it's like anything else, one step at a time, and Scott's got us taking the first step.
Thank you, Dave. Great thoughts. And we're going to come back to Paul Michel. Paul, the future and roles regular people can do, IP people can do to help make this a reality.
Well, here's the irony. Because most of IP law is federal law, and federal agencies such as the USPTO help to implement it along with the federal courts, one might think that the only important location is Washington, D.C., because that's where those officials tend to be congregated when they're working and voting. But actually, I think the local level is vastly more important, because the people in Washington who make policy and affect policy and implement policy are responsive to the people, because we live in a democracy. And so the local affiliates of USIPA, under the leadership and priorities of and pillars of the national organization, are actually the key, in my view, to correcting misimpressions and filling in gaps in understanding. So this organization is national, but its implementation is heavily local, which I think is going to prove to be the magic, because everybody in the political world responds to local people, local consumers, local companies, employers, local needs for economic growth, for increasing family incomes, for inclusion of underrepresented groups, and all the rest of our priorities. So the structure of USIPA, I think, in the future is going to turn out to be the magic, and it reflects the wisdom and realism of the leadership. When Scott and David asked me if I would be willing to participate and even serve as a vice chair, I instantly said yes, because the need for this was huge, and the plan for it made perfect sense. And so my prediction for the future is that USIPA, with all of its affiliates nationally and locally, but even globally, will save for society vibrant, reliable, fair, efficient IP systems. And if we do that, or the degree to which we can do that, all people benefit enormously.
Excellent, Paul. Thank you for those thoughts, and I think that's a good way to close this panel out. As we do, I do want to tell you, you're going to hear a lot more, right? You heard a lot about the pillars, about IP awareness and education. You heard about collaborative IP ecosystem, IP diversity and inclusion. Throughout the day, you're going to hear a lot more details on what the USIPA is doing to help Americans and to be the role model of the world. We also heard about the network of networks, IP network of networks, again, coined by Jim Malachowski. It's catching on, and you're going to hear about how that network is being built and how you can be a part of it. And so with that, we're going to close this panel out, and the next panel will be part of the IP Network of Networks. You're going to hear from a number of IP national organizations and how they're coming together in ways that they never had, and how the USIPA is playing an important role. So with that, if you would give our vice chairs a round of applause. Thank you for great work. Thank you, Paul. Have a good day. Next panel. So IP national organizations, come on up. this one doesn't seem to want to go off, and sometimes there's a little bit of backlog, reverb. So we'll figure it out. But let's do this. Thanks everybody for joining me today. All right, we're back. We have some amazing people up here involved with some of the most important national IP organizations in our country, and they're going to share with you why the USIP Alliance, why another national IP organization, and the role that it's playing to help their organizations, and the role the USIP Alliance can do to bring these national IP organizations together to do more for Americans. And so we just have an amazing panel. We have Bruce Berman with the Center for IP Understanding, Jenny Simmons with International Trademark Association, Miriam Lord with the U.S. Copyright Office, Valencia Martin Wallace with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and Jamie Renee with the National Academy of Inventors. And I'm going to ask each of you if you could tell a little bit about your organization, your role in the organization, and why the USIPA. I'll start with Bruce.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Is this working? Good. All right. Well, Center for Intellectual Property Understanding, we were founded in 2016. Judge Michelle was involved in helping get us pointed in the right direction. So was Marshall Phelps of IBM, formerly of IBM. And our focus is, we're a nonprofit, and our focus is IP awareness. And you say, well, there are a lot of organizations that do that already. But what they don't do is sort of help the beginner, give them the language of IP. You know, it's a bit intimidating for a lot of folks, especially patents. People are not even aware that they hold copyright. You know, students hold copyrights and they're not even aware of it. So there's some very basic things we can do. And to be brief, we have an IP portal. We do the IP Awareness Summit every year. We've done several of them with universities, Berkeley, Kellogg School of Business, of Management, and Columbia University. And we have a podcast, Understanding IP Matters. So we've been involved with Scott since the beginning, and we're a big believer in USIPA. And I can talk about, as we go forward, our role and how USIPA has already helped us.
Thank you, Bruce. Jenny. Use Bruce.
Is it on?
Yeah, I think
Okay. Hopefully I can be heard. Okay, so hey y'all, I'm also from the South like Joyce. I'm one state over from Alabama, so it's great to be back down south here in Georgia. So I'm Jenny Simmons with the International Trademark Association. I think probably most folks in the room know who INTA is, but just really briefly, we're a global nonprofit dedicated to promoting trademarks and complementary IP rights. We've got 6,500 member organizations representing about 36,000 individuals. Every brand that you know and love is probably one of our members, and we're kind of known for our fun conferences too, so we appreciate the invitation to be here and speak. The one thing that I sort of wanted to point out is what I consider to be a success story with the Georgia IP Alliance in particular. At INTA, we help to co-host the Congressional Trademark Caucus events. We're based in DC, and we like to support members of Congress who understand the value of strong trademark and IP protection. And one of the things that we've done with the US IP Alliance, with the Georgia IP Alliance, is, we hosted a virtual event where Representative Hank Johnson came and he spoke to our folks. It was a fantastic partnership because, it's a perk for a member of Congress to be able to connect with their constituents. This was especially true during the pandemic. You want to make it easy for them, and you want to have a good neutral subject to talk about. And at the same time, you want those constituents to be able to get real value from that interaction. So having, the chair of the House Subcommittee on Intellectual Property talk to the folks in his district here in Atlanta was an amazing, amazing event. We did sort of a Trademarks 101. We had garage inventors, we had small business owners, we had some lawyers, we had just folks listening to a program that the Georgia IP Alliance helped to put on in conjunction with INTA. And I think that INTA does a fantastic job of these sort of big events and big networks. It's a little bit harder to get in touch with the local folks that may not be INTA members right now, because they're just trying to keep the lights on and they're just trying to do their job and get the work done. So it was a really nice partnership, and we appreciate Scott and all the speakers. We also featured some local brands, Coca-Cola, local that grew global, and we had McKesson, we had a local trademark practitioner that kind of gave the top 10 things you need to know about trademarks in your business. So it was just a great event that we could not have done without this partnership. So I'll just take a pause there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you for sharing one of our successes. And I want to also give a shout out to Ioma Reggie, who chaired that committee for GIPA and that event, and it was a great partnership. So appreciate you reminding us of that. I'm going to go to Miriam, U.S. Copyright Office.
All right. Test. Can you hear that? Oh, try that one. Ooh. Yes. Okay. All right. How's that? Great. All right. Well, I hate to follow Jenny because she's such a tough act to follow, but I'm going to make an attempt because at the U.S. Copyright Office, we're really looking at the creative economy and reaching into that economy from where we are in Washington, D.C., in a relatively small agency that's actually in the legislative branch inside the Library of Congress, is an acknowledged challenge of ours. And so our strategic plan covers as one of its first pillars copyright for all, and this is such an essential part of to register copyrights, to contribute impartial expertise, to advise Congress, to work with industry and with independent creators, to help them to understand the true value of their creations of the mind. So organizations like this are really powerful because of some of the points that the first panel, which is fantastic, made about being able to reach deeper into communities. It's one thing to have a megaphone from Washington that you can put things out on Twitter, you can put out a Federal Register notice, you can convene people, you can work with members of Congress or with the administration, but what you can't do is go to someone where they are creating, at their home, in their university, as their trade group that may not have engaged with the Copyright Office because maybe they align more naturally with the Patent Office. But those distinctions between those academic areas of intellectual property are somewhat false to those who are the innovators and creators, and having this kind of cohesive effort, I think, is so powerful as we look to compete not with each other, but with messaging that's not pro-IP messaging for the ears and eyes that we need to reach in order to get this message across. So we really welcome the collaboration of this group, but of all of you, as we move forward in that work together. Thanks.
Thank you, Miriam. And I think we're off to a good start with the U.S. Copyright Office. Now we're going to turn our attention to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Valencia.
Thanks, Scott, and good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm just going to go on the bandwagon here and also say, yes, girl raised in the South, grits right here. 3 states over in Louisiana, and it counts. So, and as part of that, I want to say, being an African-American girl raised in the 70s in the South, one would not say she's going to be a deputy commissioner at the USPTO. Collaboration is what got me to where I am. My parents understanding what it means to have an education, my teachers seeing something in me that I didn't necessarily see in myself, people where I work being my allies, my sponsors, my college professors telling me and helping me to explore things beyond technology in the laws that govern that technology. All of those things got me to where I am today, and I am still learning. I learn every day. I've had the most amazing couple of days so far, because it's not every single person I have met, talked to, has taught me something I did not know before. And that's why we must come together to do this. Everyone in this room is in this room because you're passionate about intellectual property. In
addition to delivering on my contract to provide them with a strategic plan, I did what any good consultant would do, is I planted seeds of them needing me for the future that manifested 3 years later, and now I lead the Academy as its executive director. I'm delighted to have that opportunity because as I learned more and am learning more about intellectual property and the role that it plays in social justice, the role that it plays in advancing our society and our economy, the more excited I am to lean in with all of you and use my super nerd powers to bring opportunities to fruition. When I met Scott Frank, I knew he was a powerhouse probably instantly. And I came back to our founder at the Academy, Dr. Paul Sandberg, who serves as the chairman of our board and is a rock star in this space. And I said, this thing that he's whispering about, this USIPA, I think this is something. I think this is something, and I think it's going to be bigger than he's describing it, and I think he knows that. And I think we need to be involved. What this organization has afforded me as a newbie on the scene is the opportunity to connect with all of you. As you know, these issues do not get solved from a single organization, a single team, a single individual. And I know that in order to advance our mission, which is to grow the number of individuals in the space of academia filing for patents, that in order to celebrate them, recognize them, resource them, I need you. I need you in ways in which I don't even know, and you need me. And I have to skill myself up so that I'm ready for that call when you call on us and you call on the Academy to join your organization. What Scott has afforded us through the USIPA is the opportunity to connect with you, get to know you, build relationship with you, and in some ways, encourage you to pick up the phone when I call, when I send an email, when I say there's a project that I need to work on, that you have a fellowship and a connection with me, so it's not just work. We actually enjoy talking to one another to get things done, and we're not being redundant. We're being smart about our resources. We're really doing things that make an impact. And I can tell you that I would not be able to have done my job thus far leading the Academy had it not been for Scott and this organization. It would have been incredibly difficult for me to break in to get your attention and to be a part of making something happen had this organization not existed. So I'm around, and I'll be around, and I am humbled and grateful for the opportunity that this organization, and particularly Scott, has afforded me in being able to get the work done that I am passionate about. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for those kind words and those great thoughts. All right, we're going to do a little bit like we did with the vice chairs. I'm going to circle back, and I want to understand a bit more, precisely, how it's impacted your organization and in the future, how we can work to help you be better. And I'm going to start with Valencia. And everybody should appreciate that Valencia played a really big role in the USPTO signing an MOU with the USIP Alliance in the last month. So Kathy Vidal and I signed a document, important document, to really take this relationship, formalize it, and take it to the next level. And I appreciate you, Valencia, for your leadership on that. So your thoughts?
So as I mentioned, the USPTO has Council for Inclusive Innovation, which I'm really proud to say that Scott is a member of our council. And one of the things that we decided when we first stood this council up was that we have to have a representation from multiple representations from all sectors of the innovation community in order to make what we were trying to do work, which is expanding innovation, helping to build our national economy, and bringing every American the opportunities and the access to education to build on being inventors and innovators. So for us, we cannot do that alone. USPTO, I personally think USPTO is the greatest agency in the entire world, but we still have a certain reach, and our reach has to go beyond to every, as it was mentioned earlier, every corner of our nation, and giving every American the opportunity, the education to flourish as inventors, as innovators. And in order for the USPTO to do that, we need strong individuals, bright individuals, passionate individuals like the people in this room and USIPA to partner with, because our, as I mentioned, our reach is just so long, our arms go so far, but once we start clasping hands with other sectors of our community and individuals and organizations, we will make that reach to every corner of this nation.
Thank you, Valencia. Miriam.
So I think that Valencia put it well when she talked about partnerships and the opportunity to expand that reach. And it's a point that I made at the beginning, but I'll circle back to it because the Copyright Office has had a lot of success over the last year or so, actually working with the World IP Organization's Academy, thinking about roundtables on IP and specifically copyright education. And I was fortunate enough to join that in my former capacity, actually working at the USPTO with Valencia and also with Joyce Ford, really figuring out, not only here in the United States, but around the world, how are we answering the question of getting people to care about intellectual property early in life, throughout their journey as a professional or and as a human, and then how are we making this resonate for people in a way that matters. It's not just an economic argument, but it doesn't ignore the economic argument, and how do we talk about arts and sciences together. So one of the presentation that I made with Joyce, is that in the United States, we're not in a position to be able to top-down dictate what's in the educational curriculum from the federal level, whereas in other countries, it was a simple partnership between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Industrial Property or, Culture. They just say, okay, we'll just put this in the curriculum, bam, everyone learns it now, the job is over. But it's not as simple here, and that's wonderful that we have that freedom of expression and creation and speech, but it's an opportunity for us to rise to that challenge as a group and think about how best we can do that. And the conclusion that we made is that those public-private partnerships and those partnerships across the government and at the state to federal level and between those organizations in the private sector in both the NGO or nonprofit area, but also leveraging pro bono attorneys in the private sector, leveraging the reach of associations. That's the way to really change those conversations. And so I've seen that is, again, the energy that's in the room, and I think that's an exciting way for us to get involved, especially, like I mentioned, in incorporating copyright into that conversation more organically.
Thank you, Miriam. And I like how you said it, challenge but opportunity. And I think it is a special opportunity, and we need to make the most of it. So thank you for those thoughts. I'm going to go back to Jamie. Your thoughts?
Well, we just started a 5-year project agreement with the United States Patent and Trademark Office to grow the number of underrepresented folks in the space of academia filing for patents. What we're finding is that in that space, that the pipeline is actually fuller than we suspect, but we might not be using the right language, we might not be on the right channels to find them, so we're doing a marketing analysis to say, instead of forcing you to reach us where we are with the language we're using, where are you, what language are you using, and what is your current knowledge and interest to be involved. The USIPA afforded us the opportunity to realize that if we were sort of in a vacuum or had tunnel vision, we would create resources that already existed from someone who was actually better positioned to do them. And so through partnerships with Autumn and MIT Lemelson and VentureWell, the people are in the room, here today, friends that I've met through this group, we're now coming together and aligning our goals and our strategies so that we can do more, go deeper, go faster together. We don't think it's enough to resource inventors when they identify. We think really as a nation we have an obligation in the same way, and Latif, I'm going to shout out you in our conversation earlier today, in the same way in which our nation supports athletics. We find and we grow athletes. We need to find and grow inventors. And it should be something that we take as serious as our passion for our college or our pro team to be successful. We have to find ways to invent opportunities to recognize and celebrate them very early on, and we got to coach them. And so we need mentors along the way. And so all of us that are sort of in the space and the part of the academic inventors that we think we have an obligation to coach them and mentor them, and systems should be in place there as well. So there's much to do. There's much to do, but it is not overwhelming. And I will say, coming in again from the outside, sort of new in the space, there are so many paths forward. And so if we do run into obstacles, it can be quite easy with the brain power and collaboration of the people in the room for us to pivot and adjust and step forward. You know, if the answer is just, I will not take no for an answer, and I will find a way, I will lead with yes, I will worry less about the glory and the recognition and who it goes to, and more about the impact and how fast we can get there, that I absolutely agree that intellectual property is not only a right, it is a necessity for our society and for our economy and beyond, then we'll get more done. And I think the USIPA is creating a platform and a space for us to do that. I'm grateful for it and committed to be a part of it.
Thank you, Jamie. Those inspiring thoughts. We do need more great inventors. I appreciate that. Jenny.
Well, I think everybody on this panel has highlighted enormous ways that we can all partner together and get a lot done. But, you know, I'm kind of a simple person. I like concrete, measurable deliverables. And I got 2 ideas. And I hope that we can all come together and make these 2 things happen. Number 1, I want to see more events like we had with the Georgia IP Alliance and a member of Congress going out in district, educating small inventors, educating business owners, and making it a real perk for a member of Congress to be in the Congressional Trademark Caucus. We've had a couple, we need more. We've got about 30 members in the caucus, and we need to get more legislators caring about IP and connecting with their constituents on IP issues. That is number 1. Number 2 is more pro bono. Okay, I was very fortunate working with Dave Kapos at the USPTO a long time ago to get to, help start the patent pro bono system. INTA has a trademark pro bono clearinghouse. We have, it's both here in the United States and global. We've got numerous volunteers that will connect with small and medium-sized enterprises and nonprofits, and that is a very easy way for folks in this room to get engaged, to actually make a difference and grow the economy and help somebody. And, those 2 things, that's it. I mean, my brain can't go to all these other places, but my brain can go to growing those 2 things. Thank you.
Excellent. I like those 2 challenges, and I think we definitely need to make those a reality. So thank you. Bruce.
Yes, well said, panel. It's really about creators, not just inventors or brands or content providers. That's enormously important, that we see ourselves as a creator society. The United States got to where we are today because of innovation and because of creative expression. We're really good at it, and we want to continue to be, and we want to continue to capture it, not just for big companies, but for individuals as well. But 3 things quickly, because our time is running out. What has USIPA done for CIPU? People and organizations. We've met more. We thought we knew a lot, and we do know a lot of folks, but we've met more through Scott and USIPA than we could have imagined, and that has been an enormous help, both for contacts, for our funding, for a variety, for content, for programs. Information and content It's really important to know what's out there and what's not out there, and that saves a lot of time. It makes us more efficient, makes us focus on what we need to focus on. And I think the third component that USIPA has helped with for us is affirmation. What are we doing? Are we doing the right thing? Is our mission aligned properly? Is it aligned with other folks, or is it not aligned with other folks, or should it be aligned with other folks? Only by getting all of us in the room together, so to speak, as Scott has done, can we know where we are. Otherwise, we're just sort of flailing and going in different directions. So I'm very happy to be here. I think we've made enormous progress, and I look forward to the future.
Thank you, Bruce. So there you have it. These are very representative of the opportunities we have to bring our national IP organizations together. You should know there's about 20-something national IP organizations now getting together quarterly to share ideas about what they're working on, to share opportunities, to partner. I will tell you the first one was around diversity and inclusion, second around education, and we're right now doing it quarterly. But it's amazing the opportunities and the potential we have to bring everybody together. And each and every one of these organizations, by the way, is amazing in their own right. And it's mind-blowing when you think about what we can do together. So can we give this great group a round of applause, please? All right. Now, by memory, I believe we have a break, 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, we'll be back. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Hopefully everyone's had the opportunity to log into the Whova app. There are some audience polling questions. We'd love to have your participation to make this an even more engaging session. Continuing this morning's great conversations, it's our pleasure to provide to you the first USIPA committee presentation of the day. On behalf of the USIPA IP Awareness Committee, we're excited to share with you the results of our recently completed National IP Awareness Survey. My name is Elizabeth Doherty, and I am joined by my co-chairperson, Mike Waring.
Yes, and we bring you. Yes, testing. Can you hear me? No. Hello. Okay. We're both from D.C., so we bring you greetings from Washington, D.C., where we put the fun in the word dysfunctional. So anyway, we're glad to be here today to talk about a very important topic. We hope you'll find this a useful tool to use in all of your work that USIPA is going to be doing from now on.
Before we begin, we'd love to ask the members of our committee to stand and be recognized, and that includes those of you who are calling in from home. All right, I know there's some here in our audience today. Warren Tuttle. Thank you. Barry Brager. Barry stepped out. Patrick Kilbride and Bruce Berman. You may be asking yourself, what is the value of a survey? Especially when you hear things like, a new survey out says 64% of Americans own a smartphone, which is somewhat interesting because in a related survey, 100% of smartphones say they own an American. Thank you, Jimmy Fallon. However, we are extremely proud of this project we have undertaken. To our knowledge, it is the first comprehensive national survey of non-IP professionals' perceptions of IP. The effort was to assess baseline awareness of and attitudes towards intellectual property in the U.S. Let's go ahead and get our slides going here. Perhaps we could have some assistance having our slides posted. Thank you. Our work was conducted in collaboration with The Decision Company, a recognized market research firm who surveyed 1,000 respondents of the U.S. general population, ages 18 and over, from a sample offering a structured representative of gender, age, and race. The findings also represented individuals' party, education, household income, and civic engagement. While our presentation today will merely scratch the surface of the survey's findings, we are happy to share our results with you as individuals and as organizations to reflect areas of opportunity and challenge in the dissemination and education of IP. Because as it was once said, it is vain and useless to survey everything that goes on in the world if our study does not help us to mend our ways. So as we begin our conversation today, we first want to thank those who helped to fund our study, including IP Awareness Committee members Warren Tuttle and Sander Bean, USIPA board members Scott Frank, Joyce Ward, and Josh Malone, and the USIPA organization itself. Thank you for your belief and support of our efforts in bringing it to fruition. We are aware that the Intellectual Property Office of the United Kingdom conducted an IP awareness survey in 2015. However, their survey sought to determine a sense of understanding of IP solely within UK-based businesses. So it was a very business-focused survey, whereas ours sought information and input from average citizens. Our expectation with our survey and its results is that it does serve as a baseline for information. Where do opportunities exist for education and building understanding? How can state IP alliances provide value in their respective communities? And what metrics exist or can be created for evaluating the impact of our current and future efforts across the ecosystem? So has everyone had an opportunity to participate in the poll? Excellent. Well, thank you. And I guess we're still working on getting those slides posted. Perhaps you can see the slides in the app. Get them posted to our screens here today. Okay, the slides are visible to our audience? Okay, fantastic.
So we had 4 major areas of inquiry that we were focused on in this survey. We talked amongst ourselves, worked with the pollster to come up with what we thought were useful pieces of information, data points we could gather from the survey itself. And we went through a number of iterations of this survey before we finally found the right questions to ask. And so that was done. And it sort of breaks down into 4 main areas of inquiry, which I believe are on your screen right now. What was the understanding of IP in general by the public? How much could they appreciate differences between copyrights and patents and trademarks? What were their views about the impact of IP on society, good, bad, or otherwise? And how familiar were they with IP examples? Could they give examples of IP that they maybe use in their own lives? And you see these listed here. These were the core questions that we had based on our internal discussions, and including working with the decision company, which actually designed the actual study itself, which was done several months ago.
Interestingly, we found some of the responses to the asked questions unusual, surprising, and informative. And we hope that you will find the same. At this time, you should be seeing a slide that discusses the respondents' understanding of IP. I think there's been a real question, and it's been brought up even today in our conversation in previous panels and in conversations that have been had across our various organizations. How much do individuals know and appreciate and understand intellectual property? Well, surprisingly, perhaps, overall, about 2/3 of Americans say they understand copyrights, trademarks, and patents at least somewhat well, while only 44% understand trade secrets. Now, this understanding is based upon primarily a focus on protection, protecting ideas against theft in particular, and in the idea that owners seek to make a profit using intellectual property.
So for the next slide, you should say something that says respondents' ability to describe the differences in IP. Well, this slide is very telling because if you look at it clearly, what it shows is that even though folks have a general view of the differences somewhat between patents and copyrights and other things, a huge number of the people who participated in the survey could not provide a single example of those differences. So they might think they understand what's going on here, but they really couldn't provide an example, which I think tells you that what people's knowledge is an inch deep maybe and a mile wide. They know a little bit about it, but not much. And that's kind of very, very, particularly for trade secrets, which of course is an unfamiliar term for a number of people. Only 12% had any kind of idea at all what that is. But you can see that the vast majority of people could not even give an example of what the differences are in IP that we think of today.
So as Mike has said, it seems that the majority of understanding is at a very superficial level. And so while it is positive that they perhaps recognize the tip of the iceberg, they don't truly appreciate what is located below the water. So what opportunities exist with this? Perhaps it's the opportunity to take that understanding and appreciation to that next level. Looking at our next slide, respondents' knowledge of the impact of IP on society. We were delighted to see and certainly excited to see that a large majority of Americans say that IP rights have a positive impact on American society. Few feel that the impact is negative. Now, certainly some of those negative voices that we hear in media and that we hear in the echo chambers perhaps reverberate most loudly, but of our 1,000 survey participants, they felt that it has a positive impact on society. So what is our takeaway from this finding? First and foremost, we think perhaps the opportunity for storytelling. And storytelling is a vast and wide opportunity for education. There are so many examples locally, nationally, and globally of intellectual property having an impact on society in a wide range of fields. Maybe this is one of our ways to truly bring it home to the population.
Well, let me add also that if people have a generally positive attitude about that, gives us a good starting point to try to increase that and broaden that. So if it would be a harder job to do if they had a negative viewpoint. So I think having a generally positive view of these kinds of issues is helpful as a baseline for us to start. The next slide will talk about respondents' familiarity with IP. And here again, we have a somewhat of a difference here. The people express that having some experience with copyright and with trademarks, not so much trade secrets and also patents. They said they're generally familiar with them, but less so trade secrets. 13%, for example, had never even heard of the phrase trade secrets, which is interesting. The other thing that's not on here, which you'll find as you go more into the depth of the survey, which, by the way, is on the website and can be downloaded and shared with all your groups, is that young people are more likely to say that they have experience with IP. So that's an interesting development that perhaps the new generation, because of the issues of music downloading or other kinds of issues, they have a much more of an appreciation, or at least a baseline understanding of what IP is, and perhaps can express it better than perhaps their parents or grandparents.
As we've indicated, there's a wealth of information in this survey, and particularly if one were to really kind of slice and dice the background data. And that's not something we're taking the opportunity to do here with you today, but you'll see it as you view the report available on the USIPA website. You'll see it in commentary that's now taking place across the ecosystem, those who are kind of rebroadcasting our information. But we do have some additional key takeaways that we'd like to just highlight for you out of the survey itself. And these are ones that we found particularly interesting. First and foremost is, where do Americans as a whole learn about intellectual property? It might not surprise you, for many of them, their exposure to intellectual property is through the media. And as we know, that can be a mixed bag, both positive and negative stories being broadcast through the variety of channels that we all receive, whether it's social media, daily TV news, print journalism. The other most significant way that Americans have learned about IP is through high school civics classes. Now, I know for some of us, high school civics class was a very long time ago, and we might be scratching our brains to think about whether we in fact were taught intellectual property. I think we might guess that it might have come during a conversation about the Constitution itself. But if that's where the majority of Americans are creating their baseline for IP understanding, we certainly have a lot of work to do, because that's a very simple conversation, not one that gets into the depth to truly appreciate and understand the role and importance of intellectual property. Again, on a positive note, 25% of our respondents say they know someone who has a copyright, patent, or trademark. That shows not only an awareness of what IP is, but that ownership can be experienced by people in our everyday lives. So we take that as a positive. Certainly, the next one is a personal fan favorite of mine. A majority of respondents believed that they themselves could have a copyright, patent, or trademark. In doing a lot of public education and training, I always ask, do you see yourselves as able to participate in the ecosystem? And we don't always get a positive reply. So to see that so many of our respondents felt that they could participate in the intellectual property ecosystem was certainly very, very positive. And last but not least, 3 out of 4 respondents have never heard the term patent troll. I recall our immediate past director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office sharing the story that he was on a ski lift once and was a stranger spoke to him asking him specifically about patent trolls. And he felt that that was a bad sign that patent trolls were really dictating the conversation about intellectual property. If just this common passerby on a ski lift chose to ask him about patent trolls, that was a bad sign, that was really taking over the airwaves versus a more positive conversation.
There are a few other takeaways we wanted to highlight real quickly here, too. The first one here is that few people knew about how long either a patent or a trademark or a copyright lasts, the term, which isn't surprising. That's kind of an inside law kind of thing, but it's interesting. The next one is interesting in light of what we talked about earlier about the positive views. About a third of the respondents believe that inventions that benefit mankind, like the COVID vaccine, should not be protected by a patent. So there was an awareness that perhaps that patents might in some way inhibit the creation or the distribution of these kind of vaccines that we might need in a national situation like we've been through with the COVID situation. And of course, then lastly, less than a third of the respondents knew anything at all about the Patent and Trademark Office invalidating patents that courts had already upheld, anything about PTAB. So that's not really very widely known by the public as well. So it's not a big surprise. And again, that's gives us a baseline of knowledge. That's kind of more inside baseball that they wouldn't really appreciate.
So what is the future for these findings? Well, we think it's wide open. Again, we see this as an opportunity for conversation, as an opportunity for dialogue, is a tool to be used by you as individuals, by you as organizations, for our state alliances to, again, hone into areas where there may be opportunities and challenges. So where we go from here, it really depends upon you. We look forward to information sharing, additional data collection, and conversation. So we hope that you'll engage both here briefly. We've allowed a little bit of extra time for questions and conversation amongst the group, but to also continue to see how you would like to see this information. Now, will we repeat this survey? Maybe someday, but we've got to give there to be time for impact. There's got to be time for change. So again, we hope that you'll take an opportunity to look at the information. IP Watchdog recently wrote on the survey, and they've also had comments, but we welcome you to share it with your networks as well.
Yeah, that would be really, if everybody here would share this information, share the links with all the networks that you deal with, thought leaders. This is, again, on the website, can be downloaded. There's also the press release that's on the website that went out in advance of this being made public. So the more this gets out, the more information we share with people. This can be a great tool for the states to use to sort of begin maybe perhaps activities that they may want to use at the state level to try to address some of these concerns. And so that's kind of where we think this will have a lot of value beyond just today, but actually implementing some of these things and responding to some of these things. So perhaps we should see if anybody here has any questions or comments in the next 15 minutes that we have left here.
And while I don't want to put him on the spot, we do have in our audience Alan Marco, who is a member of the USIPA board, who has, as an economist, as a statistician, had an opportunity to assist us in reviewing some of the data. And I just wanted to see if he had any thoughts to share. Again, not to put you on the spot, Alan.
Thanks, Liz. No, I don't mind being put on the spot. You know, it's dangerous to give an academic a microphone anyway. So you said you have what, 15 minutes? Okay. No. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for putting together the survey. I've talked with some colleagues, some other folks who do a lot of survey research, and we don't know of any other survey that's been done on this scale about IP attitudes in the U.S. So I think it's a great opportunity to dig further into the data. I would encourage all of you to actually take a look at it. I think it was very well done, a random sample, and so take a look at it. And there's a lot of good information in there. And again, some things that were surprising to me. I thought the overall kind of positive feelings about IP. I didn't know if I expected to see that coming out of it. A lot of people who suggest that they know a lot about IP, and then when you ask them specific questions, it turns out it's a lot like my undergraduate students. So I thank you for taking this on.
So we can report on some of the survey that you've all filled in today here. The first question was, non-IP professionals believe that they understand intellectual property, and the answers were true, false, or mixed bag. And I can tell you that it's a mixed bag. 29 out of 45 respondents said it's a mixed bag, and about equal numbers said true or false on the survey that you all filled out, which was good. The next question, what percentage of non-IP professionals indicate they cannot explain the difference between different forms of IP? And it looks like the results range from about 10% to 85%. So there was a pretty wide variance there in terms of how people responded to that. And that's interesting. That shows that even, again, there's a wide range. But as it turns out, the number is quite large, that 70% really couldn't really get into the nitty-gritty about that. I'll do one more here. Which form of IP do you think these folks had the greatest familiarity with? And interestingly enough, the audience, over half of you, felt like trademarks was the most thing they were most familiar with, then patents, and then copyrights, and then very little on trade secrets, which is probably true. But trademarks, everybody deals with trademarks. Every time you go to the store and buy things, you know things by their trademark. But that's an interesting response as well.
Our next question, do you think the public is generally more positive or negative about the ability of individuals or companies to obtain IP protection, whether through a patent, trademark, copyright, or trade secret? Interestingly, our audience answers were split. Yes, it is possible, and equally split with no, it's too tough a battle. And a couple of you said, I don't know. And our final question, from what source do Americans learn most about IP? Oh, this is going to be interesting. News and other publications. Yes, you hit the nail right on the head. Google search, school, advertisements, media, Shark Tank, for sure. Invariably, always Shark Tank. Movies, indeed. There's a lot of movies out there that have some form of conversation about intellectual property. Higher education, and news was overwhelmingly the most popular answer. And as we know from the survey results, that is indeed true.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, over here. Yes. Hang on, we're going to bring the mic to you, Patrick.
Thank you. Great job, Mike and Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Wanted to offer a comment I thought might interest the group. The committee discussed, looked at these findings over a couple months and discussed a few takeaways. One of the ones that I thought was most interesting, and I'll credit to Al and Marco here, the survey seemed to show that at a general level, Americans appreciate the importance of IP, but they really don't understand it. But then the more they learned about it, the more their appreciation grew. So I think even though, the sort of the top line takeaway is Americans are in the dark, the more they know, the better they appreciate the importance. I think that really speaks to the importance of the work everyone here is doing. Thanks.
Thank you. That was a great point to remind us about, Patrick, as well, yes. And as I said, you'll see the actual raw numbers in the data that's here. So you can actually go through and pull things out by gender, by different classes of people. So you can actually make some assumptions there based on what the feedback was, what was created. Other questions or comments here?
I was just wondering if there has been any similar survey done even among risk management professionals in the corporate community, because I live in the world of trade secret risk, And I can tell you from my own sort of informal discussions with a lot of risk managers that even some of the biggest companies in the world in the last 2.5 years, they do not understand the difference between a patent and a trade secret. Most companies think that if they've got a lot of patents, then they don't have trade secrets. It's an either-or proposition, which is super interesting. But you know, I know that a lot of the risk management programs around the country end up feeding into the risk managers that rise up through the corporate ranks, which is absolutely fantastic. But to date, I don't think a single, at least as far as I know, I could be wrong. One of the universities has a program around intellectual property education within the risk management ranks. And I think that's a great opportunity for all of us here in the room, is to convince the university systems that have risk management programs to focus more on intellectual property. So just a thought and a comment. I'd like to know about any corporate surveys that have been done.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with that. Well, we can do some searching about that, and I do think your point is well taken about educating, particularly people who are involved in the process in the higher education world, to understand these things better. I think we've been given the hook. We appreciate your time today. We hope you find this as a useful tool. Again, it's on the website and along with the press release. And please, 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 put links in there, put it in your social media, share it with lots of people so we can multiply the impact of this all across the country.
Thank you for your time and attention today, and let's move the needle together.
that you are in now are understanding the things that you know. And the way to do that, we believe, is through pathways, looking at it from an education standpoint. You start at the beginning, you move throughout the system. And so we want educators and learners, wherever they may be, to appreciate intellectual property. So we're going to start out with the K-12 committee and then transition to post-secondary. Just in terms of K-12, I want to make sure we acknowledge our entire committee here. Stephanie Couch, who is the co-chair of that committee, along with myself, but we also have Sean Boger from the National Inventors Hall of Fame, Britt Magnuson, who's also from the National Inventors Hall of Fame, Nancy Conrad with the Conrad Foundation, David Sorn, who is with the Copyright and Creativity, as well as Stephen Key and Madeline Key, who work with licensing and entrepreneurship. And so I want to make sure that I acknowledge the entire team because, as we've seen today, it's a collective body of people working together. It's resources. We're much better when we're able to coordinate. So what we do on our committee is we park all of our logos and all of our information at the door, and we focus on how we as a collective can work across organizations and across communities to reach out to students. So one of the first things with our committee is the really trying to do an assessment to see where we have programs and where we need to be. And we discovered there's lots of good programs out there that are working in the intellectual property space. There are a lot of people who have not heard of intellectual property. There are a whole lot of people, and so there's good work to be done. As Elizabeth mentioned, high school students are saying that they're getting some of this information. Some of it is civics, but what else can we do? So we're working with students, we're working with educators. One of the things that our committee tried to do is to set up an IP Education Resource Center. And Stephanie, maybe you can tell people a little bit about the Education Resource Center. I know you went out with the call.
Sure. So we sent out a national survey and allowed entities that have resources to submit. And then the committee went through a process of finding those that we felt could be most useful and tried to make sure that there were resources for every grade span, because we do see the development of inventors and their ability to bring their creations to their audiences as something that develops over time. So that was step one.
Okay, and definitely we want all of you to be a part of step two, and that is it is a living resource on the USIPA stage, and we want to make sure that people are reaching out and letting us know about organizations and agencies and programs that are out there that are focused on intellectual property, invention education, nurturing, and building creators. And so some of the resources are there. It is scratching the surface. We need much more, and we would like all of you. The ask from us is to help populate that resource center, to add additional programs that are out there, because we want to see what's happening at the local level. And if there aren't programs at the local level, we want to help empower people to connect with those who can help set those up. The other focus for our committee has been on pro bono. You heard earlier that from INTA that there needs to be more pro bono. We definitely agree about that, and we're looking at working with students and also educators to think about how we can reach more people, because sometimes students and teachers aren't going to qualify for the pro bono categories. So we need industry, we need corporations that are willing to work in that realm. And so just as a committee, what we've tried to do is tell some of those stories of people who are out there working with pro bono programs and supporting education and outreach at those early ages. So we had our first webinar where we brought in an individual practitioner who worked with a team out in Arizona to help them obtain their patent. And he tried to demystify some of the things that people may think, oh, I can't work with students, I can't work with teachers. Another example was out in Pomona, California. And Stephanie, I don't know if you want to tell people some about the Heart and Soul team.
Oh, I'd be happy to. So the work that we do at the Lemelson MIT program and many other organizations do, and we come together under the network called Invent Ed, is we do work with teachers and students to help them find real problems in their community that need real solutions. And some of those students do bring forth prototypes that do need protection. So Joyce is referring to pro bono support that we received from Microsoft's Make What's Next program for a high school team in Southern California at Gary High that developed a device for diabetes sufferers for foot care. And this is a 97% Latinx school, very low income school. And the experience of both going through the process of creating and then protecting their invention was just incredibly meaningful to the students, the communities. And that's the kind of experience we want all kids to have in all communities. And so that will give them an opportunity to apply the IP education you all can help us bring. And you've all heard that saying, use it or lose it. We want them to use it, starting in the early years and getting all the way through high school and beyond.
And I think that was a wonderful example where you see corporations coming in and thinking about how can we help in the pro bono space. So we've seen it at the individual level, we've seen it with corporations. So there are tremendous opportunities and opportunities in this room to support education for students who are working with who need pro bono support. And we have our third example. I didn't time this, I promise you, but I noticed that our deputy director just entered in the room. He's in the back there, Deputy Director Brent. And on Tuesday, he's going to be talking with yet another example, looking at the pro bono support. And that is with a school out of Delaware where educators are working, or have worked with, I should say, the Widener School of Law in Delaware with the pro bono program, because again, that is another example. So it can happen with individual firms, it can happen with corporations, and it can happen with the law school pro bono program. And so the work of this committee has primarily focused on looking at those two resources. One, broadening education, and two, providing resources so that students, before they get to secondary or post-secondary, can think about intellectual property. And with that, I'm going to move over to Lateef, who's going to talk some about what else is happening in the university space.
Sure. Okay, so clearly I'm not on the patent side of stuff. Okay, so Daryl Lemon and I we co-chair the College and Universities Committee of UPI, of USIPA, and the approach that we have undertaken with respect to colleges and universities is that what we are focusing in on is trying to develop a method for expanding and enhancing IP curricular and extracurricular activities in the college and university context, as well as the overall role of colleges and universities in the national IP ecosystem as a whole. So what our approach does, it sort of revolves around perceiving colleges and universities as a kind of IP conduit for the production and dissemination of IP into our society as a whole. And so we look at that conduit as sort of having four key access points on that conduit. At the entry level, of course, there are community colleges and undergraduate colleges. At the next point on the spectrum would be graduate schools and professional schools, obviously, for example, law schools, medical schools. Then we come to that sort of where the university kind of ends and society begins. That's, I like to look at that as that permeable membrane that we all like to affectionately call technology transfer. And then from there, okay, colleges and universities can have a more effective and enhanced role in participating in IP law and policy development in society as a whole. In addition, as we are looking at these particular points on the IP conduit that colleges and universities embody, and trying to follow along through it and hit these key points, we also understand that we can't try to spoon the ocean, right? So basically, Daryl and I are going to just talk about four particular initiatives, each of which we start out as sort of in a template form, right? That we can then, with the success of each of these initiatives, we can scale it up so that we can impact a broader spectrum of the college and university group of cohorts. So I'm just going to talk very quickly about two of them, and then Daryl Lim is going to talk about the other two. I'm going to talk about the two initiatives that are more so at the exit end of the spectrum. I was thinking about it last night. I was going to say the back end, but that doesn't really sound too good. So exit end. So at the exit end, closer to this permeable membrane, there is what happens at the professional school level, particularly in law schools. So how do we impact law schools? So again, not trying to spoon the ocean, we focused on a particular type of law school situation, because you have niches in each of the law school contexts. So for our initial initiative, we've been focusing in on how do we move the needle forward in the HBCU context. So we've been working on something that we call the HBCU Tech Law Summit. And basically what it does is that it's an annual program in which we have a full day of IP panel presentations and programs that focuses specifically on students. We bring IP professionals, IP practitioners together with HBCU law students so that these law students can now understand about the range of professional opportunities in the IP space, from being patent law practitioners, copyright practitioners, to being IP professionals such as patent examiners and the like, just the range of things that they wouldn't otherwise be exposed to, and gives them an opportunity to see that this is how they can, excuse me, channel their careers and their objectives into these types of professional opportunities. In addition to the annual program, there are also things that we do throughout the year targeting students. One of the most important things is that we provide HBCU law students with these little, I call them micro stipends, little awards that not only acknowledge their achievements in the IP space. For example, you took a bunch of IP courses, you did really, really well in it, so here's a little award and a little stipend that goes with it. Or students who are trying to be proactive. Students in many of these HBCU contexts, they don't have access to the type of internship, externship opportunities that may be available at other schools, and so the idea is to enable them to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. Oftentimes it's a cost thing, right? I can't afford to take an unpaid internship in the field of IP, which will really help move me forward in my career, and instead I've got to get a summer job that won't help me, but it will pay me something. So these stipends enable students to take advantage of these opportunities. And I'm happy to say that in our nation, we have 6 formal HBCU law schools. As of last year's program in March, it's every March that we do this this particular conference, we had 4 of the HBCUs. As of this week, we have been having some wrap-up conversations with the 5th, Thurgood Marshall, and by the time we get to the end of the year, we'll have all 6. And the idea, again, is to not spoon the ocean, to use this as a template, right? So that other areas of the college and university context can be involved. So for example, we can replicate this, for example, for rural law schools in rural areas, or law schools that are in post-industrial city contexts, right? So to customize it so that we can bring each type of law school on board, meet their needs, and then figure out what's the best way to bring them into more effectively into the IP ecosystem. The other initiative that I want to talk about at that exit end is the technology transfer aspect. I don't have to tell you all what an incredible IP evangelist Jamie Renee is at NAI. You heard from her earlier today, and one of the programs that have been a part of this college and university effort is an initiative that Jamie is heading up for us at the on behalf of NAI. And this initiative, the focus is to grow the number of underrepresented patentees in academia. To do this by providing them with whatever support and information that they need that they aren't already finding within their university structure. Because again, we have to remember, not every university has the full-blown 100% technology transfer resources that other universities have. These universities may have incredibly active inventors and principal investigators and researchers, but they need the support that isn't always there on a resource level. This initiative under NAI works to collaborate with the research and inventor enablers to support their activities. They're also in the process of doing some market research to gauge the interest, knowledge, and demand for this type of support within these universities. And in terms of specific concrete tools, they are partnering with Autumn to provide technology transfer services to the universities that need that type of support. And in addition, as a carrot, free NAI memberships for each of the universities. So these are two of the initiatives, as I said, on the exit end. And then on the other end, I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Darrell Lim, to talk about the other two.
Thanks, Latif. And is this mic working? Yes. A little closer. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's good to see all of you. I think it's worth just pausing a moment to underscore something that Scott mentioned yesterday. So what's the global IP Alliance members in this room to do something that is local in their own country, but then also the US IP Alliance people to think nationally about how, in a non-traditional, out-of-the-box way, education is really the driver for the future. It's the future of the fabric of our society. It's the future of reinventing our economy. It's the future of really the world order in innovation. And so when we think out of the box, it helps us to look for solutions which are not there. And that brings me to the first of the two initiatives that Latif mentioned, and that's the work of the Michelson IP Institute. Now, Michelson is not a school per se. They are a non-profit. And so I think the first takeaway there is to think out of the box in terms of where the education is coming from. They are a non-profit that is dedicated to providing access to IP education, to build support for budding innovators and entrepreneurs. And one of the things that they have done, really quite remarkable, is to help students to be confident in developing the ideas, connecting those ideas to pro bono legal resources. One of the things that they share is that a student has found a way to make meal preparations faster and has applied for a patent for it. Another student has found a way to develop skincare products and has developed a trademark for it. So when you speak to the young people in a language of their everyday, it resonates and it helps them to internalize it. And I like the way that they phrase this. It's the HBCU IP Futures collaboration. And for those folks who are not from the US, HBCU is historically black colleges and universities. It's futures because it's forward-looking. It invests in an infrastructural aspect of our society. And whenever you think about infrastructure, it requires time. And I think in this day and age, it is so easy for us to be caught up in deliverables here and now. I think this is one area that as we go forward, we need to be patient because lasting change takes time. But it's important because you have a generation that is confident and knowledgeable. They are more willing to innovate, they are more willing to collaborate, and they are more willing to be open to the world. So this is not just about what's happening in this room. It is something, as I told Scott, something that could reshape an entire generation for the future. The second thing I wanted to share about what the Michelson Institute has been doing, it's what's called the Community Colleges as Economic Engines of Communities initiative. And there, I think it's worth remembering something which Dave Karpos said, which is the power of local. And here, Michelson has empowered 85 community colleges to have a supply talent pipeline within their individual communities. They have established an IP Educators in Residence program where community college faculty, they collaborate, they come together, and they help each other find best practices for teaching intellectual property. And they're hoping, linking to what my colleagues have said earlier, to push that pipeline further down to the K to 16 level. Globally, they have partnered with Udemy. This is, if you have not heard about it, a global destination for learning and teaching online that reaches more than 54 million students, over 200,000 courses, 71,000 instructors in 75 languages. So the breadth and reach is staggering. With USIPA and with NAI, they have collaborated to develop courses in intellectual property that have already reached 20,000 students to date and counting. And so that's Michelson. The second initiative I think it's worth talking about is one which Judge Michel mentioned in his opening remarks. I think too much of what goes on in IP has gone above the heads and not into the hearts of the people who make these decisions. So I think it's critical that as universities, as nonprofits, we think about how we can transmute the ideas, as Scott is wont to say, from people's heads into people's hearts, heads into people's hands, and to translate things like DEI initiatives into having best practices that can uplift communities and our society. Now, Andre Iancu and Judge Michel have come together to form what you might have read in the news about the Council for Innovation Promotion, or C4IP. And their goal is to be able to bring congressmen, senators, and to the state level to see what's going on. And you heard the importance of this in an earlier panel. But universities, too, need to do their part to be thought leaders in this, to bring the voices together to inform decision makers in boardrooms, in courtrooms, for those who make the laws and those who enforce the laws. So in the coming months, my ask for you is to help us to identify voices in the community, the creative community, innovation communities, that we should spotlight and bring before an event where we will have in the room staffers, law clerks, as well as the decision makers themselves, to hear about why IP is important, how it affects national security, sustainability, inclusive innovation, and a whole host of other issues which matter to them in a way that avoids that legalist. And I think the IP Alliance represents that those best efforts. As Joyce says, we are stronger together. And as Lisa Jorgensen reminded us yesterday, it is through the engine of education, it is through the engine of intellectual property that communities are uplifted. It helps countries. I came from Singapore. I've seen the difference that intellectual property can make in a society that has zero natural resources except for its people. And if it can happen in Singapore, there's no reason why that can't happen anywhere else in the world. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a difference, to uplift our generation, our children in the United States and around the world. Thank you very much.
Okay, we would like to open the floor for questions.
Thank you. I'm Tom Colson. I actually have a comment. We're talking a lot about training university students and law students, and I have 3 of them, and I can tell you there's 3 things that they're attracted to: Netflix, Hulu, and Prime. With that in mind, we created something we call IP the Movie. It's a 71-minute movie about IP that we would be happy to donate to the USIPA for any of your university students or law students to watch. It's 71 minutes, everything we can teach about intellectual property fundamentals in a funny, entertaining way. It's not Forrest Gump or Avatar, but it's pretty good, and we would donate that. And if Scott wants to spice up the meeting a bit, we'd be happy to show the 1-minute trailer, which is really funny, on the big screen. So just let us know if you want us to do that, but if you want this, we'll donate it to anybody who wants to watch it. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost we're almost out of time. Any other questions before we? Yes.
So one of the things that I think we really have a great opportunity with is the business schools. If you go to Harvard Business School, for example, they have no training on intellectual property. Same with Stanford. Go down the list. The other thing is there are director colleges. I'm on a publicly traded company. I've been to the Stanford Director College twice. Nothing about intellectual property. So if you really want to get to the decision makers, go for the money.
I'd like to comment on that quickly. So for 6 years, we ran a national collegiate level student prize. So we have data from applicants from all over the U.S. And in that data, we have gender and we have race, ethnicity. And so as we parse that data with a researcher from UMass Amherst, we saw that for underrepresented males, there were many applicants at two-year colleges going down the business path who had submissions in the consumer device category. And I can tell you, working with the community colleges, there isn't a lot of IP protection or technology licensing assistance, so that's why I'm so grateful for the colleagues here and the work they're doing.
Yeah, and if I could just quickly add, I think that's a great comment, because oftentimes when we think about increasing engagement and participation in the IP ecosystem, it gets this reputation as if we're only talking about a particular segment of our society, that we're only looking at HBCUs or we're only looking at marginalized communities, but we're looking at everybody. And so the comment about Stanford is excellent. We need to enhance the IP curricular and extracurricular activities at colleges and universities across the nation. And that's one of the overarching goals that we're seeking to achieve. So I think that was just wonderful to hear that aspect of the equation.
Good morning. This is DJ Nag. I'm the chair of Ohio IP Alliance. We've recently formed. It doesn't have to be a Stanford or Harvard. We actually have a program at Rutgers. We've graduated 600 students in educating them on IP. Not from a legal side, but more from the business side. And this all happened because of the collaboration with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. The Global IP Academy helped us, and we have taken the students to the PTO on a consistent basis, except for the COVID times. And this has become a signature course, and every time we cut off the number of students at 100 now, and folks from here in this room actually participate as speakers. Jim Malakowski was there, Andre Yanku was there, and a lot of folks have come in and talked to the students. So I would highly encourage, if you are someone like myself who's not a real professor, I always tell my students, so they can't really fire me, so I keep on going back and teaching the course. And it's been a lovely experience in graduating those 100 students. So thank you for what you're doing, and this is amazing ecosystem building.
Hi, Irina Faze, and I'm with the K-12 group at GIPA. I want to talk about the kids who are coming up in the K-12 and what they care about. Similar to kind of the movie aspect of it, they live on Snapchat and TikTok and Instagram. If there's a way to create a pipeline, we have to be where they live. And it has to be cool, and it has to be interesting, and they have to care a little bit about it and what it means to them. So I feel like a really important call to action is we have to give them the so what and the so much fun, and actually hit them where their pocket is as well, because they're huge consumers. And I think that's a really, I don't have an answer. I don't have that many ideas around it, but I think that as a group, really need to focus there.
So, Irina, I just want to say, I think you nailed it. I think we have to ask people that we are trying to engage in the system how they would like to be engaged, and really talk to people to find out what it is they need. We have some work-based learning programs where we bring in high school students, and we're paying the students to work, and we're trying to bring in students from in and around areas where USPTO has regional offices. but it's not just a USPTO thing. The students are giving back to us. They are telling and talking to us about what students would like to see, because who would know better than high school students from areas in and around the agency? And we've been able to connect them with other organizations. I will not say that I know that they use some of the Michelson IP materials, intellectual property materials, some of the films. We've been able to get their take on some of the resources that are out there, and actually to help inform how we talk to students. Because again, if you want to know how you reach people, you need to ask the people you're trying to reach.
But again, without USIPA, for example, we wouldn't be able to reach the Arts, Media, and Entertainment Committee people, but here we can have those cross-pollinated conversations because our kids really care about these, like sports, and so we can bring them in through that route. So thanks to USIPA, we can get more innovative in our own work.
Definitely, we all need to talk.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you, all four of you. Just to introduce them, the importance that we give to education at the USIPA. We've got two committees focused on education, K-12, Joyce and Stephanie, and universities and colleges, Latif and Daryl. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. A round of applause, please. So education was the first pillar that we focus on. You know, USIP has three pillars. The first one is education and awareness. The second one is ecosystem collaboration. So the afternoon sessions from 1 o'clock are going to be focused on ecosystem. Oh, you can't hear me? Sorry. Are focused on the ecosystem. And then the third, in the evening, we're going to talk about, and diversity and inclusion as well. And then the evening, we're going to talk about state alliances and the Global IP Alliance. So just a few things we heard today this morning as you listen to the speakers. We heard act local is very important. If you are in the US, your city, your town, downstate Illinois, I'm from Illinois, a lot of IP focuses on Chicago. We'd love more focus downstate. In your own states, focus on where you're from and how we can develop that ecosystem at the local level. Valencia mentioned exponential impact of good people, right? Coming together and helping each other. 1 + 1 is 3. That was the panel name. Again, bringing that ecosystem together and helping each other. We heard about competition for eyes and ears. We heard some other comments the same way. We need to reach people in a way that they are where they are, and talk about the importance of IP. And then the fellowship and connections that we make here are going to take us far. The people relationships and trust that we have here are going to help us build those ecosystems. If you're global, think about what you're hearing, and in the afternoon you're going to hear about the ecosystems from the creators, protectors, and enablers, and diversity and inclusion, and the entertainment, arts, and sports committees. Let's think about how you can develop those ecosystems in your own sphere. So that's where we are. Thank you again for your patience while we work through the technology, but we're looking forward to having a good afternoon session. It's noon. We're going to have lunch now. Try to come back by about 12:25. We'll start getting seated, and then we're going to have Director Vidal and Scott have a chat in the afternoon. And then we'll start our afternoon sessions at 1. So thank you once again.
employees, an annual budget of nearly $4 billion. She is the principal IP advisor to the President and the administration through the Secretary of Commerce and is focused on incentivizing and protecting U.S. innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity, and helping American workers and businesses compete and collaborate, especially in key technology areas and across demographics. As director of the USPTO, Kathy is working to expand American innovation for and from all, including serving as the vice chair for the Council for Inclusive Innovation, CI2. You heard Valencia talk about that earlier, and I'm a proud member of that board, alongside Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo and the council members. Prior to leading the USPTO, Kathy held top leadership positions at Winston & Strawn and Fish & Richardson. She served a wide range of clients, from individual inventors and entrepreneurs to some of our country's most well-known and successful companies. Kathy holds bachelor's and master's degrees in electrical engineering, has 5 years of an industry experience in manufacturing and design, and has deep technical expertise in a myriad of technologies, from consumer products to artificial intelligence. In her various roles, Director Vidal has received numerous accolades, creative, innovative initiatives, for creative initiatives and programs, and has been recognized as a trailblazer and a thought leader. So, again, very special person, and we're very honored to have you in our little group here today. And we are streaming this worldwide, so a few people interested to hear what you have to say today. So I think the conversation today is really, there's a lot she's got on her plate, and we could ask her questions for hours, and you read about every day there's something that she's having to decide. We're going to try to focus this more on the USIP Alliance. And so, it's interesting, we mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to mention it now in her presence because such an honor and such a big step for the USIP Alliance. We just signed an MOU. And so I want to start there, Kathy. What are your thoughts on signing an MOU with the USIP Alliance?
So is this working? Perfect. Thank you for that. And as you were reading my bio, I thought I need to change the 13,000 people to 13,000 dedicated, passionate, brilliant public servants. So if we could just have a round of applause for all the people from the USPTO who came here today. Thank you. So I love that we signed an MOU. I think you don't need one to make progress, but it sends a signal to the world that we're aligned, that I love that if you look around this room, you see people representing small companies, innovation, big companies, and that everybody is coming together through a structure like this so that we can make real positive change and make it quickly.
Excellent. Well, yeah, I like you, I don't know that you had to have one, but I think it does make the relationship more official, and it does send a message to the world. And I think it's going to be really great and important and a great foundation for us to do many things together. So, the USIPA does a lot of things. One of the things we do is we connect. And we have connected a lot of national IP organizations who, in their own right, were doing amazing things already. But we brought people together who really, in large part, didn't know each other. And I think we're starting to see the magic get created. What are your thoughts on bringing the national IP organizations together?
I think it's brilliant. It's something that we're trying to do through CI Squared. We're even rethinking the charter to make sure that we're collaborating with everyone. And I think this is something now we can work together on, because there's so many great ideas out there. We're all trying to solve for the same thing, and making sure that we're leveraging off each other, that we're sharing ideas, is going to bring everything to fruition much more quickly.
Yeah, we're going to be better together, without a doubt. And then, another opportunity that I had noticed in talking to these national organizations was great programs, great events, great people, but having a challenge driving things local. And so as you're aware, we're creating all these state IP alliances. Georgia, we're proud. We've actually, I'd say we're about in our 20th year, even though officially we launched in 2018. What are your thoughts on these state IP alliances?
So I will have to do a shout out to Georgia, because as I was prepping for my confirmation hearing, I tried to read as much as I could, talk to as many people as I could, and Georgia kept coming up all the time as a state that was doing it right and was doing more. So congratulations, Georgia. And so now I lost the question. I was so excited.
Impact of state IP alliances on our IP in the United States of America.
So first of all, let me get back to the local. We need to go local. I agree that engaging at that level is important, and in thinking about what we can do together, we've just expanded CI Squared so that we're working with MBDA, we're working with the Small Business Association, we're working with different groups of commerce across the U.S., we're working with the Copyright Office. So I think with our reach throughout the federal government, combined with the reaches of the state, there's nothing we can't do.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, just so you know, we've coined it, Jim Malkowski came up with it, the IP network of networks. So that's what we are trying to build for you and for everybody in our country. I want to segue to, we have 3 pillars. This is how we're going at it. And the first pillar is around IP awareness and education. What are your thoughts on that as an importance to our country?
It's Joyce Ward. We are doing, first of all, it's critically important to the country, and we, through Joyce's leadership, through Valencia's leadership, we are doing so much in that regard. As to why it's important to the country, first of all, other countries are doing this. There are countries that have school-aged children doing prior art searches to learn about IP. So it's critical that we remain competitive and that we focus on educating all the way through the pipeline. And in terms of what we're doing, this year alone, just through Camp Invention, we've already educated 250,000 children. And at the end of a 1-week camp, they're asking questions like, how can I protect my merch on the internet? I mean, questions you usually hear from adults. So if they start thinking about those issues early, start thinking about innovation, get excited about it, that's really what we need to start building the future.
Yeah, that's excellent. And, again, it's amazing when you learn something young, how natural it is and how easy it is as you get older. Something else around awareness, you should be aware, another thing George is proud of is we have IP Month in October, and you're getting a chance to celebrate it with us. Our governor for 5 years in a row has proclaimed it IP Month. Washington, the state of Washington is state number 2 to do it this year. And so just know that that's something we're going to try to take nationwide with all the states, and hopefully one day it'll be a national month.
Well, and you should feel free. We should work on these things together, and we can get the Secretary of Commerce involved with the governors. I mean, whatever we can do to help align what we're doing and push it forward, just let us know. We'll use whatever platforms we have to help.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And it's amazing when you have a month that's proclaimed by your governor or by the president or what have you, how it raises awareness. It really does bring your community together. So we appreciate that. Pillar number 2. Improving the U.S. IP ecosystem collaboration, getting, as we like to call them, creators, protectors, and enablers working more efficiently and effectively together.
Again, I think it's super important because we can get out there and incentivize innovation. We can teach people how to protect innovation. But if we're not bringing that innovation to impact, if we're not connecting the dots from the infancy of innovation to actually having it benefit the country, create jobs, economic prosperity, solving world problems, we're never going to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. So,
yeah, we're on the same page. Now, when we think about this, we think about it in a number of ways, trying to make things less costly, try to make it faster, even trying to simplify the laws because it's so hard to know if your stuff's patentable because the law is kind of complicated and kind of not consistent. So thoughts on those topics?
I could not agree more. Yes, I could not agree more with that. It's important to reach people where they are, not just geographically, but with the language and the access. And so taking those initiatives is really going to make a big impact for people who are trying to understand this. And like I said, integrating it all together is so critical because when I hear stories from independent inventors, it takes them a while to get from one stage to the next. And even our pro bono programs, which we've more than doubled down on in the last few months, they do the filing. Some of them, like Mikasa, are trying to integrate all of it, but not all of them are there yet. So I think the full package is really what we need to provide to everyone.
Yeah, that's excellent. All right, third pillar. I know this one's near and dear to your heart, diversity and inclusion.
Yes, it's inclusion. It's everybody, right? So when I speak about this, I make it clear within the USPTO and outside, it's really about everybody and making sure everybody's off the bench and into the game. So I'll just say 3 things on that quickly. The diversity and inclusion, I think you're mostly focused on is the innovators, but I think you're also focused on the people who practice before the PTO. So as you know,
And investors too.
And investors, that's perfect. So it's important because it is about getting everybody off the bench, and that's what we need as America. That we know that if we quadruple the number of inventors on patents, GDP will raise by $1 trillion. So we need to tap into everyone, and right now we're not. So I think that's critically important, and we are As you may have seen, we just did an RFC to expand who gets to participate in, before the USPTO, whether it's the PTAB, potentially creating a design patent bar, expanding the patent bar, and then we have a lot of initiatives within the USPTO and brought on Karen over at Stacy in that regard. So we are attacking this from everywhere we can and are always open to new ideas.
Yeah, that's exciting. And you should know that one of our taglines is head to hands. And we want to get all the great ideas out of people's heads, whoever has them, doesn't matter what you look like, what you believe in, where you're from, into people's hands who need them as quickly as possible.
That's fantastic.
Yep. All right, I'm going to get a little bit more towards your job. So, maybe the day-to-day part of your job, but what's the biggest surprise that you've had in your new job?
So the most interesting transition is working in a law firm. A lot of times when you get more senior, you spend a lot of time mentoring, helping, training others, and coming into the USPTO and having a whole cadre of colleagues who, brighter than me, have more experience in certain areas. I mean, it's been phenomenal. It's so I mean that to me was it's not that I didn't expect that. It was I didn't realize what it would feel like to be able to roll the ball down the hall wherever it stops, somebody could just pick it up and run. Like it just, and I think by having such a great group, you get more out of it because you get more diverse ideas on everything we're doing. We make all decisions in a group, and at the time we make a decision, we then say, okay, does anybody dissent? And then we hear anybody who has a different idea on it. So that's been phenomenal.
That's great to hear. It's a big agency, right? You talked about the number of employees with 13,000. And what's the largest group you'd managed, and how do you look at managing a group of this size?
So I think with any leadership, first of all, I like to think of it as leadership and not
Mm-hmm.
management.
Yep.
And with any leadership, you have to go back to first principles on the things that really matter. So when I came in, I realized that I need to hear from the people within the organization. So after I started doing all my stakeholder meetings, I started using my lunch hour 3 times a week to meet with employees throughout the organization. So every one of the USPTO has had an opportunity to meet with me. I've met with over 1,000 of the employees directly. I've heard from them in terms of how they think we can improve the organization and how they think I could better lead the organization from their standpoint in terms of what they see. So it's just about first principles. They apply whether it's a group of 12 or 13,000.
Yeah, well, I think try to keep it simple. But let me ask you, speaking of leadership, do you have some principles that you follow? Other principles you could share with us?
So I always refer to books, and now I know that I'm not supposed to refer to books because I can't endorse anything.
But we like books, and we'd like to learn from the books you're learning from.
I will say, so let me phrase it this way. There's an author who writes about the topic of multipliers, and I'm not endorsing the book, I'm just saying that her scholastic work, to me, really resonated with me, which is leaders build brilliance. They don't just rely on their own and substitute their own brilliance for those around them. So when I think about leading, number one, I want to be around people who are passionate, who want to roll up their sleeves, who want to focus on the country first, and then I want to hear their ideas and do whatever I can so that they are contributing the most to the agency and to the country.
Yeah, and you're speaking my language because you see the people in this room, amazing, talented people. They're trying their best to make people's lives better. It's not going to be me or you doing it. It's going to be the wonderful people like we have in the room and watching us on live YouTube Live. So the force multiplier effect really does work if it's applied properly.
And thank you all for being here and for doing what you're doing.
Yep, thank you for saying that. Turning back to your job, can you share with us some of your top objectives?
So I want the system to work for everyone, and a lot of the focus is on the individual inventors, is on making sure that when we bring people to the table, we're supporting them, we're giving the resources that they need, that we're creating strong IP that they can rely upon down the road, and that when we're analyzing IP later, that we're analyzing it in a fair way. So I will say on that, I did want to listen to people first. When I was before Congress and when people have asked me, I made it very clear that I'm not going to come in here with my ideas based on my past. I want to hear from all the stakeholders. I want to figure out the pain points. It doesn't matter whether it affects 13 inventors or 500. If it's not working, it's not working, and we need to fix it. So now that I've been in the position for 6 months and I've heard from everyone, now is when we're going to turn to policy making. So in the past, I wanted clear rules around everything as much as possible. As we move forward, it's now going to be about policy making and going through the rulemaking process, updating guidance, et cetera.
So from a top objectives, it sounds like one of them is going to be let's clean up the policy or the rules where we can. And is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, and it's not only within the USPTO, but obviously we provide technical comments to Congress as they work on 101, as cases percolate to the Supreme Court level on 101 and other areas. Everywhere where we can make positive change for stakeholders after hearing them and make the system work better for everyone, that's where we're going to be.
That's excellent. We talked a little bit earlier about diversity inclusion. You shared something with me at lunch about a study that you released yesterday. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Oh, sure. So Andy Toole, our chief economist, did a study on where women patent on a county-by-county level. It's a very interesting study. I'd encourage everybody to look at it. We posted it on, I'm sure, every channel that we have. But the bottom line was we're looking to learn from data and use data to drive where we focus our time and efforts. And that study not only showed a map of where there are inventors throughout the US and where we really need to focus, but also showed some of the characteristics of what is it that leads to innovation, that leads to inventors, including education level, including being in a community that offers support, et cetera. So it's one of the many tools that we're going to use when we move forward on policy related to that.
That's great. And another topic related to this is CI2. And it's something I've had the privilege of working with Valencia and others on. I know you're passionate about it. Can you talk a little bit maybe about the future of that program?
So the future is really expanding it to a cross-government function. As I mentioned, we've teamed with MBDA, and we actually have co-chairs, co-vice chairs now from different agencies, and then figuring out how we scale it and what all we put underneath it. So it initially started out as its own initiative, but we're working with all the stuff that Joyce is doing to make sure that we're not siloing ourselves, that we're thinking about this as an ecosystem issue, that we're partnering with as many people as possible, and that we're solving for the issue of bringing more people into the innovation ecosystem. So there's a lot coming down the pike in terms of specific initiatives. We're doing a first-time expedited examination program for under-resourced first-time inventors. We've got a number of other programs coming. Some will take more time, like trying to get innovation software into the hands of children throughout the whole country. But everything that we're doing in that regard is focused on, we want more people up to that. It's not just an equity issue, it's a national imperative.
Yeah, that's great. So I want to come back to leadership. The times we're in, lots of anxiety, lots of pressure. Also, you've just taken on a big job and big leadership responsibility. How do you keep balance in your life? How do you keep healthy?
So first of all, I'm told I'm not allowed to say I have balance in my life. My coworkers made that clear that I'm not allowed to say that. So it's a couple things. One, I do what gives me energy. So it's actually much easier to have balance when you wake up every day and think, what can I cram into this day to make a difference? And from my perspective, that keeps me motivated. It keeps me high energy all day long. And the work is easier to do. So I don't feel like, sometimes the travel gets to be a lot. Sometimes I need downtime. I'm an introvert, so sometimes I need my quiet time. My team knows that. They don't invite me to dinner if we're traveling. They know I just need, I wake up super early, like 3 or 4 in the morning, so by the time it hits dinner time, they know she probably just needs to go have her hour of rest before she hits the sack.
Yeah, well, everybody's got their special tricks, and
know yourself.
Know yourself, and it's amazing how many of the big events, IP events, we're seeing around the country, and you're making to most, if not almost all of them, and yet you also read every day, and it seems like you're ruling on something every day. I mean, you are working hard, and somehow, you've got your tricks, and they're working for you. That's great. I want to talk about the U.S. as a role model for the world, and the U.S. IPA, we're trying to be a role model for other IP alliances regionally and nationally in other countries. What are your thoughts about the U.S. being an IP role model for the world?
So again, I think that's critically important because if we're not, somebody else will be. And if you look at the way we look at intellectual property, on the fact that it has to be strong, the fact that it has to be enforceable, accessible, we need that to happen everywhere. Number one, because it's important to our stakeholders. It's important to Americans that they can go and enforce their IP in other countries. And number two, like I said, if we don't do it, somebody is going to swoop in. Lots of countries are going in and trying to do capacity building in other countries so that they think more like them. So it's kind of a little bit of a race in that regard, but it's critically important. And through our IP attaché program and through other programs we have, we're doing a lot of work. We do an examiner exchange. We do training across the globe. So critically important to a lot of what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that's right on. Can you talk a little bit about the IP attaché program? I've learned a lot about that in the last couple of years. I think it'll surprise a lot of people.
It's phenomenal, and the one question I asked, one of the bazillion questions I asked when I got in was, should we expand it, and if so, where? Let's start thinking about it now so we can make that happen. And we've heard from stakeholders on that. So I just got back from Southeast Asia and really had the personal experience with the program, which is, this is really the person in the geographic region that everybody knows. Every time I stepped into a room, it's the IP attaché that they knew. They're the person that works with embassies, they work with USAID, they work on the ground, not only to create these alliances that we're talking about and make sure they're supporting and capacity building within the area. They're working on drafting laws for individual countries, and there's so much work that they do. And then on top of that, they're there for US stakeholders. So oftentimes when I have stakeholder meetings, that's one of the main things they say. Thank you for, and they list the name of the IP attaché and said, I had an issue in India, and then they would tell me exactly what happened. So it's a phenomenal program. Like I said, if you know of an area where you think we need more support, let us know, because we're accomplishing so much more having boots on the ground across the globe.
Yeah, no, it's great, and if you have the budget, I would encourage you to expand it, just because it's awesome. I mean, it is so important. It really does position the U.S. with all the different countries around the world in a good way, and it connects us with the world, which is good for everybody, all human beings. So that's nice to hear. Speaking of the world and the impact we can have when we do that, we all know intellectual property is important. And we all know there's a lot of challenges ahead. Can you just talk a little bit from your perspective, like the criticalness of what your job is, what we're trying to do? This is like the future of civilization, I feel like, is riding on this.
So that's very accurate. And what I would say is the strong IP system, and we saw this with COVID, it's necessary to incentivize the investment, to incentivize people to spend the time to do the research and development to solve world problems. So that in and of itself is critical, that if we don't have a strong IP system across the globe, we are not going to get there. I know that, everybody I talk to in the administration knows that. It's critically important. And so, when you think about the role IP plays, it's the whole ecosystem, right? It's not just the ability to protect the IP, it's the ability to curb any abuses of that, because that's just a tax on society. And even worse, it keeps some of the smaller inventors out. It's the ability to make sure that the IP is enforceable in a realistic way. Just having the ability to enforce is not enough if you don't have the resources, if you can't make it happen. So I would just say, obviously I'm here because I believe this is critically important to our country, and any platform I get to say that on, I will.
Yep. Well, you're preaching to the choir, singing our songs, so thank you. I want to get back to you personally, and you've got a really important job, and we talked earlier, it wasn't something necessarily you were shooting for, in your career, but you obviously prepared for it. With leadership, can you just share a little bit what people can maybe be thinking about as they're preparing to lead and be prepared for these opportunities, whether it's director of the USPTO or leading something else, just any insights into that?
I would say there's one thing that I didn't think about along the way that I would encourage people to think about, and that's, they always say don't burn bridges, etc. And if you get out there and get beyond your skis and you don't really have, I would say focus on integrity. I think everything that I've done in my life, I want to be, that's been my guiding star, is I want people to trust what I say. As a litigator, I need to know that when I said something in court, the judges know I mean it, I've got the evidence to back it up, it's the right answer. I'm not going to try and accomplish something that I don't have the evidence for. I would admit that. I don't have evidence on this, but I think these other factors are compelling. So I applied that everywhere, and I think at the end of the day, when I thought about it, I thought, well, that, at the end of the day, in order to my benefit, right? There wasn't anybody out there who could have a strong set of morals. I think that's helpful. A strong set of morals, I think that's helpful.
Yeah, well, it's not that complicated. Just be honest all the time.
Right, and then be fair and measured, right? So I also never got out there and I never attacked people. I never did things in a way. Certainly in briefings, if there was evidence to support something, I'm not afraid of being strong with my language, but only when it is justified. And so that's been my path.
Yeah, so treat people properly. That's a good tip. What about you touched on teams earlier. What's your kind of mindset just on teams, having strong teams and healthy teams?
I just think it's so important because no matter how smart you are, you don't know everything, and you need to be challenged. So having a strong team that is, and letting them know that you want to be challenged. That's why I always, in the beginning, I started inviting dissenting views. Now they just come out of the woodwork. So it's not, now we've set a, we've set a trajectory where people know that if they don't think that something I suggest is the right solution, they should challenge me on that. And they also know that I'm throwing things out there so we consider everything. And I used to in the beginning have to say, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not saying this is what I'm going to do just because I don't want to scare them. And now they know. We need to think about all the solutions to get to the right one. And some of the solutions are going to be bad ones. And that's good because we've thought about it and we intentionally ruled it out. We didn't miss it. So having a team that you can collaborate with that has the energy and passion to get to the right answer, I mean, I couldn't do my job without it, and it's made me rethink what teamwork means.
Right. Well, it's so important to what we're about here because we know it's important what our journey is, and we have an idea of where we're headed, but there's so many things we don't know how to do yet, and we need to empower people to and give them comfort and confidence to share their ideas and to collaborate and because of that approach.
And not being afraid. We're looking forward. We're never looking backwards. So I think that's also really important because then
figured out the light bulb, and that's, I don't think the word failure is even the right word. The only way you learn is by challenging yourself and falling down a little bit. In a fast 30-minute conversation. Kathy, can't thank you enough for joining us. We can't thank you enough for your support, and we're excited so much to work with you and your team going forward. I think there's amazing things we're going to accomplish. Forward to doing it all together.
And I look forward to working with all of you. So Eddie, thank you for being here. I'm excited with your energy that you're focused around these types of issues. I will say I do need to run to my next meeting because it is a very busy day. So if I don't stick around, it's not because I wouldn't love to. But thank you all.
Yep, Kathy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Post-lunch session. It's going to be fun. So I hope you're all listening. So first of all, thank you for coming back and to the post-lunch session of the USIPA national event here. We have a panel of distinguished people from the different parts of the IP with what we do. The first pillar is the education awareness. So the first session was focused on that. The second session, which is this one, and the one following is about the middle pillar, which is the ecosystem collaboration. And one of the things we're going to talk about is how do you just introducing who's here. We're again representing all the three pillars, creators, protectors, and enablers here. Starting with Warren Tuttle. I'll just make introductions and then I'll give. So the way we'll do it is I'll start with introductions and then I'll give them a chance to say a few words, make opening remarks, and then we follow with questions. So starting with Warren Tuttle and James Howard, both of them are inventors, so they bring the creator side of the story for us today. Esther Lim is with a law firm. She brings in the protector side of things. Russ Binns kind of puts both hats, enablers as well as protectors. So he's the chair of the protector committee. And then Phil Weilerstein is on the venture side, VentureWell, and he's going to talk about that today. And what we're going to try to cover is when you come up with ideas, when inventors and creators come up with ideas, how do we make those ideas relevant for society, and how do we bring that value to society and to individuals that are coming up with ideas? So let's start, Warren.
Nikhil, thank you. So again, I'm Warren Tuttle. So I wear a couple different hats. I've been a longtime advocate for the inventor community, president of the United Inventors Association, a 501c3 dedicated to inventor education. I also serve on the CI Squared Council for Innovation Inclusion. I also am on the PBAC Pro Bono Advisory Council. So I'm very involved in all these issues we're talking about. Professionally, very quickly, I run open innovation programs for major companies. I do it for the largest housewares company in the United States. I did it for the largest power tool company based here near Atlanta. And I did it for the largest DRTV company. And what I do, when I say open innovation, I help companies reach outside their four walls for new ideas and put together those deals. So I've done over 125 licensing deals generated in the billions of dollars of sales. So I have a lot of experience in this area. Thank you for having me. I was just going to talk quickly about the creation side. I'm more accurately an open innovation expert than I am an inventor, although I have developed products. None of them have done that well. I'm better at identifying things. You can read my book, Open Inventor Confidential, if you want to learn more. But let me just say, things do start with an idea. But frankly, ideas don't have a lot of value. Everybody has them, and I know you think your idea is the great idea, but if you don't figure out a way to protect them and monetize them, they don't have any value. And so I'll just say that very quickly, I could go on for hours, but the very first thing you need to do is develop those ideas, and you need to bring some sort of mechanical application or if it's software, some sort of IP to it. But you need to first develop it. You need to first find out what are the details that make it work. Then you need to find out if anybody else has been doing it. And you need to take the process to the limit, and you need to then vet the product in whatever way necessary through experts or marketplace research to make sure that you know exactly where you stand in that marketplace. And as you're developing the product, particularly for consumer goods or mechanical product, you're going to develop utility function as you go along. And that's critical because without IP, and that's what we're all here for, you have nothing to collateralize. And so I'm speaking directly to the inventor community right now, these folks that sell their services to you for a lot of money and tell you can take ideas and send them out. I look at thousands of ideas a year. I've looked at over 100,000 proposals to me, and I can tell you that I've never licensed an idea, okay? Now, people can make this stuff up, but even if you could somehow get through the gamut and figure out how to license an idea, which is rarer than rare, then I promise you're not going to make a full royalty. Companies are going to take advantage of you. So you have to develop that product. You have to make sure it mechanically functions. You have to figure out what's the specific IP that you need to protect. You then need to go out and protect it, and then you need to collateralize that idea. And then you need to figure the right way through research of finding the right companies to take it to if you want to license or if you want to go to market directly, what's involved with building out a program. So it's a very involved step. There's nothing simple about this. There's nothing easy about this. I'm an old-fashioned blocker. Learn your blocking and tackling. Do it the right way, and that's my message to inventors. But that's enough, I think, here to get us started.
Thank you, Warren. And how do I follow that? I'm not sure. I'm James Howard. I'm the Executive Director of Black Inventors Hall of Fame. I'm also a lifelong educator at the collegiate level. and I'm also a trained industrial designer. I've designed over 400 products in my lifetime, and I have over 20 patents. As Warren made note, the patent process, the creative process, is one that should be backed by knowledge. And I have started a film company just to make sure that I provide a platform for the underserved innovator. And the film company is called Black Inventors Hall of Fame Films. And many of you met one of my subjects in the Great Equalizer yesterday, and that was Rashawn. And he is part of one of 6 individuals in my next movie called Brothers Who Dare to Dream, uplifting themselves and their communities through invention. Now, I mention that title only because it plays right off of what Warren was just talking about in terms of being equipped and answering the questions of how and how and how. And in that movie, it will reveal one of the many layers that we do have to peel back on. And Scott, you spoke to it, at least I heard someone reference you to it, and that is the heart part of this, the H-E-A-R-T part, the empathetic part. What we learn as creators is that we are incentivized for many reasons. And then I'll close by giving you a very emphatic reason. I want to introduce you to Anthony. He's also part of the movie Brothers Who Dare to Dream. Anthony is a subject who had desired to seek intellectual property because he sat at his mother's bedside as she took her last breath, dying from cancer. Anthony then set in his heart that he wanted to do something for women of color as it related to cancer, and he saw intellectual property as the conduit for achieving that. But yet, after one resistance and another resistance and another rejection letter and the depletion of his life savings, Anthony decided one day that he would visit George Washington Bridge and take his life. And if not for a passerby, his will be a story from the past. Well, Anthony is still at it, he's still living, he's part of that movie. But that example takes you to that other layer and that other depth of understanding that creativity can come from many depths of reasons, and we need to peel back the layers on the source of that and then create an ecosystem that will in fact be attentive and nurture the Anthonys of the world so that they can become informed and better educated and so forth and so forth. So, give the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's unfair I have to follow James. I'm a wannabe inventor. I don't have any patents to my name. I'm a partner and Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at Finnegan. As some of you may know, Finnegan has about 300 IP lawyers. We are one of the largest IP firms in the country, if not the world. I've been focusing on patent litigation and counseling at Finnegan for over 25 years. I started in this profession where diversity was not discussed. We still confront an IP profession and a legal profession which seriously lacks diversity and representation across the board. IP presents an extra hurdle because of the requirement of STEM for patent attorneys and agents. Women continue to be woefully underrepresented as inventors, only 13%. Blacks, 1%. Hispanic Latino, 1%. So as someone who is entrusted to represent innovators to protect and wrap IP rights around their wonderful ideas, I feel that there's a great responsibility and a role to make sure that people get access to the knowledge and the resources. As a partner at a large firm, I recognize that cost is a great barrier to accessing legal services. it is not dissimilar to the general civil legal needs of this country, where about 90% goes unmet. I would dare to challenge that it's a similar landscape in the IP field. We've heard powerful stories that James have mentioned about folks who have wonderful ideas and innovations, yet they eliminate themselves and don't count themselves as inventors. There are multi-layered issues and challenges that we confront as leaders in the IP community, and so how do we help protect innovation and make that accessible? I think it does take a village. So I thank Scott and all of the collaborators in this room to support USIP Alliance, to bring together the various groups and initiatives and programs to scale up and to reach more broadly the communities that desperately require services to get their patent applications on file, to obtain patents for their innovative ideas. I would like to recognize someone who has been an inspiration to me in this room for over 20 years. He's the person who used the words IP and social justice in the same sentence over 20 years ago, when nobody was talking about social justice in the field of intellectual property. And in fact, at an IP firm of 300 lawyers, when I mentioned there's a new initiative going on at Howard Law School, and there's going to be an Institute for IP and Social Justice, nobody knew what that meant. Professor Latif Amtima, who you heard from this morning, has been a visionary in talking about the need for social justice in bringing IP to all Americans, and not just those who can afford expensive law firms and expensive lawyers to protect and enforce their ideas. And so I really applaud efforts like Howard's that provide clinics, IP clinics now, where students are helping inventors in the local communities to protect their ideas. Those visions would not have been possible without the efforts of people and leaders like Professor Amtima. I'd be remiss in not giving a shout out to my long-lost distant brother, Daryl Lim, who's from Singapore with no natural resources, and he's focused on developing IP system, and he believes in the power of IP. I'm from Korea, also without much natural resources, and I've seen the Korean economy catapult through technology and innovation. So as a patent attorney, I value the power of IP and love technology, and I know we're all passionate about sharing this knowledge, and I think we can all collectively do more. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Russell Binns. I'm the CEO of Allied Security Trust, AST, and I guess my whole career has led up to me becoming the chair of the Protectors Group that I became yesterday. I was a litigator for 10 years. I was a litigator for 10 years, then was chief IP counsel at Avaya, which was a spinoff of Lucent, which was a spinoff of AT&T, like a grandchild company of AT&T. And now I've been in my current role for 8 years. And what I do now is I run a consortium of high-tech companies. We're a not-for-profit enterprise that basically creates a market for the sale of patents, buying and selling patents. We have about 40-some companies as our members, and they're kind of the most active buyers of patents in the world. And we also buy more patents than anybody else from independent inventors as well, which is, we try to create a market where I think a lot of independent inventors, and I love hearing from the creators about how the struggles they have, but we at least try to create some market for them to at least monetize patents. But there's a lot more that can be done. I'm struck hearing all these comments with the panel that was earlier about IP awareness. We clearly in this room and on this panel know how important IP is to the world. And I'm thankful that there's an organization like this that's trying to bring more awareness to the world, because let's face it, the IP awareness study showed that many people just don't even understand IP, don't even realize how important it actually is and how it can change neighborhoods and environments and the whole ecosystem, and why it's so important that we do have a well-maintained, strong patent system in the U.S. and around the world, because it is such an important thing to have. I'll just speak a little bit about the Protectors Group. I'll make a call to arms. Anybody that's interested in participating in our committee, we welcome it. We've had, we need more engaged people to do more things. We've done a panel on patent valuations. We did a roundtable program on patent eligibility. We were going to do one on PTAB as well, but that hasn't occurred yet. But one of the more exciting things that we're shooting for next year or the years to come is to try to do a survey of district court judges and do a collaboration with the Federal Judicial Center and try to kind of get the opinions of judges that are dealing with these issues all the time that are not IP professionals. I think if we can succeed in getting a collaboration going there and actually being able to survey judges, I think that would be very exciting. And anybody that is interested in participating in that or bring other ideas that the Protectors Committee could work on, I welcome you to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm Phil Weilerstein. I'm the president and CEO of VentureWell, and I'm here today representing the Enablers Group on behalf of myself and my co-chair, Steve Sosolka, who could not be here in person. We are a group that sort of helps to cross the barrier into the actual impact in society. So that encompasses organizations that support people to take their ideas forward, not just in the invention stage, but through the process of creating value and documenting that value in ways that will attract resources and creating the structures to take that forward, whether it be through licensing, formation of a startup, or other kinds of commercial activities. And it's a pretty diverse and broad group, including people who invest in intellectual property-based enterprise and ideas. And what we're trying to focus on is enabling people to better understand the pathway that's required to actually navigate from idea to the kinds of impacts, which, by the way, is the slogan of our organization, Idea to Impact, because we recognize that invention without an embodiment that has tangible value is often very hard for people to take forward, but also hard to really make any impact with. And so we're doing programming to raise awareness. We have a plan for a speaking series, and I would welcome suggestions and thoughts about topics to bring together thought leaders to talk about different areas along this continuum, including ways that government funding and programs can help to support innovation. There's a lot of focus right now, substantial resources allocated, and some really interesting opportunities to do things in a big, impactful way that will kind of create irreversible changes in the innovation ecosystems. Looking at those innovation ecosystems and how to make them more efficient, how to help people navigate more effectively. And we want to share resources. So like our colleagues in the education space, we are collecting resources, and we would welcome if folks have resources relevant to the definition of value, to the entrepreneurial process that can be shared. We have a number of things that our organizations have already produced that we want to get out to the world through the USIPA and global IPA mechanisms and forums. So looking forward to talking with you about these opportunities, and again, if you are doing work in this space, we'd really welcome your participation in the Enablers Group.
Thank you, Phil. You can see here, right, the ideas are being created, then they're being protected, and then we get to the point where they actually make an impact in society. As we think about that, I'm going to just start from Phil, a question here. We talk about opportunity matching, ideas, making sure the ideas that the creators are working on are really have a market. Can you talk a little bit about that and how you're doing?
Yeah, so I just referenced this innovation pathway, which often begins with an idea, but sometimes begins with a problem. And in fact, if you look at the idea origin, often people come up with an idea in response to a problem that they see, whether it's something very close to their heart, as James described, or it's something that just nags at them. And the ability to actually translate that from my idea to my solution for your problem is really what this innovation pathway is about, and the ability to turn that into a process that grows in its visible, tangible value and can attract both the resources and the partners necessary to take things forward. Virtually nothing happens by the action of a single person. Things start with the action of a single person. And so a lot of what we focused on in our work at VentureWell is on helping people learn how to create value, how to listen for needs, how to translate what you're hearing in an empathetic way into solutions, and to do that in our space very much around the use of technology and emerging discoveries in science that can be applied. We're in an era now where the origin of solutions is ever expanding at an expanding rate. And our ability as a society to actually use the discoveries that are happening now and to be able to keep up with our own capability to understand the world around us and better interpret and build solutions on the basis of that is really what this is about. So we're looking at ways for universities, for example, to become more efficient at moving intellectual property from the laboratory into the hands of people who can take it forward. We are, I think, very fortunate to be in a time when our legislators have recognized that these kinds of issues deserve taxpayer support, and that by providing better resources, there was recently in the CHIPS Act funding allocated to improve intellectual property offices at universities and directly to kind of build better capacity that will provide a lot of returns to society. There's also ways to actually just lift up and recognize what's going on and the way that invention has impacted the world. That's very consistent with what we all care about here, but we need to get well outside of our own spaces and find ways through film, through celebration of heroes, through storytelling to be able to get a better understanding of where the things that people use in their everyday life actually come from and where those benefits come from. And finally, to look at ways to increase the capacity of society. And I think this is not something that really is restricted to one scope and area. This starts at, almost at birth, really, with trying to nurture creativity, with encouraging kids who have natural creativity not to lose it, to help them gain the skills to apply that creativity, and then as they grow and expand their own horizons, to help them be positioned to take advantage of that and take those ideas into places where they'll be able to get resources. The investment community is always looking for ideas. They are always looking for more opportunity. And if you've got good ideas, what I've heard from many, many people who manage investments in money is there's plenty of money. What I need is an idea that's demonstrated valuable and scalable so that we can move it forward. And so we need to help people be ready to do that in order to cross this. We need to do it in a way that's different than we have been doing it, so that it's more inclusive and so that we actually begin with everyone in mind and not start with an exclusionary perspective as we get started. So I think it's a very exciting time, and those are some of the ideas that I think will really make a difference in getting ideas to connect with opportunity.
Thank you. Without a doubt, one comment you made about origin of solutions is expanding. I think that's very important in this age of technology. I'm going to ask Russ. So on the same lines, matching opportunity similar challenges and the challenge of alignment of effort to output, but in the different contexts that you have?
Well, there's certainly a lack of efficiency in getting from ideas, creations to the corporate world. For example, at my company, we see 20,000 patents for sale a year about. When you total up the total asking price of basically all the patents that are available on the open market, it's about $40 billion. And only a small fraction of that actually transacts, leaving 30 billion plus of patents just not transacting at all. And there's a lot of inefficiency there. To Warren's point, you got to create something that sometimes there's overcreation. I'm afraid that sometimes good inventions are actually lost in the noise because there's a lot of overfiling, I'd say. I try to talk about this is that companies, I think, file more applications they need, and I'd love to see them file less, but actually put more emphasis and more money into the applications that they are filing. Because I think everything goes back to patent quality, right? I mean, you have to start with a good idea, but if you don't draft a good patent around it, you're going to get an inventor that's usually gets hurt at the end. So you need to have more quality in the patent applications, which means that you need to find more resources, especially for underserved community that doesn't have the money, $30,000, $100,000 to file for some patent applications to get their idea off the ground. So there needs to be more resources there. But I look at also the patent attorneys. There's a lot of parts of the system that concern me. You look at how many, 700,000 patents are expected to be filed this year. I mean, when I was drafting patent applications back in 1995, I was getting twice as much money as what companies are paying patent attorneys to draft patent applications today. You see, and it's a numbers game. And when you think about and it's not a commodity. Inventions, ideas, patents, they're not a commodity. It's really more of an art, and you kind of get what you pay for. And so we need to make sure that there's resources. I'd love to see actually fewer patents, but higher quality patents in the system. It would make it easier to get that alignment and that efficiency between inventors, creators, to their monetization, or even when needs to be protected. I mean, if you had higher quality patents drafted with more particularity, they'd be easier to enforce, harder to invalidate, easier to transact. It would make for a much more efficient system. And I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I think we're trying to get in the right direction, but those are some of my thoughts there.
Thank you. That's creative as well. Esther, how do you improve inclusion in inventing, create the right pathways for diverse inventors to file and to the tone that we're talking about the value of the ideas? Big question.
It is a big question, but I think all morning and throughout today, we'll be talking about the IP ecosystem and how do we mobilize and expand on existing programs and partner with each other to provide and make more readily accessible the patent services so that inventors can be assisted and to seek IP protection. The two major barriers to IP protection is one, awareness. Access to information on what kinds of things can you get a patent on? How do you do that? Who do you talk to? What are other forms of IP besides patents that may not be cost prohibitive? And does it work for my business strategy to pursue this? And it's not just on a national level, but internationally. I had the opportunity to open Finnegan's Shanghai office in 2008 and lived and worked in China for 6 years. Even though the common perception of China is generally as copyists and potential infringers, I saw countless innovations going on at small and large companies. I worked directly with inventors who were excited about new and exciting ideas in all fields of technology. And one of the small startups that I worked with, he eventually ended up listing on the New York Stock Exchange, and I got to go to the bell ceremony. It's one of the greatest feelings as a patent attorney to help a struggling company to come alive using IP assets as one of its major tools. As an American patent lawyer, you come with US-focused, US-centric views. But when you live and work abroad and interact with innovators around the world, you see that there are other systems and the importance of working and collaborating on an international level. And I think that's one of the wonderful things that US IP Alliance is doing, working with organizations like WIPO and others to see how we can collaborate to better provide US, who will probably likely market their products, not just in the US, but globally. The national borders don't exist as much as it used to 10, 20 years ago. So I think it does take a village. We need to do more pro bono work in IP, make those pro bono services readily accessible and available. The Patent Office, through its regional offices, has programs. Language access is another issue. And PTO regional offices are doing that for underrepresented communities. Not a lot of people know about it. Again, it's access to information and utilizing existing resources.
Thank you. Great points, and great points for the global audience here that you can take away. So thank you for that, Esther. James, question for you, similar lines. From a creator's perspective, how do you tie value to what work the creator is working on?
Indeed, indeed. The precursor to value is information and awareness. Okay? And all creators are journeymen. And so I have an idea. So prior to setting out on that journey, and Scott, I'm about to give you an acronym that I want you to bite on and consider acting on it. Prior to setting out on that journey, imagine, if you will, we, right now, represent the expedition outfitter, right? And so prior to sending an inventor out on that journey, require that inventor or admonish that inventor to have a conversation, right? And here's your acronym. Now imagine it's 20 years down the line now, because none of us are ready to retire just yet. At least I know I'm not. But imagine, if you will, an inventor can go to a service corps of retired intellectual property professionals. That's SCRIP, Service Corps of Retired International Property Professionals, and have a moment like this. Similar to many of you, when you started your businesses, you went to the SBA and you met with SCORE. So this is our version of SCORE, right? This is how we do it. We continue to have these conversations, but you do them in a structured manner, in a manner that doesn't necessarily have to cost an innovator too much money up front. Aswin and Anthony, by the way, depleted his life savings, $25,000, trying to fulfill his dream of opening up a women's center to deal with cancer for women of color. So imagine, if you will, again, the monikers on the wall, Expedition Outfitter, and you have these sites throughout the country where innovators can come and have this conversation, become better informed, become better aware. This is how we do it.
Fantastic. Okay, so Joyce, Stephanie, Daryl, Latif, our committee chairs for the education, you got your work cut out for you. Script. That's right. Thank you. All right, so, all right, Warren, multiple pathways
Bring
to,
it home here, right?
yes, yeah, multiple pathways, pathways to monetization of ideas. You worked on many, two major ones, licensing or selling other ideas. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's really hard following all these guys because they're really so eloquent and just have these visions. So I'm just hammer time, that's all. Listen, there's two ways to go to market. One is on your own and one is licensing through others. And so I'll just keep it simple. Most inventors, in my opinion, I've never done the research, probably want to license through others because it's very difficult to go to market on your own. We have the issue of raising capital, and these nice fellows and gals down here will take you on that process. But I wrote a chapter in my book called The 30 Steps to Going to Market with a Consumer Product, and I've done it before. Not only do you have to, build it, manufacture it, do it at the right price, bring it in, but there's all the issues of freight, all the land bridge trucking, all the fulfillment centers, all the selling it to stores like Bed Bath & Beyond who don't pay on time, to hopefully getting your money back and reinvesting. So I'll just say the 30 steps are quite complicated. If you're going to go that route, you need to build a team. You need to have resources. You need to have money. You need to have capital. And when you raise capital, you got to be able to take that call at 1 in the morning to explain to the people that are giving you the capital why it's not going quite the way you planned. The other is to license, and that's really where my area of expertise is. We want more companies to get involved in that. In essence, those companies become your partner. Now, you don't make as much per unit. Inventors are always shocked when they only get a 5% or 3% royalty. They don't get a bigger share. They always want to know, how much is the company making? I want a part of that. It's completely irrelevant. They're putting up all the money. They have to hit price points. They know how. They have the brands. They have the shelf space. They have all the ways to get you to market. So hopefully what you can do is license a product, turn it over to them, and go back to what you're doing and develop more. So that's a big decision that people have to make. We all start the same way as creators, and we all make these decisions as we go along, and they're all critical. So that's the nuts and bolts of it on the front lines.
Thank you. Great insights again for our creator community. We're almost out of time. Should we maybe a few questions for the audience, otherwise, so the panel? All right, we're out of time. Okay, all right. So there's our chance.
1 minute over or 1
yes,
minute under?
it's over. All right. So again, thank you to the panelists for a wonderful event, and looking forward to more collaboration. Thank you.
On my mind. Welcome to Georgia, everybody.
That's entertainment.
So we are entertainment, arts, and sports. According to Mike Hobbs, we are the fun IP. I heard about it. So but we have the same barriers that have been mentioned today. And I'm really impressed with everyone that has spoken so far today. And I really liked what Joyce Ward said, and she said we are stronger together. So we are stronger together as entertainment, arts, and sports, but we are stronger together as USIPA and GIPA and GLIPA and KIPA. And we are stronger together, and that's what this is all about. This isn't just supporting your organization or your expertise. This is us supporting each other. This is Scott Frank's vision, and he has made this happen today. So our vision of entertainment, arts, and sports is to advance entertainment, arts, and sports within the United States. But of course, we'd like to advance it throughout the whole world because we care so passionately about it. So we have a committee, and I'm going to just mention those that couldn't be here today. They might be on remotely, so as was said earlier, if you are remote, stand. Just kidding. Jack Bernard of University of Michigan is on our committee. Roy Kaufman, he's Business Development and Government Relations for CCC. Keith Kupferschmidt, I think I said that right. Copyright Alliance. David Lowry, he's a UGA professor, celebrity artist. You may know him as the founder of Camper Van Beethoven and the band Cracker. Lita Rosario Richardson, she's with Schulman Rogers. And David Sohn, he's former CDT General Counsel, Copyright Creativity. George York, Recording Industry Association of America. I'm Peggy Still Johnson, I'm one of the co-chairs. This is our other co-chair, Bruce Siegel. So we will start with Bruce. And could you just introduce yourself, Bruce? And you all have our bios in this wonderful Hoova app, which I love. So we'll just give the hits. So if you could just introduce yourself and then talk about how you got started, and then we'll just go around the table.
Sounds great. Thank you, Peggy. I will not read my bio. You can read it yourself. And I will just say in a nutshell that my start in my road as a young attorney who got involved in intellectual property and in the sports world after having grown up in a college town, working at a television station, kind of been around sports my whole life. It was probably natural that I ended up taking a position out of law school a little bit different than the standard direction, which is I went straight in with what would now be termed a startup, and the idea of helping colleges, universities, collegiate institutions, and other sports and entertainment properties understand their intellectual property rights. When we started, not many colleges and universities even understood their intellectual property rights, and so we began by working with schools in the 80s to explain that all of these mascots and logos and nicknames and seals and symbols that have been floating around campus, either on the football or basketball or gymnastics arenas or in the bookstore, hey, this is valuable intellectual property that you should be protecting and that you could license, and maybe through this combination, have some success both in protecting your brand image and maybe making some dollars in royalty revenue. And so in the beginning, we had a big task. We had a great concept, a great idea. It was a football coach, Bill Battle, who played for Bear Bryant at Alabama, later coached at Tennessee at age 26, and then sort of fortuitously he got run out of Knoxville, but ended up starting this collegiate licensing business. And so the collegiate licensing company, really founded the idea and executed on developing a trademark licensing program for colleges and universities. At the time, this was intellectual property that had not been tended to. There was a huge process involved, and we couldn't just call people or write a letter and say, hey, we know that you've been using these marks perhaps and selling to the bookstore, but the game has changed. Now you need to sign a license, now you need to get product liability insurance, and you need to I didn't think that was a particularly good deal. But we had to educate, we had to be persuasive in, again, explaining the concepts, explaining trademarks, explaining that there was precedent for this and that the mark was still valid. So it was education, persuasion, coupled with, where necessary, hard-knuckle enforcement and even litigation to back up some of the claims that we were making from a trademark perspective. So I grew up in that space. I currently work at the law firm Greenspan and Martyr, where after, again, having gone through and the founding member of the Collegiate Licensing Company, I'm now in private practice helping both universities and brand protection, helping licensees navigate the licensing process, and working on sort of the newest piece of intellectual property that has emerged, at least in the collegiate environment, and that is name, image, and likeness. And that's, if you talk about the importance and the need for education, as of a little over a year ago, after decades of the NCAA saying to a student athlete, not saying you necessarily didn't have a right of publicity and you can't protect your name and likeness, but you can't if you want to be eligible as an amateur athlete under NCAA rules. Then through a set of circumstances and a confluence of events, including some antitrust cases, some states basically coming in and taking the position that in our state we're not going to allow athletes to not be able to exercise their right of publicity rights, and just public pressure, the NCAA all of a sudden changed its position, but without a lot of guidelines. And so we're in a situation now where the good news is student athletes throughout the country, whether they're elite football players, whether they're gymnastics, volleyball players, basketball players, they have the opportunity and they're unfettered in their ability, if they want to enter into licensing, sponsorship, endorsement deals to allow others to use their name, image, and likeness. That's the good news. The bad news is there's, how do we go about this? It's as if the collegiate world gave student athletes the keys to the car, but didn't necessarily tell them how to drive. And so it is a world where you're looking at the importance of protecting your name and image, your brand identity. The good news is you can go out and do good deals. The bad news is you need to do it right, or else you can make mistakes that get inure to your detriment for years to come. So I think that certainly dovetails into the importance of the educational component of what this organization is doing, and it certainly applies to individuals who are looking to
Awesome.
Nice.
I'm up. My name is Mala Sharma, and I started my career on the enabler side as a 30-year veteran of the music industry. I've worked with producers, Rick Rubin, Brendan O'Brien. I ran a record label, and as the music industry was shifting and changing, I've kind of shifted and evolved to more of the protector side now. Not an attorney, but I advocate on behalf of artists' rights and the creative music community, mostly through an organization that I helped found here in Georgia called Georgia Music Partners. We're an advocacy organization for the music creators and the enablers. And so I think going back to what Bruce was saying, one of the things that has come up more recently within the music industry is this name, image, likeness for musicians as well, especially the side musicians. And whereas, it shifted to some degree on the sports front for collegiate athletes, we're in a situation right now where technology is coming in and making the advancements and the changes in distribution and video games with musicians, artists, likenesses. How do you protect used of your brand as a musician. And again, I think the same thing applies, is education there is really key in, in informing the creators on, best practices and how to do that with a community that typically, does not keep up to date on IP issues related to the arts. So.
Hello, everybody. My name is Julio Mejia. I'm a visual artist from New Orleans. I was born in New Orleans. So we definitely didn't know what IP was. And I started, or my experience with IP was 16 years ago when I stepped on a lot of toes. All my installations were like, this against IP, this against copyright, this against this. And if I would have known what I know now after 16 years, I think with communication, we could all have an agreement. So that's where I'm at, trying to bring my art family full understanding of IP, especially when it comes to the Fair Usage Act. The first toe I stepped on was Conchitoro. There's no lawyers for Conchitoro, right? Top 10 importer or exporter of wine in the world. So they crushed me really good. But I still love it. I still drink it. On my birthday. But a lot of my friends, they had to destroy a lot of installations because of IP. And again, I think it was communication. We don't really look at that as well, at least some of us don't look at it as important. But again, now that I spent 16 years trying to get as much knowledge as I can of this very challenging, topic, I guess, or gray areas of, when I said Fair Usage Act, I think we could help and stop this. Just this year, a friend of mine, she did a Warhol Muscat painting and destroyed it. And I would have done anything for that painting. And I destroyed Disney paintings of 8 foot tall because of IP. And the lawyers of the litigation team had all the right. So again, it's just about having that knowledge to be creative and to enjoy our profession. We're not the brightest people in the world. So
I want to just chime in real quickly. You'll see it in his bio. Julio started a fine arts center in Sparta, Georgia. He just bought this historic building out of the blue, and it's a place where artists can congregate and they can share their work. So he's very passionate about that.
Well, I'll dispute the claim that the artists aren't the brightest in the room, because the Copyright Office, we think that copyright begins with a spark, and it is that light and creativity and brilliance that makes all of the work that's produced. To help to bring that knowledge that you talked about and that cooperation and communication that you talked about to the people who really need it. So my background is as on the creator side. I grew up as someone who thought she wanted to be an artist or a designer or a dancer, much like I think a lot of people in this room could be. I thought if I had to guess, there's at least 10 people in this room who thought they were going to be a musician, and then their father said they had to get a real job, and they became a lawyer. So I just want to show of hands for anyone who's ever wanted to be a musician in the room. I'm seeing a couple. So my first legal part of my career was running the Philadelphia Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts, which is one of many really fantastic organizations that is based on that public-private partnership feeling, where you have lawyers in their regular corporate jobs identifying that there's a part of themselves that really cares about this creative community, this spark of intellectual curiosity that artists have. Not only in IP law, but a lot of cases that we worked on had to do with just property rights in general. They could be anything from real to personal to intellectual property. Relationship between people when they're working out, how to make a nonprofit arts space, how to bring people together copyright office, I was wearing two hats. One is a lawyer who used to be an artist and recognized that my job is really on the protector side rather than the creator side. And one is a business manager of this program. And thinking about how to run it, how to connect to things, how to connect people, and how to deal with things like making that a sustainable effort. From there, I moved to the Patent and Trademark Office, where I ran a program that helped do capacity building and awareness building around IP systems. And Director Vidal referenced earlier with the IP days and the work working with other countries on their own systems, and that's a program that I was part of there. And one of the things that came out of that work for me was how exciting it is, how many people are excited about helping creators and inventors around the world in multiple sectors to get the information they need when they need it. So my current job in the protector space is as Associate Registrar of Copyrights, Director of Public Information and Education at the U.S. Copyright Office within the Library of Congress in the legislative branch. This office that I'm privileged to inherit provides authoritative information about copyright law to the public, implements the office's communication plans. We publish comprehensive written audiovisual information like the compendium, circulars, videos reaching a lot of different audiences, and a lot of print objects that can be dropped, like what musicians should know about the Music Modernization Act, for example. So as a background of all of this, I'll just note that some of the earlier panels talked about access to justice, access to the system, and how important it is to have people who are protectors, both in the private and public sector, thinking about the range of resources and range of sophistication that people might have and how to meet them where they are. So I'll leave it there, but I just wanted to make the point that I think within everybody who's in the room, part of you is that inventor and creator, and part of you is that protector or enabler, and you see that part of each other. You work together, and I think that's very powerful.
I love that you mentioned the Music Modernization Act. Mala and I are friends. We've been to D.C., we've talked to politicians, and we finally got that thing passed. We were very, very happy about that. I remember sitting with John Lewis, and he said, "Tell me about this bill." And he said, "Yes, I support it." That was a really great moment. I see we have Vincent Castellucci on the screen. Vincent, can you hear us? Can you introduce yourself and tell us how you got started in the industry? Can you hear me, Vincent? Okay, Vincent, when you can hear me, or Charles, just maybe you could email him. Just tell him to just start talking, and I'll just keep going. Okay. All right. I wrote down here something that Esther Lim said, Jenny Simmons said it, Joyce Ward said it, that we need more pro bono support. Yes, we need artists. You may see Katy Perry and some of these others. That's a very small group of people that make all that money. The rest of us, the creators, even if we earn a good living, many times when there's litigation or somebody we're fighting for the rights of our song or our film or our screenplay or whatever, we may need that support. So we want to interject that we agree, and we hope that that's something that we can work towards. So I represent the film industry, and I'm a producer, composer, music supervisor, casting agent. Don't pay me for. So, I've done a little bit of everything in the industry, and I love it. And I started my own post-production company working on the music side, and then I work with Go Media Productions, working with them. They've been great mentors to me on how to fund and distribute films. So that's a little bit about me. So moving forward, I'm going to turn it over to Bruce as the
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, so the next question is, it relates to, kind of a changing world, changing times in entertainment and arts over the past 5 years, in terms of how content is distributed, NFTs, and our work in connection with that, as well as protection of intellectual property in the context of the metaverse. And these have certainly impacted, how we've had to adapt with IP rights, licensing, and protection. How has your specific industry or organization adapted specifically, and looking into your crystal ball, what can happen over the next 5 to 10 years? Can I start with you, Peggy, and then Molly?
Can you hear me?
And then Philip.
I would say that technology has enabled everybody to be a filmmaker and everybody to create their own record. And that also opens up to issues. So there seems to be difficulty in distribution, in funding, in protecting your rights. For example, from the beginning of time, really, it was that if you had a project and you went to LA, chances are you probably gave up your rights to have your film made, or you gave up the rights to your publishing to get your record made. Sylvester Stallone is a great example. He does not have any ownership in the franchise Rocky, which has earned over $1 billion. So that kind of tells you, just like we hear the other sectors of not being treated fairly, yes, it's a business, but at some point you can give up some of that $1 billion and give Rocky some money, right? So, but those are things that are not changing, but the changes are that anybody can be a creator, and we have better chances if, for those of you who have maybe watched the TV show The Chosen, that was like funded by the people. And that's happening a lot of Kickstarters, a lot of documentaries, people in the room are making films. So it's very exciting. We all have a voice, and we all are storytellers. With that, we see, through technology, the opportunities, but we still see the barriers.
Sorry about that. I'll just kind of riff off of what Peggy said. This, as she mentioned, albums are recorded on this. So I started my career where recording sessions were upwards of a $500,000 budget to make an album in a studio, and now people are making Grammy Award-winning records on this. And it's great. The barriers for entry have come down, but the number of songs released out there, and you can easily stream them on one of the many platforms, but artists don't know that had they not registered their songs, they're not protected. But, I think through efforts with the Recording Academy, the RIAA, with Miriam's team there in the office, I think a lot of that education is getting out there to the people, and we're starting to educate musicians and creators at a much younger age now, and high school classes are learning about it. But I think the biggest sort of advancement on the music side was the long overdue passage of the Music Modernization Act, which both Miriam and Peggy touched on. The laws protecting copyright prior to that were written specifically for sheet music, and so it was that old when that was the most valuable form of music. And so I think that the Music Modernization Act has helped find ways to protect music in this streaming world that we're in right now. I think that in the next 5 years, there will be more changes as we switch from streaming to AI with regards to live music, virtual performances, and where and how do we protect, some of the music and creative the branding images of these musicians.
Yeah, some of the protections that are, some of the protections that are in place are really for the big studios.
They are
not for
the record labels. Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I'm going to answer the question correctly, but in the next 5 years, I have a couple of projects. One is has to do with Albert Einstein, and the other one with my grandfather, Gabriel Gauci, who was a director of tango Lebanese. He wrote 850 tangos. My great uncle also wrote around 800 tangos. These were the founders, and I spent some beautiful time with them, and my master was still with us. But to get to the copyright, and you know, I love what you said about was it intelligence, personal, how wonderful would it be to bring their lives and their image through something modern like that. So that's one thing I'd love to do is be able to do this and not have those challenges. So once again, this is where this family of intellectual property could help other artists like me. When it comes to Einstein, within my family, we have Victor Nolan de la Torre. He was the founder of the Democratic Party of Peru, which is still the Democratic Party of Peru. But as you know, we love schools and things like that. So he had to hide in the Colombian embassy for 5 years. But Albert Einstein was very good friends with him.
It's on his spotty. You didn't hear anybody. It's breaking up.
The foundation.
We did. It's just, it's not right now.
Or even, in my case, I would like to emulate some of his works and, you know, his actual figure. So these are things that we help each other. Because it's a shame that I'm on, you know, one of the last chapters, I guess, and I'm not going to be able to fulfill something that's in my family legacy, and nobody will ever know about it. I don't know if I answered it.
That was really amazing. You want to talk real quickly, just briefly, about editors? You've talked a little bit about that, like paintings. You know, you could maybe have a painting in Steve Jobs' house, right? Virtual.
I was offered this. My gallery really wants me to try it. It's so old school. I probably have paint on me right now. I paint, I create, I grab things, I mess things up. But the beauty of the metaverse is a lot of friends of mine that took their works to the next level. So right now I'm looking at something like creating tangible, you know, the actual product, which is paintings, maybe doing on paper. And, you know, also do it as a, what do we call it? NFT. So you'll have a choice. Would you like the original work, or would you like the NFT? And if you want the original work, the NFT will no longer exist. So, you know, kind of give you an option. But me, once again, I haven't quite reached that level, but I admire the artists that have, because it's amazing. My gallery has, I don't know if I can say it, but dealing with Microsoft, it's just amazing what you see. I've seen my paint, you know, you see the paintings as if you're there. So, you know, to me, it's almost like when I was a kid and daydreamed about being around the Jetsons and stuff. To me, that's how I see the whole, but it's beautiful.
I love that.
Well, thank you. I think what some of what we've heard is you know, that dialogue between the community that is inspired by and uses the creativity and innovation of others, and then that becomes part of one's own original work, and understanding that there's a life cycle of creativity and innovation in all areas of IP, really, but it's talked about a lot within copyright, of course. I'm going to take a couple steps back to the question just about responses to change, the ways in which the sort of the systems respond. Some of them have been changes to laws. We talked about the MMA just a little bit. I also want to mention the Peace Act and the Copyright Claims Board that opened in June of this year, which is the first small claims intellectual property venue for dispute resolution in the United States. This is something that exists in other countries, but hasn't been here until now. And as both the claimant and also the respondent, it's a relatively fast, easy, cheap way to voluntarily resolve a dispute without having to go to federal court and wait. And I'll just point out that declaratory judgments are remedies that are available there. So if you're interested in knowing whether you do own something or not, that can be somewhere that you can go if you're looking for claims underneath $30,000 or so. So again, more information on our always updating to respond to change websites and resources. The CCB, as we call it. So some of the other changes haven't been to legislation, into process at the Copyright Office. One of which is just an examination of all of the systems behind the process of registering copyrights and looking at reported transfers of portfolios, and the Enterprise Copyright System first module, which was on recordation, has been in pilot for a while, and some of you may have been part of that pilot and helping to develop it. We're very interested in shifting to a kind of continuous development mentality where we can look and see what are the best ways to run this and how do we continuously develop that to make sure it's responsive. So the good news is that that pilot moved into being open to the public now. So if you have registered a copyright and you're looking to record your ownership or the transfer of that ownership, it is now possible to do that entirely digitally, whereas prior to the pilot and prior to August, that was still on paper. But the Copyright Office has now moved into this century, and we have made everything, mostly everything, virtual. So it is cheaper, faster, easier to work with us, and we're really happy that that can help expand that access. So that is one practical way, I think, that we look to respond to change. About looking to the future, I'll just note that one of the things we do want to see is people really finding themselves in their place with their copyright. And if in the future you are in the DC area, we have an exhibit around that we'd love for you to come visit. So we're on the 4th floor of the Madison Building in the Library of Congress, and I'd be happy to get my wonderful staff to give you a tour, and you can learn about Statue of Liberty, Curse of the Frog, Dolly Parton albums, any number of interesting pieces from the collection and their story through creation, licensing, derivative works, just a whole shebang. So we'd love to have you. Thanks.
I love that. And I love the process right now. It used to be so hard to get your songs copywritten or your albums copywritten, and now you just go online, credit card in, and it comes in the mail. It's like so wonderful. Thank you for that.
I'll report that back. Yes.
Yeah, and so I have an album that dropped today, which I'm excited about. It's just a little tiny Christmas album, but nevertheless, I'm excited about it. But that was an easy process for me to just copyright that as well. Vincent, can you hear me?
I can hear you very, very lightly. How you doing?
Anything?
Can you hear me?
I'm going to introduce you at least because you took the time to be on there. So Vincent represents our music and publishing. He runs Castellucci Consulting, professional MI consulting firm, and he was the senior director, licensing and business development at Paradox Agency, the National Music Publishers Association in New York. He was an executive at Polygram Records, Chapel Music Publishing, doing the world head of online publishers user systems Opus, and he worked for Warner Brothers Records, Warner Chapel Music. So he's had a lot of experience. Of course, his bio is in the app. He's an editor of over 17 books, and he's won over 47 performance awards. We're so thrilled to have him on our committee advising on music as well and publishing. I think you've got the next question.
Hi, Peggy. Can you hear me?
I think in a lot of respects, it's a grassroots level, and just one example of what we did in the collegiate context in the early days. We wanted consumers to care about universities and understand, why they were licensing the use of their marks and being involved in the process of having licensed product as opposed to unlicensed product being on the market. And that's where legal combined with public awareness, the PR group, the marketing people, to have programs. And the programs, were designed to basically say, consumer, this is a consumer issue. And when you're looking to purchase legitimate official product, look at the labels, look to the characteristics of the product that are licensed. And that had an impact because when we would, do surveys, anecdotally, when, reporters would go out on the street and ask fans if they cared whether what they bought was licensed or unlicensed, I was very worried about those questions. But, invariably they would come back and they would say, well, yeah, the university, protects its image. They get royalties that goes to endowment funds and bus funds at Georgia Tech and doing good things for campuses. So I think that, just education, and this is a watershed moment to a much larger degree. The work that Scott, USIPA is doing is exactly the answer to the question, which is creating a mechanism for educational and awareness programs. In my humble opinion.
And your expert opinion. Music is much of the same. That education on the grassroots level. It's not, we don't have universities or systems in place. Most of music is done very isolated, and all over the world. So there are, it gets a little bit harder to communicate and educate for our industry, and we have to meet them where they are, and we have to find ways to inform at every level, whether you're a church musician or, in schools or a touring artist or a songwriter. And so we really, I think we strive through various organizations and groups. I think the music industry is doing a much better job of late at educating. There are many organizations like SONA and the RIAA and the Recording Academy, Georgia Music Partners. We're seeing a lot more state buy-in from the different music offices around the country as well. Really trying to advocate and promote that business of protection of creative rights.
Hey, Vincent, can you hear us? You want to say something?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Woo!
Okay, good. Let's try it this way. The line is very low and spotty. If you can hear me, I'd like to impart some information and some thoughts to you folks. My main area is the music and entertainment industry.
So, Vincent, I'm so sorry, but your feed is, you probably can't hear us. Charles, can you let him know the feed's not good? We tried, and we're so glad you're here with us, Vincent. But we cannot hear you clearly. We'll keep going. We may try again. We got 5 minutes. So, Leo. Education.
Yes.
Well, time is up. Okay. We can go on and on. We can talk all day.
You want me to go ahead?
What? Okay. Yeah.
So, I love, I go to New Orleans and to Chile, where I have an opportunity to be with the Boys and Girls Club. Why they give me the PhD platform to talk at Columbia University, SPA. But that affords me to have a large scope. So the least I can do is give them the tools and resources that we can, that you, I would say, could give them, the copyright office, etc. So I guess that's about it. That art does give you a huge platform and all over the world.
listening. Thank you for supporting entertainment, arts, and sports. And we look forward to collaborating with all of you and continue to, as Joyce said, ask people how they want to be engaged. Thank you very much.
So we have a 30-minute break now. We'll come back 3 o'clock for our next panels.
You getting a little coffee, few more cookies so we can get through this. This is the pillar you've all been waiting for, I know it. This is the most exciting thing on the planet. If you don't want to join us at the end of this, I don't know what's wrong with you. So, my name is Suzanne Harrison. I'm the co-chair, along with Alan Lowe, of the Diversity and Inclusion Pillar and Committee. I have put together this panel, Alan and I have, of actually all of the different parts of the ecosystem that we're working with. We're working with corporations and law firms. We're trying to get increasing diversity in the profession, all along those things. And I think it's more important that you hear from these folks directly than just hear from Alan and I. Just a few notes about the committee. In January 2021, we kicked off our pillar and committee with the Diversity Pledge, which was aimed at corporations and increasing inclusivity and inventorship and innovation. We have 50 companies now actually implementing best practices and measuring results of change in their patent applications for underrepresented inventors. Very exciting. We are branching out into other parts of the ecosystem, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that today. Please, please, please join the community. Come up and talk to any of these folks tonight, anytime. You can't help but be inspired. This is what we need. As Kathy Vidal said, if we increase our inventors by 4 times, that will increase GDP by 4.5%. Last year, according to our numbers, that's $1 trillion that we can add to the bottom line of our country. This is really about improving our nation. It doesn't get any better than that. So I'm going to turn it over to Esther Lim. You met her before. She's a partner at Finnegan and also the head of the D&I process there. So Esther, take it away, and good luck, you guys.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank Suzanne Harrison and Alan Lowe for serving as visionary co-leaders of the D&I committee of USIP Alliance. Scott, you really know how to pick them. Thank you. I am so delighted and privileged to moderate this panel on DEI with distinguished panelists who bring diverse sets of experiences and perspectives. I would love for each of the panelists to introduce themselves. Jeremiah?
Hi, everyone. Excited to be here with you. I'm Jeremiah Chan. I'm Associate General Counsel at Meta Platforms, formerly Facebook, and I lead the patents, licensing, and open source team.
And I'm Ken Seddon, currently the CEO of Lot Network. I'll explain more about that in a minute. But I come from an IP background, worked at Intel, Apple, Motorola, and ARM in the past.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lester. I am Assistant General Counsel, Intellectual Property at Equifax, also known as their one and only IP lawyer. And I am also the Vice Chair of the Education and Awareness Pillar for the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance.
Thank you. We have a big topic to cover: DEI in the IP profession and in inventorship. As you heard throughout the day, we're not looking at really great numbers. We've come a long way, but we have much farther to go. The lack of diversity in the IP profession, we're looking at 22% women. Blacks, 1.7%. Hispanic Latino, 1.9%. Racially diverse women, I'm one of 1.7% in the profession. We don't fare better for patent inventorship. You heard the numbers earlier. 13% women, 1% respectively for Black and Hispanic Latino communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a long way to go. So we want to unpack a bit about how you explain this patent inequity gap and what are the ways in which we can reverse this trend. I know this is a big question, but I'm going to throw it out to the panel to address it.
All right, I'll kick it off then. So one thing I like to tell my business, and in trying to explain this, they say, well, it's just because there's not as many women in tech. And I say, no. The problem is that even when you look at the representation, the proportional number of women who are inventors on patent applications or other underrepresented groups that are inventors on patent applications is still disproportionate. So there is a pretty big delta there, as she was saying. Let's see, I think it's STEM overall is 35% now overall women, if you look at STEAM overall. But in some fields like biological sciences, chemical sciences, pharma, you have much higher levels of women, often close to 50%. But yet women in those fields are still inventing at a much lower rate than men. So the question is why? What are those issues? And that's what the Diversity Pledge is looking at with that. It's a real challenge, and Equifax signed on to the Diversity Pledge. I'm thrilled that we were able to do that, and we're working on looking at that. What is the reason that, for some reason, my women developers, engineers don't seem to be as aware about the opportunity to patent?
Mm-hmm. And part of the challenge that USIP Alliance is trying to address as a collective is the consolidation of the fragmented DEI efforts. And so the Diversity Pledge that Elizabeth mentions targets that issue directly. So can you explain further about what the Diversity Pledge is? What are the learnings to date and the ongoing challenges?
Yeah, sure. So the Diversity Pledge was launched last summer, July 2021. There was a great conference. There's a lot of content out of that available on the web. And it's based on the idea that there's this gender gap and other underrepresented groups in inventing. And so let's start pooling together our best plans, right? Let's figure out what's working and what's not. And so we actually have the companies that have signed on, we have monthly meetings on various initiatives, whether it's how to capture the data. It's actually really difficult to capture the data on the demographics of your inventor population, whether you're working with your HR department or how exactly that works. And if you're a multinational company, it adds additional complexity if you're looking at demographics across geographic bounds, given data privacy rules and other restrictions on data use. So that's one big challenge, and so that's something we've spent a lot of time talking about. And then once you have that data, how do you measure it? How do you actually figure out what you're comparing it to? What is your inventor population? I like to tell my business, I'm like, just because you're in marketing doesn't mean you can't be an inventor. Anybody in my business could be an inventor. Right? It could be a customer service rep who comes up with an idea for better processing calls. So I think that that's another challenge, is how do you actually evaluate that, right? How do you look at who your inventor population is in a company? And then there's also the types of programs that you're going to put in place. How do you figure out if you're moving the needle other than just looking at the change of your inventor demographics, right? And so I think it's really exciting opportunity for us to come together and collaborate. And you get a lot of great feedback from everybody about the different ways that we can partner together. People share ideas, hey, let me share my survey with you for my inventors, or hey, I'm happy to run this, or take a look at this template or this program or this training, or we've tried this and it didn't work so great, but we did this and it had a lot more success. And so really that opportunity to share best practices, I think is really valuable. And we're still pretty early in, so I don't know that anybody's seen a huge impact, but there have been some people who've been working in the space for longer. Just changing the name of your invention disclosure form to something like idea disclosure form actually has been shown within some companies to have a statistical impact.
You raised a couple excellent points, Elizabeth, about the importance of data collection
but also going beyond that, what do you do with the data that you collect? How do you make it work to advance DEI? Jeremiah, I know this has been an issue that you've been working very hard on and that you're passionate about. Can you share some recent experiences of what Meta has been doing on the data collection and sharing front?
Sure. Well, backing up for a second to the pledge and then also the conference that happened contemporaneously, we were very involved as a founding pledge member, but kind of the idea behind it was in talking to a lot of great organizations like Anita B. and NESB and others that we kind of sought for advice and help. One of the things that we learned was don't just run off on your own, try to get as many companies on board as possible. And this is why I think today we have over 50 companies that have signed the pledge. And the pledge is really around specific actions that companies have agreed to take to better engage underrepresented inventors. And I'll give another kudos to the USPTO, because really it was the USPTO that started this ball rolling back in 2019 with the Progress and Potential report. And then a series of roundtables, several of which I attended with, at the time, former Director Iancu, and the one I attended also at Congresswoman Lufgren, all there saying, what are we gonna do? And essentially looking at the participating companies and saying, we're not gonna be able to do this, we need your help. And so what are you going to do? And I remember looking around the room thinking, okay, I think we need to do something, because this is not gonna be a USPTO-led change for the country. They've made the data transparent. Now it's up to us to actually dig in and try to make some differences here, some of which I think Elizabeth has talked about. I think there have been great opportunities to share best practices. I've been involved with many of these work streams where companies have been meeting together to share what they're doing and saying what's working, what's not. But at the end of the day, without data, it's virtually impossible. If you're not looking at the data and you're trying all sorts of things and not looking to see whether or not the data has improved or not improved, it really is like shooting in the dark. And so I analogize, I often don't like to recreate the wheel. And so I think about other kind of adjacent examples where we can learn from. And one that I think about is back in 2013, when virtually no public company was producing an annual diversity report. And if you know the story, there was a software engineer named Tracy Cho at the time, who actually noticed the drastic underrepresentation of female engineers, software engineers, and she actually issued a call to action on these big companies saying, show us the data. And the very next year, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and I think a couple of other big successful companies actually produced their first annual diversity report. And since then, I think we have seen a lot more transparency and change. And that was why, even though the diversity pledge doesn't specifically ask companies to produce their data, because too many companies were nervous about that, potentially looking bad, even though we all know everyone looks bad, right? That's what the Progress and Potential report showed us. Still, companies, they were all really nervous about it. They didn't really want to push. And so the only requirement there is in year 3 of the diversity pledge, companies will produce their data to a third party, but completely anonymously. And then all that aggregate data will be shared, so you can see just how bad we're all doing, which we all know that's gonna be bad. A couple of the companies decided to go a step further in the spirit of Tracy Cho, which is just show your numbers. There is no PII, there is no confidential information at an aggregate level. And so Lenovo and Meta last month at the annual IPO meeting published our numbers. And so I'll tell you, for Meta, our inventorship rate for female inventors at the company is 17.6%. I'm not saying that because I'm super proud of that number. We have about 25% females in our technical roles. So you can see 25%, 17.6, we're missing the boat, right? We have team members where their job is to engage these inventors, and we're leaving people out. We're leaving people out of the party, out of the discussion. And so I'm saying that to say we need transparency, we have to make changes, but then we also have to measure. And if we don't measure, and if we don't start this transparency and this data sharing, it's gonna be really hard to expect a difference in the kind of progress that we wanna see.
Well, thank you for your participation and Meta's leadership in advancing transparency, and for sharing with us the power of one to make change, going back to Tracy Cho's example and call to action. Segueing back to the importance of data and how that can help with diversity in the profession, we talked a lot today about the importance of representation and assistance in helping inventors protect their innovations, and how difficult it is to afford lawyers, and what pro bono options there might be. And so one of the pro bono programs that we mentioned was through the PTO. And we would love to hear, Elizabeth, how that pro bono program has been working locally.
So Georgia actually has one of the most active pro bono programs in the country. It's in Georgia Patents, which is under the Georgia Lawyers for the Arts organization. Meredith Reagains is the executive director of Georgia Lawyers for the Arts and does a fabulous job with that. But we have obviously a very active intellectual property and patent bar in Georgia, which is why we were able to move forward with GIPA. But we're able to partner with them. GIPA does help fundraise and support them, and we try to help support and get volunteers as well. And they partner the inventors that come to Georgia Patents with pro bono volunteers, usually practitioners in the community, to help them prepare and file their patent applications. So it's been very successful from what I've seen so far. My guess is that their only limitations are on the number of people that they can support, are funding, volunteers, and awareness, right? All of which hopefully we all can help with. But most states have these types of programs, whether it's in the patent space or the trademark space, and great opportunities for people to get involved.
Well, what a wonderful call to action in terms of each of us lending a hand in making change and improving the current situation. Diversity in the IP profession, or shall we say lack thereof. We need to somehow challenge the long-standing lack of representation in the legal profession, and particularly in IP. We recognize that it's not a short game, but a marathon. And there are a number of pipeline programs to help help turn the corner on where we are. So I'll start off sharing one of the programs that Finnegan has done this year. We launched a program called Finnegan IP University. The vision behind that program was that through our experiences, particularly for me personally, teaching at Howard as an adjunct for the last 20 years, teaching Introduction to Patent Law and patent policy courses, I've had a number of students come up to me to share, I wish I had known about a career in IP earlier. I would have finished my degree in biomedical engineering. I didn't know that I could combine law with science. The lack of awareness and early outreach is emphasized through those individual student stories. And so rather than waiting until you reach students at law schools, we decided to go one step earlier to STEM majors in colleges and universities around the country, both pursuing undergraduate and graduate STEM degrees. When we launched this program in the middle of a pandemic where we can't even have an in-person meeting, it was supposed to be through a series of Zoom sessions. Our goal was 20 students in our inaugural year. We had over 100 students around the country apply from nearly 60 different colleges and universities, and from half dozen international colleges. We ultimately had about 80 STEM majors participate in a 5-week program introducing them to careers in IP law, and went through the nuts and bolts of overview of patents and other aspects of the profession. And some of the graduates of our first class of Finnegan IP University are now working at the firm as technical specialists. So, this is a program that we fully intend to continue and to expand in the future. But it's also aligned with other programs that are going on. And I'd love, Jeremiah, for you to share what you've been doing.
Yeah, no, thank you, Esther. We'd love to talk about some cool stuff that we're doing. But before I do that, given the lateness in the day, I kind of want to get to some real talk, which is, I think today we've heard about some neat initiatives that people are doing or thinking about. But I would say before you get to any of that or continue doing any of that, you first need to look in the mirror. And what I mean by that is you have to examine yourself and look at your own teams. So for many of you who are hiring managers and leaders at organizations or law firms, is your team diverse? So before you go off and continue to do all these diversity initiatives, you've got to stop and look at your own team. Otherwise, you're proceeding with kind of the elephant in the room, this hypocrisy of talking about DEI, promoting all these initiatives, but yet you're not even hiring diverse talent. You're not even building diverse teams. Now, I say that not as a judgment here, but more of a confession, because that was me for quite a while, up until only a few years ago, where someone called me out at a conference after I was done speaking and said, hey, I've gotten a look at your team. You talk about all these diversity initiatives, but your team isn't really diverse. And it was kind of a wake-up call to say, stop talking and go address what you need to address. And so this is the part where I will say, once I did that, everything changed. Everything changed. And in many ways, it's almost like a flywheel effect, where if you start to understand how to build a truly diverse team, and you actually give people a chance, talented individuals from marginalized communities, put them in positions of leadership and power. And I will say, just watch what they do. So a few examples I'll give you, and I'm privileged to have many of my team here today with me, and just quite honored. But just let me name a few examples of leaders on my team who've gotten a chance to be in a position of power. And not only are they in that position of power, they're willing to use that power and know how to use that power and influence and network to create meaningful change. So one of the leaders on my team is Shane O'Reilly. He created Meta Legal Department's 1L diversity program. These are programs, summer programs. Summer programs that are bringing 30, 40 1L students at a time from marginalized communities and giving them a chance to be at Meta and watch how the legal department works. It's an incredible experience. He, on his own, and even though he keeps giving me credit for it, I had nothing to do with it, he started an HBCU scholarship with Goodwin Procter that is now funding law students who have an inclination to go into IP who are coming from marginalized communities. He's literally like making a way for them so they don't have to go through a lot of the challenges that many of us have gone through. And he's also a leader in our Black legal professional employee resource group at the company of 180 Black legal professionals. So that's one leader I have. I have another leader, Michael Binns, who started this program, ADAPT, that Ken is going to talk all about. It is the first of its kind, and you're going to hear all about it from Ken, industry-wide initiative to make it easier for companies to just plug into DEI initiatives and get involved. All the companies who say, I don't know what to do, I want to get involved, don't know how, no more excuses. Go to adapt.legal, you're set, and Ken's going to talk all about that. And then I've got Braxton Davis standing over there as well, who we hired just last year. But long before we hired Braxton Davis, he founded an organization, a nonprofit called NCPP, because he saw a need for it, and they provide free patent prosecution training to women and minorities. One of the things that we did when Braxton joined Meta was we said, hey, how about we give a call to our law firms who complain about not being able to find diverse candidates? And we say, what if we just handed them to you? This is what Braxton and our team do now. We have, from last year, our first cohort, we have 3 full-time technical specialists at top-tier firms collecting 6-figure salaries. We had to hire a financial advisor for them because they said, we've never seen so much income. He is now working on the next 8 students who are going through the patent prosecution program, and he is on his cell phone 24/7, placing them at law firms who are committed to building diverse teams. This is how we change the industry. So we can talk all day about mentorship and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Number one, look at your own team. What are you doing? Are you really part of the solution or are you actually part of the problem?
I know we can't poach any of them. So does Braxton have a twin brother? These programs are phenomenal. And one of the real life impacts of these programs is not necessarily even the dollar value, but the experience you get when you go to a place like Meta and get to work with the in-house legal team and learn the trade, develop those relationships, get mentoring and sponsorship opportunities for you to grow in the profession. I know on that note, Elizabeth, Equifax has internship programs precisely for that reason. Can you share your experiences?
Yeah, so one of the joys about being the lone one in my department means I have a lot of fun, and I have a lot of say in what happens in my department. So one way I have chosen to give back is by participating in the externship program with Georgia State College of Law, where 2 and 3Ls will come and work with me for a semester. It's been a wonderful experience and opportunity. I think this is my 4th semester now doing it. And I have a tendency to lean towards hiring diverse individuals. It's funny because all of my applicants for the spring semester were diverse, which makes it really easy, but it also says something to me that they're the ones that are applying for the experience and that they're hearing good things. But it just provides a really great opportunity for them to get legal experience. I get some free labor, they get college or class credit, all around good opportunity. And I think that more corporations, especially who have law schools nearby, this is a great opportunity to work with and partner with your local law schools and reaching out to diverse candidates and giving them that network and that opportunity. Because I do think as they start their legal career, that sort of gives them a leg up because they've already had the opportunity to work in-house at a client. And that's not something that most young lawyers have had the opportunity to do.
What a win-win. Ken, I'd like to go to you next because I know you have a lot to share about Lot and Adapt. Are those slides?
We're going to find out if we're technically challenged. I'll try to pull the slides up, see if that works today. Hopefully it does. So hopefully as he's getting those up. So why I'm here, personally I'm here because I guess as an elder of this industry, I have to take responsibility for all those stats and numbers that you were quoting. I was here, I've been in this profession for 25 years. I have to own those numbers. But fortunately, my organization now is in a position where we can do something about it to try to help fix it. So I'm more proud about getting to wear the Adapt shirt to get to support that my organization.
Could you please stand up and showcase the beautiful shirt?
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I'm the CEO of Lot, but today I'm here to talk about and brag about our affiliation and our relationship with Adapt. So what a Lot is, just real quick, we'll stay with the slides for a second. What Lot Network is from the corporate world, it's 2,500 companies that originally all got together to solve the NPE, non-practicing entity problem. The street term is patent trolls, but I hate that word. It's pejorative, it's not productive. All these companies have signed the exact same licensing agreement where they've agreed if any of their patents ever fall in the hands of an NPE, they grant them each other a patent license. Collectively, they own 3.6 million patents, where 16% of all US patents are now under this license agreement, so 1 out of 6. And 2 members right here, we've got many in the room, AT&T is now a proud member of our community. But what it means is when you have that many smart companies working together, they've working very hard on solving this issue, but then you go beyond that and there's other problems they can start to solve. And so what companies, when they normally would be fierce competitors in the industry, all of these companies were very passionate when it came to the issue of DEI. And so we were very humbled that these companies, Meta, Disney, Microsoft, Google, Cruise, Amazon could all get together and they formed Adapt. And what Adapt is about is advancing diversity across patent teams. So it's about improving diversity within the legal departments of all these companies. And we've been very fortunate that the types of companies that these companies in particular were involved in as the founders. These companies are very blessed. They're very open-minded. They've been able to experiment over the last couple of years and try different things to see what works. Google uses the term they crash the airplane over and over again. They have lots of resources. They have access to lots of data, as Jeremiah was talking about. And it's through all that trial and error they've been able to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And they just launched their program. We were able to be at their platform a couple weeks ago in San Francisco. And I got to tell you, it was the most touching event I've ever been at in the IP profession. You had 100 chief IP counsels in a room like this, all staring at the stage, laptops closed for 5 hours. And it was absolutely captivating and heartbreaking. And working with the team at ADAPT, and some are many here in this room, working with these, I'm going to call them kids because I have 7 kids that are about the same age, and I'm an elder, I get to do that. But these are some of the most scary smart people, the most generous of spirit, open-minded people. I feel like I'm grateful that I get to work with them and that our profession is in good hands. We need to support this next generation and let them take over the wheel for a little while and support what these folks are doing. We've seen all the stats. I'm just going to throw in one more here, courtesy of Mike Binns. He actually pointed out there are more people, more attorneys and agents in our profession named Michael than there are racially diverse women in our profession. And that's just wrong in so many levels, especially as the father of 5 daughters. That's just so wrong. So these companies have gotten together, they formed ADAPT, and basically, and it wasn't just something that was thrown together. There's a lot of effort that's put this together. They've got best-in-class tools, solutions, programs. They know what they're doing. We need to trust the effort and time that went into this. And it's really a time to transition from a period of analysis to a time of action. I know there are lots of well-intentioned companies, thousands of companies that want to get behind this. There are hundreds of organizations, hundreds of law firms that all want to start doing initiatives and get behind this, but we can't be fractured in our approach. If everyone's doing a little bit in a different direction, it's not going to move the ball. We all have to consolidate our efforts and get behind what are proven solutions. We have very limited resources. We have a very short amount of time. It's time to consolidate and really make the most of our resources. And that's really what ADAPT is all about. They have invested all this time. They've created an amazing website, which is what some of the pages that I'm showing you now, which I don't know if they're coming off very well. But what they've done is they've inventoried all the best solutions that are out there. And it's not, you don't have to be a Meta or a Google or Microsoft in order to implement them. The real power of this is they've already figured out what's the best solution. If you want to educate high school students, if you want to take engineers and teach them how to do patent analysis, whatever it is you want to solve when it comes to DEI, their website is designed to provide templates, the program, and how to scale it for an organization of any size. So you go in there and you say, this is what I want to do, this is who I want to influence, this is the resources and size that I have, and it'll tell you, it'll blueprint for you, these are the types of resources that are out there. And it'll highlight organizations that already have success stories. So there's no I'm sorry the pun, but there's no need to recreate the wheel here. I know we've all worked at companies that suffered from not invented here syndrome. We don't have time to do that and waste on that. We need to throw ego out the window and recognize that very smart people, smarter than us, have come up with proven solutions, and we just need to start adopting those solutions. So it's kind of, and I know we're limited on time, it's kind of as a next step. So I'd encourage you to go to the website. It's adapt.legal. It's up and running. If you are an individual, whether you're just getting into the profession, or if you are an elder like myself, you can go in there and sign up to be mentored or be a mentor. They have a program that's going to launch very soon. If you're a company that wants to get involved, I know, and they're still allowing other companies to get involved with this and be considered a founder. I don't think it's going to be free for very long. I think they've created something incredibly valuable and powerful. But I'm sure I know there's a lot of companies that are very passionate about dealing with DEI. Get involved now. If you're a law firm, go to the website. There's a lot of programs on there that teach you about having pipelining programs, internships. If you're a nonprofit, there's tools on there. You can go on there, let your program be known. If you have already a program about educating women or disadvantaged students or high school students, let them know about you. We'll get that listed on the website as well, so we can help be a platform to share your information. So regardless of who you are in here, if you're a university wanting to educate students, there's something for everybody in this room that's on that website. And I would just encourage all of you to go there and find something that you can immediately take action on and do.
Thank you, Ken. I think he started us off in a lightning round of call to action. He's issued a call to action to each one of you to participate in ADAPT. Elizabeth?
On top of ADAPT, I think we actually need to start younger, right? We need to encourage kids in K through 12 to really start thinking about innovation and IP. And so USPTO, Mickelson, USIPA Alliance, GIPA, we all are working on different things. GIPA has programs. We collaborate with the National Inventors Hall of Fame. USPTO also partners with them. There's so many great programs going on. But that's another great way that you can contribute and give back. So if you prefer smaller people rather than older people, that's an easy way to go to the people that are less jaded.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jeremiah?
I think we've all talked about how a number of us have been in this profession for a while. And we know that the way we've been doing things has not worked. We've heard the data and we've seen a lot of the statistics. So we have to change behaviors. I think for many of us who have been in this profession for a while, we've really benefited. We've had great careers and we've enjoyed it. But we have to realize that the party has been exclusive. It has not been open to everyone. We see that. We see that all the time. And so I think it's time for us to really understand, how do we make it more accessible and equitable for everyone? And I think there's lots of ways on the ADAPT site. There's things that Elizabeth has shared, but the last thought I'd leave you with is for the patent pipeline program and NCPP, we have the founder right over there you can talk to. We already have more and more law firms and companies reaching out. It's literally working with NCPP and calling up your law firms who are committed to building diverse teams and placing those people in roles. I mean, we can change the numbers today.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I would like to conclude this panel on the thought that James Howard shared earlier about the power of kindness extended to random strangers and how they can change someone's life. So I challenge each of us to extend that kindness to a random stranger. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you.
Is it on?
I believe it's on. Welcome. Welcome. Yep. Okay. Welcome everybody. This is the State and Regional IP Alliance. We're going to tell you. We're going to get started here. My name is
Scott's about to get commanding right here.
Oh yeah, here.
Hello. The next panel is ready to start.
Okay.
We'll let them talk over us.
Yeah, right.
Just
All right.
Sam.
All right. So this is the most important panel, so I think you need to listen. This is where the work gets done. This is where the work gets done. All right, I'm Sam Zellner. I'm the co-chair of the Liaison Committee of the USIPA. Zach?
Zach Tutino, one of the co-chairs of the State Committee at the USIPA.
Okay. All right. Is that better? Perfect. Okay. So let's get started here. So I want to first say a thank you to the awareness group of the USIPA. That survey was a great lead for us. Just shows you how much understanding there is of IP. And also I'd like to thank Scott and Kathy for explaining that it's about people locally implementing and understanding these programs. That's what it's about, and that's why these people are so important here. We are trying to get the great ideas, the great programs, the great strategies of the USIPA implemented on the local level, and you're going to hear today how these people are working to make that happen. But I'm going to tell you, just like in college, when the professor came up and said, I'm going to give a little talk here, and the professor would say, oh, by the way, there's going to be an exam at the end of this, and it's going to be on this, and everybody, well, there's going to be a call to action here. We want you involved. This is not, let's listen to what these people are doing. No, this is about you getting involved and you helping at the local level too. We need everybody involved. So that's just a key piece here. Again, we have the 3 pillars that generally the states are, that's their strategy. It's supporting the USIPA. They will sort of customize it a little bit to their local environment, their local priorities, their local organizations and all. So there's going to be a little bit of changes here, but generally this is what they're about, the 3 pillars. And that's how they're going to function. So that's where we're at. I want to talk about how we've used a little creativity here. And I thank Scott and the rest of the USIPA board to recognize that we started off with a big bar, asking each of the organizations to form a nonprofit and do a lot of different things there. And we heard, some were able to do that, but in terms of speed and getting things going, we realized it was just too much of a lift. And so we've adjusted, and I think the adjustment has worked very well. We've, in the last half of this year has just really been moving quickly in terms of getting additional states. So what we have is a charter state alliance, as you can see in the column here, and then we have a subchapter. And basically what we do with the subchapter is that the USIPA provides you a website to get you started. We know that that's a lot of work. We provide you social media to get the message out. So basically, we're providing you all the structure here so that you can focus on getting board members and getting programs going. And we also use the USIPA's nonprofit status to take donations. So that can come in so you can start raising money, and that doesn't become a barrier. So for those who we'll show you later on, don't see your state up here, know that we've made it very easy for you to get a state's IPA going, and we will help you get it set up. Okay, let's show you how we almost have 20 states represented here. And again, it's a mixture of states, and we also have regions. There's certain cases in New England where Zach is working here. There's a lot of interaction among the states, and we recognize that, and we're open to having regional IPAs too. So we're going to go through now, having each of the states here talk about what they're doing. I say each of the states. There's going to be representative states in the different stages. And Zach, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we thought it was really important not to sit up here and preach and talk about what we're doing as a state committee, but really bring the people who are, have taken the call to action seriously, are at the ground level, working to get their state IP alliances running. And we're going to talk about it at a couple different steps. So we have those states that are crawling, so the ones that are just getting going. We've got those walking states, and then we've got the states that are really running and have picked up steam quickly or been well established. So you can see a bunch of the people that we have as state IP participants and leaders. And again, this is going to be our panel group. We encourage you to come up and speak to them about their experiences getting them running later tonight. They've been just incredible for taking on this challenge, really. So we're going to start with the crawling states. Eric from California, Brian from Texas. These are the states that are really just getting up and running. They've made good progress. And we're just going to do kind of a fireside chat or a round table here. Just to get started, Eric and Brian, what have been the greatest challenges to getting up and running for your teams?
Well, I guess for Texas, we were probably the one that's just up and running, probably less than 2 weeks old at this point, finally off the ground with our website launched. For us, the hardest part really was recruiting people to build momentum to get it off the ground. It takes a lot of effort to convince, folks that are, not used to hearing about the full IP ecosystem to get their mind wrapped around it and to fully explain to them how the IPAs themselves are very different than the existing organizations. So you have to go through and convince all these folks that are participating in these other organizations that you're not going to step on their toes. And that actually takes a lot of effort because you want them as partners as you go through to build this out. So for us, it really was a significant amount of time that we had to spend recruiting folks and educating folks on what we were going to be about just to get enough members to be on the board and to get us launched.
Careful there.
Maybe we don't want to do that. So for California, similar issue. I think that what Sam spoke about with the USIPA kind of taking over certain pieces, that there were kind of fits and starts. And where do we focus? Do we focus on getting the 501c3 filing out? And if that's going to take 6 months, at what point do we start going out there and recruiting people for an entity that hasn't been approved yet? And so, it was kind of where do we put that focus? We held off on probably recruiting, and really the reality is that was the first thing that we should have done. It was a lot of, I felt like I was doing door-to-door sales to a certain extent, that you're knocking on a lot of doors, some people are answering, some people aren't, some people are giving you polite no's, and other people are saying yes. And you've got to keep knocking on the doors until you get those yeses. And we finally got over that hurdle, I would say, within the last several weeks to a month, and getting that initial core of 5 people that were really excited when they said it, when started talking about this. So that then gives you the energy to go out and knock on some more doors and work up to the 50 to 100 people that Scott says that we need to have on our board. But I'll admit, when I first heard Scott speak about this and got involved, I had no idea how many people we were supposed to have. And then we started having the monthly calls with the USIP Alliance, and I heard the number of 100 board members come out, and I'm thinking, are you kidding me? We have 2 people right now. Like, how am I going to scale this to 100? So I think some of the fits and starts that we saw were to be expected. That this is something that's been moving very quickly, dynamically, and they're trying to scale it from going from the Georgia IP Alliance, which took 20 years. The USIP Alliance has been much quicker, but now we're trying to take it to 50 other states, and it's going to take some time. And that's something that I sometimes have to remind myself as well.
And like Eric said, one of the key things I think is with the USIP Alliance's new subchapter That takes a lot of the paperwork away to get you off the ground. That was a significant assistance in removing that lifting of the paperwork and the legal requirements you have to get a 501c3 organization off the ground. So that actually sped things up drastically.
That's great. Thank you. And so one of the things we're here to do really at the USIPA level and the state IPA level is make an impact, right, locally. What are the things, Eric and Brian, what are the places where you think that your organizations can make that local impact?
California is obviously a very diverse state. We're a very large state. I was recently reminded of that as I drove my son to the farthest most college in Northern California, living in San Diego. So it took us almost 13 hours to get there, 2 days. And we have a lot, I mean, there are, you have the Silicon Valley area, there's a very active chapter of LESS. San Diego, we have companies that are very active in licensing. We have a great biopharma group. LA, lots of stuff going on there. We have an 11 campus system with the UC that is the largest academic filer in the world for patents. And I think we need to, for California, where I'm hoping to have an impact, is kind of the network of networks that Jim Malachowski came up with, that I want to see us bringing these networks together, because there's a lot of disparate layers and a lot of people working on the same problem, but working on it in different capacities. And if we can kind of harness that, I mean, California's sort of we're a powerhouse in terms of an economy anyways. I mean, there's more that can be unleashed, and that's something that I'd like to see done.
I'm beginning to see why they put us together, because Texas, like California, is a giant state. It wasn't me. Thanks. And like California, Texas has certain centers. You've got, Dallas and Austin and Houston and several other areas that are more advanced and drive the Texas economy a lot more than the other cities within the state. One of our focuses is going to be, like Eric said, is creating the networks of the networks, and linking those cities, those high-tech centers together in order to build out, and try to empower the economy and the innovation kind of within the state. But also then, once you have those networks created, then to reach out to the underrepresented regions that don't have the innovation centers and the businesses that could additionally drive innovation, and especially jumping into the education for those underrepresented areas. We think that that's going to be a critical feature for us.
I agree with Brian just said, and it was a point that I wanted to make. Like California, you do have Silicon Valley, you have Southern California, they're powerhouses in tech and biopharma. But we also have areas like the Central Coast. You have a city like San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly's there. Is anybody familiar with guayaki? It's a canned drink made yerba mate, and it came out of San Luis Obispo. And I'm sure everybody here is familiar with Sonos. Mm-hmm. Sonos was a startup out of Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara is not someplace that you automatically think about when you think of tech. The first credit card actually came out of Fresno. It was B of A, but it was 1958 when they unleashed it. And the Central Valley, I mean, I think of the Central Valley as agriculture, and I see it as potentially an agri-tech sort of area, but I would not have thought of it as being an area where financial innovation was being introduced at such an early stage.
Great, thank you guys. I'm going to jump over to the walkers here, and Sam's going to be our representative from Illinois here. The first question really for our walkers, and congratulations, by the way, Maurizio, for getting Washington launched in the past couple of weeks here. Phenomenal with some great events. What were the keys to getting your first program or two going?
Yeah, thanks. Happy to be here. Super excited to see this energy. For us, it's four things that I would answer. And first is, I have a co-chair, Andy Salvador, who couldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here without him. I mean, he and I really help each other out, and we really have a core team. And I think that's the key. We learned early on from Illinois and GIPA as well, like you have this core team, you meet once a week, you have hard deadlines, it's 4:30 to 5, at 5 we just stop, right? And so that way you just go and you just carry things over, but it allows us, because especially with the formation, the paperwork, the thing, it took a long time. We kind of troughed through these things almost 6 months with all the paperwork and formation. So we were kind of submarining almost the entire year until we could finally emerge with our first event. But it was just great because we just met and like we took care of what we could take care of, and then we just moved on to the next week, and we just kept going along the way. And the second point is really we had flexibility. People are busy, we had target dates for certain things, and we just couldn't get to it, and we just adjusted, and we didn't kind of fall apart because of that. And that actually made it really easy, because at that point we just said, we're moving towards a target, we continue to make progress, but we have the flexibility because this university can't meet on the days we want, or we can't host the event at this particular venue, and it's not the end of the world, you just keep moving forward. And I think that's always what we found. Kind of the third key is we finally did pick a date, and we were very thankful. We petitioned the governor of Washington, we followed GIPA's example, and he was able to declare October as Washington IP month, and that kind of committed us, right? Because if we're going to have an IP month, this is where we go public. And so at that point, that locked us in, and we just said, now it's time, full court press, we're going public with this organization that we've been working on for 8 months. And so when we had our first event last Monday, or 3 days ago, it was a great event. We have the next one with the University of Washington next week, and we're just kind of rallying around IP month. And it doesn't have to be that, but just pick that, and then all of a sudden, events come out. And I think that was a key for us, is to kind of hinge on that and then just move forward.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Sam, for the Illinois team, what do you think were the first, what was the keys to get those first couple programs going?
So with Illinois, we're sort of a unique situation here because we actually evolved out of a Chicago IP organization that was sort of dying out. And so we picked up that effort and said, hey, let's make this a statewide effort. And if you know Chicago a little bit, they used to have a campaign in Illinois that said, just outside Chicago, there's a place called Illinois. And I think it was representative of how everything's focused on Chicago, and that actually once you branch out, guess what? There's a lot of IP going on throughout the state. And so when we started telling people, hey, we're not just Chicago anymore, we're the whole state, it really, it resonated very well. A lot of people were like, hey, Champaign and the University of Illinois was like, hey, yeah, we're here, we're doing a lot of it. And there was a lot of people rallied behind us. So that was one big piece. Another thing we did that I thought was very unique was we took opportunities to highlight companies within Illinois that are doing neat things with IP. And that was just a great opportunity to sort of give back. These companies obviously want a little PR, and we're giving them some good PR. And obviously, a lot of people were trying to find clients, and so so that was another thing we did, which I thought worked well. And then, the thing that always helps is liquor, right? And so we had get-togethers, at breweries and things like that, and that was, big surprise. That was something very popular. And on a serious level, a lot of people want to do networking. They don't want to hear technical talks. They just want to do networking, and this is a basic function we can provide.
Fantastic. So now that our walkers have some momentum, right? What are you most excited about going forward?
Sure. I'll start. Again, like I said, you're working throughout the state, and we're finding out that there's a lot of programs we weren't aware of, and bringing them under the umbrella. And this concept of, hey, let's all work together and expand your program. Let's publicize your program. Let's help you make your program better and better. So that's one of the things we're excited about. We're also excited about the fact that, and kudos to Suzanne and Alan, for letting us participate in their D&I effort. That was a great opportunity last summer. So we're looking forward to having opportunities to partner up with the USIPA and actually with other states and doing things jointly.
For our perspective, what's interesting is because we just started our kind of first two public events, we put a social media splash. We've reached out to most of the corporations in Washington, most of the law firms. So we have their attention. And what really presents us now is that we have to evangelize, right? This is our opportunity to say, hey, we wanted you to come to this event, and that's great if you come, but more importantly, we want you to get involved with Washington IPA. And so right now we're at that cusp of evangelizing, and something Director Vidal said today is like, we need to expand that hallway when we roll down the ball down the hallway, and now is the time. We've just been limited to our core team. It's really to expand that team and really get all these great individuals who, if we do it right, and we don't have to sell the organization, we just got to tell them about it and they'll sign up. And then we're going to just tap into that and really expand, I think, what we're doing in Washington at a much greater level than what we've been able to accomplish with just 5 individuals.
Fantastic. Now I'm going to move on to our runners, the quick movers over there. And again, DJ, incredibly impressed with what you guys have done in Ohio within a year. Unbelievable. You're already a runner, Green. Obviously, what Georgia has done is amazing. So tell us, where have you made the biggest impact so far in your community?
Yeah, so thank you for graduating us to runner. I don't know whether we are or not, but I will tell you, I lived in Lincoln, Nebraska for 15 years, and you live in the heartland, and you recognize you have more similarities with Finland than you have with California, okay? so in many ways, and I say that a little tongue-in-cheek, but Ohio, we are very fortunate to have companies like Intel committing $100 billion in investment. Honda is huge. And the town that I live in, Dublin, Ohio, we have 18.5% diverse population now, and that's the fastest growing population that is not represented in many of the committees and boards and advisory boards and so on and so forth. So the playbook that the USIPA provided to us was incredibly helpful. The mission, vision, the pillars were all defined. So as an entrepreneur, it was like, what is the tactic? Well, the tactic in Ohio, if you haven't been there, you got to connect the 3 C's. The 3 C's don't play ball together a lot of times. So Columbus, Cleveland, and Cincinnati, if you can connect those dots, then half the battle is won. That's exactly what we did. We have a board which is incredibly diverse. The board members on the OHIPA site, you should go take a look at it. We recently launched a fresh website to portray all of our members, board members, and that was also one of the very crucial things. So, we looked at the pillars and said, look, we can't focus on everything. As a startup, what do? We focused on education is a key pillar for us. Diversity, equity, inclusion is an incredibly important pillar for us. And thanks again to Suzanne and her team. We were very inspired by the session that was actually shared with Alan and Susan, sharing that inspired a lot of our members. So I guess, it was really the inspiration that we got. And I can't thank Sam and Zach and Barry enough for getting us off the ground. So thank you. And we are now, a small startup looking to survive, raising money, and trying to sell every day. So that's kind of where we are.
Fantastic. Georgia, we know you've got some stories for us. So where have you feel that you've made the biggest impact in your community here in Georgia?
Well, definitely, I'd start out with IP Month. Getting a proclamation from the governor of the state gives us visibility, it gives us credibility, and it allows us to have an event just like this to welcome you all to our state. If you look at the programs that are most impactful, they're also the ones in your second question that have been the most successful. And picking out top successful programs is probably like picking your favorite child. And so I would invite you to download our first-of-a-kind GIPA annual report. Just go on our website and you can download it. And we've had probably in 2021 approximately 25 different initiatives, and some of them have multiple events. And so any one day you're getting an email saying, don't forget to register, or here's an opportunity, invite people to participate. This all being said, I believe the success of our organization and the impact that we have is the organization. having leadership that has a vision and a mission, a sense of purpose, urgency, and passion. And I know that USIPA, they have 100 board members. We've got about 90 plus or minus. And you don't really make decisions quickly when you have a large board and when you have to wait each quarter to make key decisions. And so we've structured ourselves to have a cabinet. And basically that cabinet includes governance and operations. It also includes our pillar leads, our vice chairs. So we've got finance and our secretary, our fundraising group, marketing, outreach, the 3 pillar leads, myself and Scott. And so that team meets on a regular basis, and we look at the opportunities that are before us, we prioritize. We also express our concerns and ensure that we address them before they become issues. And so what this has done is really engaged us as a team. We don't always agree, but we always believe that the outcome of our discussions and our diverse opinions and perceptions ends out with a better outcome. So I think the organization, definitely what it's done for us, I come from a Fortune 500 company where our main competency was control. And so I certainly have evolved to understand that flexibility is key, but it's also the type of people that you have, and we really have, I think, embraced the fact that we're no longer just an organization, we are a movement. And I think this event today helps to demonstrate that.
Fantastic. Now, are there any particular events or programs that you have found incredibly successful? Obviously, the proclamation of October being IP month is phenomenal. Are there any particular programs, individual programs, that you think have been incredibly successful from an awareness or a fundraising standpoint that the other states could actually learn from?
Well, definitely, if you look at the proclamation, economic development is important, jobs are important. And so I would point to our job fair and Sam Mullman. I don't know if he's here, but he does an incredible job. And basically it gives us some income, but it also goes beyond the teaching to the connecting professional individuals with the employers. And so that's where we see impact, we see real results, people getting jobs in our industry.
Fantastic. DJ, how about your team? What do you think from a program standpoint? I know you've only had a couple so far and you're just running now, but what's been some of those successful programs in Ohio?
I think we picked up on the round tables, and that was a brilliant suggestion. So what's happening in sort of the networking side of things, I can give specific examples. We hosted our meeting at Cardinal Health, and people got to see what Cardinal does as a massive healthcare organization, and they started learning about each other, and so they are connecting themselves, and there's business happening. So I think the roundtables focused on specific topics like data licensing, which was our topic at Cardinal Health at the board meeting. The micro events are very, very valuable. And given the geography, we have to be a little cognizant of that not everyone is going to be able to come and join physically. So it's okay to do hybrid today. And that independence, I think, is helpful.
That's great. And I'm glad we brought up, too, Sam and the job fair, because we've been speaking to Sam, and that's actually one thing that we're going to work to bring that program to the rest of the states and make the connection so that we can continue to kind of grow this IP community, connect those interested with jobs, and also work on the other end from the IP education and awareness side so people understand that there are careers available in intellectual property. These next two questions, we're going to try and take them fairly quick and just go down the line here. 2023, unbelievably 2022 is coming to an end here soon. 2023, as we're going into it, what's your main focus going forward?
Just go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thinking we were starting that entire thinking with that. So for Illinois, we started out during the pandemic and we had a lot of traction. And then after the pandemic, a lot of people got busy. So we sort of fell off a little bit in terms of participation. So next year, we want to sort of ramp up the excitement and expand out as we were talking about the board and get much more activity going on. So that's going to be a key thing for us.
This mic, we need a new mic, by the way, so next year. So for Texas for 2023, we want to get meaningfully off the ground, and we'd like to get to walking and maybe trotting. I don't know if we're going to get to full running by the end of next year, but one of the big initiatives will be to grow membership, and then to get some programs launched for the year. And I think focusing on just those couple of things will allow us to be successful.
I would agree. It's pretty much the same goals for California. Grow the board, get those first events off the ground, and grow membership beyond the board as well.
For Washington, two things. One, we want to get into a rhythm. We've made a big splash and get to that rhythm so that people kind of see that repetition that we're here, we're going to be here to stay, we're going to continue along this path. But I'm super excited. We have a fairly big event in January 2023. It's going to be a diversity event. Hopefully be hosted at the Amazon Spheres. We'll have PTAB judges, TTAB judges. We'll do a separate event for our law students so they can meet the judges, and then do a corporate event to kind of hit all three pillars with this. So we're putting a ton of energy into that, and hopefully that's something that'll be successful, and that will really drive our event moving forward. So a lot of energy, fingers crossed it can happen, but I think that's going to be what we're looking forward to.
Great. Yeah, just adding to that, the three things important for us: recruitment, recruitment, and recruitment. So board members, and basically ecosystem partners, that's really what we're looking to recruit and kind of grow and have, hopefully large events like others.
Following the last presentation, D&I is on top of our list. Basically, we have a program plan that every board member will be required to take D&I training. That plus, I would say communications. I was interested in the results of the survey, that people don't always know the impact of IP. And we spend a lot of time planning and executing and networking. But after the fact, so what and who cares? And it's up to us to demonstrate and to say, so what and who cares? And so definitely we want to do more in terms of communicating impact.
Scott's giving me a 1 minute time, but I know I have 2 minutes, Scott. So.
You don't have a 2 minutes.
Just real quick, sorry. For our D&I, and I want to suggest, when we came up with this, we put a call to Ken's organization at ADAPT and said, hey, by the way, we're just this know-nothing state organization, but we've got this great vision. Can you help us? And they immediately jumped in. They're going to help us promote it. And my reason is, sometimes you just got to ask for that little bit of help. And even if you are a small state organization, people are willing to lend. And we're super happy that ADAPT's going to be part of us. They're a new organization, but they're just helping us out. So that's fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah, and our last one is, we have a lot of people in this room from all over the place. I know what my call to action for this room is going to be, but what is your call to action, and what support are you looking for the people in this room and the USIPA? We can start at the other end and move down so Sam doesn't feel the pressure.
Continue this communications. I think it's very valuable. I would say one additional one, and that is focus on creators. We don't have anything unless we have inventors, and so I was really impressed to have at least two people today, Jamie and Walter, represent the creator part of the ecosystem.
Identify one board member for the Ohio IP Alliance, be it Kroger, Procter & Gamble, P&G, any of those companies, and that would be immensely helpful.
Same, if you have contacts, friends in Washington, or want to participate, they don't have to even be from Washington, send them to Andy and I. We're happy to use them.
I think the monthly meetings with the US IP Alliance have been invaluable. They've given me the opportunity to learn about how to get this set up and hear from other people's experience. It's also kind of helped with the creative energy that you need to go through and set this process up. And the other thing I would say, keep those in place. Those have been great. The other thing I'd say is that I think what Scott and the Georgia IP Alliance have done is you've created this great collaborative ecosystem. And I think it goes beyond that, that there's also a sense of community. And I think powerful things can be done when you have a community that has a sense of purpose.
One of our calls to action will be anybody here who wants to be a member of Texas IP Alliance, reach out. We've got plenty of membership and board opportunities, so please come and join us. But one of the other things I think is going to be critically important is for all of the state IPAs to begin communicating amongst each other and the existing board members and the chairs of those boards to learn what everybody's doing and see what we can do to partner together.
Shorten the cycles.
Correct.
Yeah, and so as we wrap up, again, I think I really need to emphasize, we want everyone here to really, if you don't have a local or regional state alliance, please contact us and give us suggestions on who can get it started. If you do, please join. You don't have to be an active board member, but at least be a member. And last but not least, I would like those people, if you are on a state board, to just stand up because you deserve the round of applause here to wrap us up here.
And I'd just like to mention that we have Daryl right here. Daryl, Pennsylvania, if you're interested in Pennsylvania. Caroline, Kentucky. Cindy, Oklahoma. And Oklahoma's doing some great things. Kevin, Hawaii. Now, I don't want to see the whole room move over to Hawaii. and then also I would mention that you don't have to live in the state to be a part of the state IPA. If you're doing business or you're just interested, that's okay. So.
And come see me for New England.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience. It's been a long day today. This is our last panel, and it is about the Global IP Alliance. Think global, act local. I'm going to start with just brief introductions of who we have on the panel, and then we're going to start with, give them a few minutes to just have opening remarks, talk about themselves and their organizations and what they've been doing from an IP perspective. They have been on calls for the Global IP Alliance for a few months now, and we have a decent idea of what's forming. And so the idea out of this is going to just ask them where they stand with what they're seeing today and how the Global IP Alliance can go forward. So let me start with my introduction. Nikhil Marathe, AT&T Intellectual Property, that's what I do. And I'm also on the board of the USIP Alliance and the Global IP Alliance. And about 10 months ago, a year ago, we started thinking about, Scott he's always been thinking about taking this idea of the USIPA to a bigger level. And Scott started having calls, discussions, and one thing led to another, and we started reaching out to people around the world that we thought could bring their connections to bear and their expertise locally around the world to do something on a global level that was being done in the US. And that's how it started. And one thing led to another. We have 250 almost people around the world that are connected through connections that we were able to make through USIPA and many of the people are on the stage here and many of them in the room. So as we started forming the Global IP Alliance, this committee, we called it a committee, it was a committee of the USIP Alliance, we started forming regions and started having focused calls on what are top issues in each region. And some of those things we're going to talk about today. But most importantly, we have Lisa Jorgensen here. And I'm going to start, Lisa, if you can start with a brief introduction of yourself. And then I'm going to ask all of the regional leads to briefly introduce themselves and what they do. I got Gonzalo Rovira. He's the co-chair for Latin America and Caribbean. Then I got Guillem Roberts. He's the co-chair for Europe and West Asia. That's how we've structured that group. We got Precious Gozua. She is the co-chair for Africa. And Suzanne Harrison, who's the co-chair for the US-Canada group. We also have Karen Abraham, who is the co-chair for Asia, but we've not been able to, we're trying to get her on the call. So once she gets on, we'll get her on video as well. And she's at 4 o'clock in the morning in Malaysia. So this is the way it works when you're on a global organization. Anyway, Lisa, can you start? Yeah.
Sure, thanks very much. And I recognize that I'm standing between all of us and alcohol, so we'll try to keep you interested. My name is Lisa Jorgensen. I'm the Deputy Director General for Patents and Technology at WIPO. I've been there for 2 years at the end of this year. I'm in charge of the PCT, charge of WIPO's Patent and Technology Law Department. And a little more than a year ago, I was asked by our Director General, Darren Tang, to take on the role of the champion, WIPO's champion for IP and gender. So since then, we have been working on that. We are about to come out with our very first strategic plan for IP and gender, and hopefully we will be able to publish that as well in the short-term, near future. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, good.
Bring it a little closer. Yeah.
It's not on, I don't think.
There you go.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gonzalo Rovira. I am currently the Director of IP and Licensing for the LATAM Group in Bayer. I am a patent attorney. I am based in Buenos Aires in Argentina, and I had been truly, engaged on all the IP advocacy for many years during, on several organizations around the region. And when Scott has approached to me in March 2022, it has been, for me, perfect matching from day one that Scott, mentioned to me these important initiatives that will have, for no doubt, a real impact in the world, but particularly in the region. So thank you for being over here and for inviting me to participate in this panel.
Hi, I'm Gwilym Roberts. I'm a patent attorney from the United Kingdom. If anybody's interested in being Prime Minister, we have a vacancy, but it is only a short-term contract. So no, it's wonderful to be here. I've been in the business for about 30 years. I'm no massive fan of just seniority being important, but it does mean I've had a lot of lunches over the years, so you get to meet a lot of people. I think people have talked about network of networks. I think that's what we can all bring. So I'm chair of my firm, Kilburn & Strode. I think it's something like honorary professor at Queen Mary University of London. I'm honorary secretary of the Chartered Institute of Patent Attorneys in the UK, which is our main representative body. I'm involved a lot with Europe as well, and I think all these different areas and connections we bring are really important. And I'm Prime Minister in 2 weeks' time, so that's my next moment.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Precious Kozwa, and I'm from Zambia in Africa. I'm the co-chair alongside with Bertine, who's here from Rwanda, and together we lead the Global IP Africa Region Alliance. So I am the founder of an organization, an NGO called IP Hub Zambia that I've been running for the past 3 years, and just like the Global IP Alliance, we aim at increasing the awareness of intellectual property in Zambia and Africa. I'm happy to be here and being with like-minded minds. So thank you to Scott and the team for bringing us here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Suzanne Harrison. I guess I get to be the home team here. I have my own consulting firm called Percipients, where I work with corporations to help them get more value out of their intellectual property portfolios. I'm also a chair of the D&I committee for USIPA. I'm a board member for the USPTO of the PPAC. And I'm excited to actually start working on how we can take all this stuff global. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, everyone. I want to start with a question for Lisa. Lisa was in the small group of people that we initially started discussing how do we take this message forward and to the global audience. And one of the things that, Lisa, you've said is that enabling innovation and creativity for all is one of WIPO's goals. And what do you see as some roadblocks or challenges that in that effort, endeavor, where that GLIPA can help with?
How much time do we have?
Yeah.
Obviously, through all the discussions that we've had throughout the day, and we can see that there are a lot of challenges that we're going to have. And I think the first thing is that we cannot have business as usual. But along with all those challenges, we can also have lots and lots of opportunities. One of the challenges, I think, is that we have to figure out a way to overcome this negative image of IP in various areas of the world. We need to try to challenge and change that narrative of IP from being something that is primarily for large corporations or the rich and famous or the rich and powerful to IP that is really valuable to those on the ground and to everybody everywhere, which is actually the two words that come from our own mission, that it's for everybody everywhere. And I would say that in doing that, if we could find a way to shift the narrative or shift the idea that IP is a technical legal right interested by, or those that are interested in it, are the IP specialists and experts in the field, to finding a way to share and educate people that IP is for everybody on the ground, and it has an impact for them individually, an impact that can help them with their own personal economies, their own personal economic situation. But if you help a person or a group, you help their community. If you help their community, you help their region. If you help their region, you help their country, and if they're looking to commercialize products, you could even help them sell products outside of their own country to commercialize everywhere. On the opportunity side, first of all, USIPA is trying to transform from a primarily technical agency of the UN to more of a developmental agency where we really can have an impact on the ground, where we can deliver IP to the grassroots, to people on the ground in a meaningful way. And I would say that GLIPA now has that same opportunity to seize those opportunities to do the programs that GLIPA chooses to do in a manner that will really reach so many more people than have been reached today.
That's fantastic. Everybody everywhere taking the message of IP. That's very important. Gonzalo, question for you. You come from a corporate and legal background. You work for a large corporation, a global corporation. What are you seeing as some of the things in Latin America from a IP perspective, and how are you thinking about what is your membership seeing?
So here's what happened in LATAM. It's a really vast and diverse region, but we have certain similarities from a cultural standpoint, and one of them, is football. It's going to be a hard stop on the upcoming World Soccer Cup. And I have to tell you, Messi is going to be over there, and I'm Argentine, so I'm expecting that my team will be in the final. So I'm sorry for the rest of the countries. But mapping, in terms of, IP, one of the aspects that we have identified among these incredible group that we have in LATAM is there is a few individuals who actually realize what is the importance of intellectual property as a tool for the developing an economic. So I agree with you, Lisa. There is a huge, I would say, a long journey that we have to do in terms from an educational standpoint and change the story, the narrative of the story of the IP. And I have to tell you that, we made a tremendous work together with Mafe, my co-chair, within the last 5 months. And I have to tell you that up to now, we have 75 members in an incredible time, to get on board on this initiative. We have 12 universities, which are spread in all countries in LATAM. So this is incredible because, people know that there is something that has to be done, that we can put all together and that we can match on these main principle. And this falls in these fundamental principles, the 3 main pillars that the GLA IPA has, and this has been an amazing aspect, in terms of considering in LATAM. First of all, I would say that we identify from the IP awareness and education that there is a lot of things that we need to do from certain parts of our society, and I had been listening today and was coming to my mind without having the opportunity to talk with many of the individuals who were all presenting here, that there is a specific part of our society, like entrepreneurs and the youth, that there is a lot of work that we need to do over there. And I'm seeing, and this is, discussing with with the LATAM team, that we project, how to get into schools, how to get to the future generations, how we can start having the IP education at the elementary and the high school level. Just start it over there, because the initiatives on the IP field exist, but is, under the postgraduate course and mainly on the law fields. So this is interesting in terms of, how we can start changing this story of IP. And this is going to be taking time, of course. We are realistic that this is not going to be from one day to the other. But I think that we have a very important mission, and I'm sure that we will be accomplishing. On the other hand, in terms of, the IP collaboration ecosystem, I do see that it's fundamental to have this collaboration between public, private, and the academia sector, to get that. And I have to tell you, Lisa, that I know that WIPO is doing tremendous work, in the region from an educational standpoint, but I'm sure that we can have, alliances over there in terms of making these with more synergies. So we can arrange, to get into the point that, this collaboration will be making happen, to get into the foster innovation and the importance of IP. And finally, just to end, is from the inclusion and diversity perspective, what I'm seeing is that after pandemic, or within the pandemic, that has been creating that many people has been starting to do, developments of certain businesses, and they have discovered in some point, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, that IP as a tool to get this. And we have concrete examples in Peru, in Colombia, in Chile, that from a culinary perspective, or the gastronomy and the tourism, they have been implementing, a business model, a new business model where, IP has been found as a tool, and this has been creating, benefits to the society. So really was, I'm seeing, that this is matching perfectly.
That's phenomenal, right? Grassroots awareness of IP and driving value at a local level. Very important. Quillam, you've been with many IP organizations for years. You're very active in outreach, in diversity. Europe also has a unique, developed IP regime in many ways. How do you see GLIPA working on areas of focus for Europe?
Thank you. I didn't touch it then. Well, first of all, on football, I'm Welsh, and Wales has its team in the World Cup for the first time since 1958. But I think that gives you kind of a lot of energy, so we'll see you in the final. That's the plan. That's the plan. First of all, I want to introduce my colleague Ilyas. We're working together on the European West Asian group, and we've had some great conversations. And one of the benefits we have is that we do have a well-developed system. The European Patent Office has done amazing work, and the UK has been doing patents for a while. I think patent number one's for a suit of armour, by the way, in the United Kingdom, so we really have been going for quite a long time. But that doesn't mean we're there at all. And so one of our challenges, I think, for the European group, and we've talked about diversity a lot already, is to actually have a good look at that. We have several ideas about what we might be doing, bringing awareness broadly, kind of a little bit of that, but we're not perfect, but to whole areas, to engineers in areas where perhaps they haven't heard about it, getting the IP on the syllabus for schools and universities, as you discussed, we think that's important. Certainly to the startup community, to the VC community, if they haven't heard about it, but also for STEM, for women. We have issues definitely with ethnicity, certain areas we're not seeing people coming through. The balance isn't right. So we've got a long way to go on all of that, and that's incredibly important. But I think also we have a benefit that hopefully we can bring, is we do have a lot of resources that we've created. And I'd like to think the European West Asian group can share those resources more broadly with the GLIPA community. And I'll point to two in particular. First of all, educational. We have all kinds of tools and things to learn, not just to learn to do IP, but also to implement it and use it. Toolkits for licensing organizations, all that kind of thing. It's out there already. Let's reuse this. Let's not, as somebody said, reinvent the wheel. And the other one is on diversity, DEI. I'm actually kind of an observer here for an amazing organization called IP Inclusive, based out of the UK. I know that some people here have crossed it. Wonderful woman called Andrea Brewster is behind it. It's got an astonishing set of resources. It's fascinated in not only issues of ethnicity and gender, but also has youth, one for non-traditional families, all these different areas, neurodiversity. All these resources are there, and I think a really important thing that we want to do is to share that. And I've got 1 minute for my personal passion.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Apart from the Welsh football team, which is that we've mentioned a few times on some of the other panels the importance of the individual contribution. One of my little bugbears about the entire patent profession is there's about 4,000 members in the UK. There's something like 14,000 patent attorneys in Europe. Every one of those could actually have been useful and gone into science instead. We've pulled out so many people from the world of science. I think we should give something back. And one thing that people have mentioned a couple of times is that the argument against a lack of diversity in the patent profession is because there's a lack of diversity in science education. And there's a wonderful charity in the UK which pairs tutors with kids from deprived backgrounds. And that's an individual thing that anyone can do. And I'm proud to have been doing that for a couple of years. Just helping kids go for the exams we have for 15-year-olds in the UK is called GCSEs. And we're about to launch in the UK an initiative where we introduce that charity to the whole profession. And we ask people to give 1 hour of their week up to tutor a kid who otherwise would never have the opportunity in a STEM subject. We want to solve that problem, and I think individual direct action is really, really important. And that's the kind of thing we'd love to spread if it's available. So.
Absolutely. Don't reinvent the wheel. There's already resources. Same thing with the USIPA. We already have a lot of resources. Let's spread the word. One of the things we do, or we intend to do. Thank you, Quillam. Precious. Africa is a growing continent. 60% of people are under 30, something like that.
Yep.
GDP is going to be 9 times in 40 years. GDP per person is going to triple in 40 years.
Yeah.
Huge demographic changes, and also huge differences from an IP regime perspective. What do you see as the biggest areas of focus for GLIPA as you lead that effort? You
and Burton.
Yeah, Burton.
Thanks, Nikhil, for that question. So with Africa, we're growing exponentially, and I love that some of the priorities that the GLIPA has is to raise awareness. And with this gap, there is an opportunity. Like Lisa said, wherever there's a gap, there's also room for an opportunity. And just to mention, just last year alone, there was a 46% increase in venture capitalists investing in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, which just shows where people's priorities are and opportunities are in these 3 regions. And as Africa, we would love to work with GLIPA to ensure that we have the startups ready and investor ready, so that investors are finding startups that are ready and could be invested in. And some of the things that I feel GLIPA could partner on and work on together is to ensure that startups have access to material that could prepare them. And some of the things have to do with preparing their IP strategies. Investors look for 3 things, I think. They look for who's leading the team members, they look for the market size, but they also want to ensure that that place has IP protection. So GLIPA has this role and this space to fill in to ensure that these startups, these SMEs have this IP awareness to protect their investments and their investor ready. I must also mention that Africa is growing, and as a young continent, we have SMEs who contribute to 80% of the GDP. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. And it should not go unnoticed, but something that GLIPA could do is make sure we tap into this potential at the grassroots GLIPA needs to ensure that we're replicating some of the ideas like the K-12, reaching out to students at the grassroots whilst they're in primary school, whilst they're in high school and university, to ensure that they have this knowledge ready to commercialize their ideas. And with this, I think together we can prepare Africa for the next wave that is coming.
What an important point. Any investors in Africa, you know who to contact. No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Precious. On to Suzanne. You've been with USIPA for 2 years, also very closely involved with D&I initiatives, and now you're helping us with the GLIPA, US-Canada region. What do you see as some things that could be areas of focus for cooperation between the USIPA and the US-Canada region and global IPA?
Yeah, so I think that first and foremost, for all of you from outside the country who are here today, if there was anything that you've heard or any connections through USIPA that you would like to have, please come to me and I'm happy to make that available. I think that while many of the things we do here in the US will not translate immediately over to other countries, they could at least start as a way to create ideas or can be customized to each individual region or country based on where they are. I think for the North American region, my partner is Louis-Pierre Gravel in Canada, and we want to make sure that the US and Canada are still two different countries and two different places around intellectual property and innovation, and we want to actually stand up more active involvement in the Canada side while also continuing all the good work that we're doing in USIPA and making sure that as a region we're tackling issues that matter to both. And so again, I look forward to hearing from all of you if you have ideas and things that you think are relevant for the region for us to focus on. And again, any way that we can take what we've learned here in the US, can raise my hand and say that I'm happy to help out D&I wise with as many things as I can across as many different regions as possible, because there are many things that we do here today that we want to go international. We want to make available around the world. So, you know, with Lisa's help, we're looking to partner worldwide and make DEI something that everybody's doing, however it is defined by the country and region it's going to.
Thank you, Suzanne. That's very important. I'm going to come back to Lisa. Well, the WIPO medium-term strategic plan has a lot of similar goals. Can you talk a little bit about that and how we can partner and collaborate on that with GLIPA?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Nikhil. When Scott and Nikhil first called me and I started looking into the USIPA, the strategic plan, the mission visions, I was very surprised and pleasantly surprised that our WIPO's medium-term strategic plan from 2022 to 2026 was, in many ways, had a lot of similarities to the USIPA strategic plan, which is now, or the pillars in the strategic plan, which is now going to become part of GLIPA. And I guess if I could say, where are the areas of, in my own personal view, I'd like to see GLIPA move, areas of that we can really collaborate together on that make a lot of sense for both organizations. I think the first would be SMEs. 90% of all companies in the world are SMEs. What a wealth for us to be attracted to help. And I think that a lot of SMEs do not know about IP. And I don't mean talking patents and trademarks and copyright, but talking about their innovation and their creativity and how do we get them to participate in a way that IP can then be used to help them grow their business. The next one for me would be youth engagement. This year's World IP Day was centered around youth. And we just had a record engagement from people all around the world, which I think is a testament to youth wanting to participate in this area. And of course, we want them to become the next generation of IP innovators, IP innovation leaders. And then the third one for me, because I'm very passionate about this, but also because I'm now the champion for IP and gender at WIPO, is gender, which is a subset of the diversity and inclusion. Statistics at WIPO shows that only 16.5% of inventors on international patent applications are women. And that's horrible. And we have to really work towards that to change that and get women and girls involved some way in IP that helps them grow their own personal economics. So that's just a few examples. I'm sure as we work together and collaborate more, we will find all kinds of examples where we can work together to bring IP to the ground, have a real impact.
Thank you, Lisa. I just want to really appreciate WIPO for everything that they've done. They've made the connections, but also helping us expand and working very closely with them to see how we can take that message to the ground level. The one thing that I do want to do before we wrap up, first I want to say the Global IP Alliance and WIPO signed an MOU yesterday. It was our first day, launch day yesterday. We had our first board meeting. And we signed an MOU, Scott and Lisa did, and now we're off to the races, and we'll go where our efforts lead. I do want to recognize the regional lead. So Ilyas, Mafe, if you can please stand up. I just want and Burton. Where is Burton? Yes, please. And we don't have the two Asia representatives because they're in Malaysia and Singapore. They couldn't make it here. But I do want to recognize them, and just a big round of applause for them and the leads here. Because these are the folks that are leading the effort around the globe in their own regions. Also, there's almost 20 people from around the world, 20 countries, I should say, from around the world that are represented here at this conference, and 60 countries on our board. So you can get a scope for how big all of this is. If all of the international attendees could just please stand up, we'd like to thank you for being here. Yeah, Okan. Yes, thank you. Louise. Yes, thank you. Yes, you can. Thank you. All right, with that, we wrap up. Scott, any comments?
Say a few words. Just first off, big thank you. It's honestly, it's almost like a dream. This isn't real. Having all of you come together today, both in person and on the internet. This is important. You've heard a lot about today how we're going to go at it, and we got a lot of people working really hard to make it a reality, but we've just begun, honestly, and there's a lot of work to be done, and the only way we even have any chance is if we come together as a family and really just work hard, work smart, and just realize we're not going to change the world overnight, but every day we can change the world a little bit, and before you know it, we will have made gigantic change. Just thank you, everybody, and look forward to doing great things together. Be safe, and we will see you at the Fox Theater, 6:15, gates open. Look forward to celebrating with you tonight.
20 years ago, a group of IP leaders set out to make Georgia State University and the Georgia Institute of Technology into two of the top intellectual property universities in the country. As this effort evolved over time, this group of visionaries realized that it could become so much more. They recognized that there was an opportunity to do something special, to be a nonprofit that would represent all the citizens of Georgia with their IP needs. In 2018, this led to the formation of GIPA, the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance, ultimately bringing together all facets of the Georgia IP ecosystem. The mission of GIPA is to empower intellectual property to advance society, and we do this through our three pillars. Our first pillar is bringing IP awareness and education to all the citizens of Georgia. Our second is encouraging IP ecosystem collaboration. And our third is improving IP diversity and inclusion. GIPA has played a leadership role in IP, and since our founding, other states have followed using our model. As the formation of the state IP alliances took off, the next step was to bring the IP ecosystem together at a national level. This happened in 2020 with the formation of the United States Intellectual Property Alliance. Just like Georgia, the US IP Alliance brings together the different facets of the IP ecosystem, including the USPTO. Just like Georgia, the US IP Alliance brings together the different facets of the IP ecosystem, including the USPTO, AIPLA, IPO, LES, and the National Inventor Hall of Fame. At the end of 2021, the World Intellectual Property Organization joined the board of the US IP Alliance with one express purpose: to launch the Global Intellectual Property Alliance by the end of 2022. Tonight, we celebrate GIPA and the IP leadership role that Georgia has played in being the model for IP awareness, ecosystem collaboration, and diversity and inclusion at the state, national, and now global level. We're proud of what we have accomplished, proud of what we have been able to influence, and proud to be the host state for the first 20 years ago, a group of IP leaders set out to make Georgia State University and the Georgia Institute of Technology into two of the top intellectual property universities in the country. As this effort evolved over time, this group of visionaries realized that it could become so much more. They recognized that there was an opportunity to do something special, to be a nonprofit that would represent all the citizens of Georgia with their IP needs. In 2018, this led to the formation of GIPA, the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance, ultimately bringing together all facets of the Georgia IP ecosystem. The mission of GIPA is to empower intellectual property to advance society, and we do this through our three pillars. Our first pillar is bringing IP awareness and education to all the citizens of Georgia. Our second is encouraging IP ecosystem collaboration. And our third is improving IP diversity and inclusion. GIPA has played a leadership role in IP, and since our founding, other states have followed using our model. As the formation of the state IP alliances took off, the next step was to bring the IP ecosystem together at a national level. This happened in 2020 with the formation of the United States Intellectual Property Alliance. Just like Georgia, the US IP Alliance brings together the different facets of the IP ecosystem, including the USPTO, AIPLA, IPO, LES, and the National Inventor Hall of Fame. At the end of 2021, the World Intellectual Property Organization joined the board of the US IP Alliance with one express purpose: to launch the Global Intellectual Property Alliance by the end of 2022. Tonight, we celebrate GIPA and the IP leadership role that Georgia has played in being the model for IP awareness, ecosystem collaboration, and diversity and inclusion at the state, national, and now global level. We're proud of what we have accomplished, proud of what we have been able to influence, and proud to be the host state for the first US IP Alliance annual meeting, and in announcing the launch tonight of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance.
Hello, my name is John Avery. I'm the director for the Advanced Technology Development Center at Georgia Tech. I would just like to personally say thank you to GIPA for their support for IP awareness and training. It's a critical area for the entrepreneurial community and much appreciated. So thank you, GIPA.
My name is DeRay Seneca. Thank you, GIPA, for providing not only access but opportunity for students like myself to pursue a career in intellectual property. It is truly appreciated.
Hi, my name is Brandon Reed. I'm an associate in Troutman Pepper's IP group. I took part in SIPGEF back in 2016 and wanted to thank GIPA for opening doors for so many aspiring IP attorneys.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Hannon and I teach at May Howard Elementary School in the STEM lab. And I participated in the IP No program through the National Inventors Hall of Fame and GIPA. And I would just like to say thank you for providing me with this opportunity to teach my students about intellectual property.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Richter. My name is Elizabeth Sidespring.
And I'm Matthew Braun. We participated as a mechanical engineering team in the Georgia Science and Engineering Fair.
We won the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance's Young Inventors Award. Thank you so much to GIPA for giving us the opportunity to patent our invention.
My name is Tanisha Charles, Recruiting Manager at Jones Day. I am grateful for the Georgia IP Alliance putting on SIPGEF each year to connect us with talented candidates.
Round of applause. So the video does a great job of highlighting the impactful journey that we've had and really sets up this evening. I just want to underscore that the next phase of the journey begins tonight, and we truly are honored to share this moment with each of you. Those of you here in the room, many of you traveling from other countries and states to be here, deeply appreciate it. A lot of you attending the USIPA first annual meeting earlier. And also, this event is being broadcasted live, and there's a number of folks in other countries who are up late or getting up early to watch this. So we really appreciate all of the time that you are spending with us. Because what typically is a celebration in Georgia with Georgia IP communities has truly become an international IP celebration. So welcome. Indeed, thank you for everybody. You know, indeed, it's a celebration and recognition of Georgia, U.S., and the global IP alliances, really for their leadership and commitment to IP for all citizens. We're proud at GIPA because that leadership for us means serving as the role model for many of the IP alliances. And in that way, we will have an impact that's felt far beyond Georgia, and it'll only be amplified thanks to the global entity that we're recognizing tonight, and especially thanks to our sponsors, our founders, our volunteers. You've truly laid the foundation for our success and are fueling the great things ahead. So thank you. Before we get into our speakers, I want to take this time to give a special recognition to our event sponsors for their overwhelming support. Evershed Sutherland, Carlton Fields, AT&T, Georgia Tech, Georgia State University College of Law, Stern Kessler, VentureWell, LexisNexis Intellectual Property Solutions, Lot Network, the Coca-Cola Company, Womble Bond Dickinson, American Transaction Processors Coalition, the IP section of the State Bar of Georgia, the IP section of the Atlanta Bar Association, Kilpatrick, Townsend, and Stockton, Equifax, Wellborn, Wallace, and Molman, Perception Partners, Jones Robb, Thomas Horstemeyer, and Graby. Again, thank you so much. We're deeply honored for the overwhelming support. So now I want to introduce our first speaker, and he's known to us all. I mean, we know him as the president and CEO of AT&T Intellectual Property, where he continues to create tremendous value, continuing to develop innovating strategies to maximize the value of AT&T's IP. And at the same time, he is the visionary leader and the driving force behind the IP alliances that we're recognizing tonight. One thing about Scott that I see working with him at AT&T and with GIPA is something that always cuts across. It's his passion for IP, his passion for people, his passion for building a better society. And he's committed to bringing people together in an inclusive way to do more together. It's always been consistent with him, and it's just an honor to know him. We're very fortunate for his leadership. He would say he's a member of the team, but I have to call him a visionary leader, and we're so fortunate to have him. So please welcome Scott Frank.
All right, folks, we're doing it. On behalf of the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance, the United States Intellectual Property Alliance, and now the Global Intellectual Property Alliance, I want to just welcome everybody to our IP celebration. Room is full. We got people from all over the world watching us on YouTube Live. What else could you ask for? This is amazing. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? We got a lot to celebrate tonight. One thing I want to share with you, it might seem like a little thing, but it's a big thing to me. We've been celebrating IP in Georgia for many years, and we've been doing it every 3 years. We come to the Fox Theater, we celebrate. We are blessed in so many ways, but October 2019 was our last IP celebration. If you do the math, we barely got it in before COVID, and we're barely getting it in after COVID. Again, the IP gods continue to bless us. Can give IP gods a round of applause. All right, you saw the video. 20 years in the making, right? People say, how did you do this? Feels like an overnight success, but it's been a lot of hard work. A lot of people in this room have been a part of it, and it's been a team effort, huge team effort. It's interesting, again, it started with Georgia State and Georgia Tech, and they'll always be a part of this. GIPA, Georgia IP Alliance, it's only been around since 2018. It feels like it's been around a long time, right? And, you know, it's helping a lot of people, a lot of achievements. Again, a lot of people in this room are making it happen. But we have a lot to celebrate tonight with GIPA, that's for sure. Other states are starting to pop up around the country, right? Starting to follow the GIPA lead, and we're going to celebrate a lot of states tonight. There are almost 20 states around the country now being represented with IP alliances, and that's something that's really something to be proud of, but really important for our country, for the United States. But even better, 2020, the United States Intellectual Property Alliance was launched as the umbrella organization for all those states. 2 years ago, a lot of people in this room working with the USIPA Alliance. We've only been around 2 years. A lot to celebrate there. Bringing all the national IP organizations together, state IPAs, a lot of things happening. Next thing you know, we have other countries that want to be like the USIP Alliance. And there are, as we speak, popping up IP alliances now all over the world. And as you saw in the video, tonight we will launch the Global IP Alliance. And let's just give that a round of applause. And if we were planning, we probably would have called it the Earth IP Alliance because I think it's only a matter of time before Saturn and Venus try to copy us. But, all right. So, where does that leave us? What's all going on here? Well, you know, I think, simple perspective, we are positioned to help a lot of people. And you know, it's amazing how blessed we all are in our jobs and how many good things have happened to us. At the same time, we're all human beings and we all need things, right? We have all gotten through the COVID pandemic, and, you know, it gives you a sense of really how human we all are, how fragile life is. And it reminds us how important intellectual property is to our human existence. And I want to just take a moment. You know, we're celebrating IP, and, you know, who doesn't like a celebration, right? You know, this is fun. We're with our friends, having good food. We're partying. It's wonderful. But it's also important for us to take a moment and pause and just understand what we're celebrating, because IP is fundamental to our existence. It literally is what drives society forward. It is what incents creativity and innovation. It literally is the most important reason that the COVID vaccine was developed as fast as it was. And it is literally the reason that we are going to have a good mankind going forward. So I just wanted to plant those thoughts in your head. What we're doing is important to society, important to civilization, and you know, that's what we're celebrating. I also want to just point out that a lot of people are making this a reality. Literally over the last 20 years, there's been thousands of people that have been a part of this. And again, this room is filled with many of them. Tonight, we're going to recognize a lot of them. And it's just, you know, when I went down the list of people, Wade said it, I'm just fortunate to be part of your team. There are so many people, so many smart IP people, so many people with big IP hearts that just simply want to help others. And we're making it happen. I also want to remind everybody that this month is Georgia's IP month. And if you haven't seen it, this is 5th year in a row that Georgia has proclaimed October IP month. This is our governor has proclaimed it. And let's give our governor a round of applause. So we know IP is important, and we know it's going across the globe. And I think this is a precursor, because you should know not only does Georgia have it 5 years in a row, but state of Washington, first year, they're the #2 state. Their governor has proclaimed October IP month. So congratulations, state of Washington. And by the way, we had a number of events just to give you a sense of what IP month looks like in Georgia and the way we see it around the country, ultimately around the world. We had a charitable IP golf tournament, raised a lot of money for good causes. We had a corporate IP institute. We had an IP career showcase. And then there was a number of other events. And it's amazing what having an IP month can do to raise awareness and bring people together. So with that, I just simply want to say, again, I am blessed to be a part of your team. We've accomplished a lot, but the journey has just begun, because we have so many people counting on us. And I've had this conversation with a lot of you. I truly believe that humanity is counting on us to be successful. So again, thank you, everybody, and let's celebrate IP tonight. All right, we have a couple of guest speakers for you, and these are two really wonderful people, and this is going to give you a sense of how important what we're doing is, that these two people have joined our journey and are with us this evening. So the first person is Valencia Martin Wallace, and she is Deputy Commissioner for Patents at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. In Valencia's job, she manages and leads the patent organization's efforts related to international IP harmonization. She oversees the patent examining functions and technology centers that examine the technologies of communication, mechanical engineering, manufacturing, and medical devices, and processes and design. Regarding international IP harmonization, she specifically provides executive leadership on international patent legal issues and various work share efforts with international partners. Valencia is currently the executive lead for the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office's initiative called the Council for Inclusive Innovation, called CI2, also known as CI2. I'm on the board and a proud member of what she's leading, and it's very important and has a big impact on diversity and inclusion. CI2, by the way, is comprised of representatives from industry, academia, government, and will help guide the USPTO in developing a comprehensive national strategy to build a more diverse and inclusive, innovative ecosystem. Throughout Valencia's career at the USPTO, she served as Deputy Commissioner for Patent Quality, where she was responsible for sustaining high quality of USPTO's patent examination process and products. She was also Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Patent Operations. And she's a graduate of Howard University. She earned her Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering and at George Washington University, and then she went to George Washington University, where she earned her law degree. She's also received a certificate in Advanced Public Administration from Syracuse Maxwell School of Public Administration. I've gotten a chance to know Valencia over the years. The best thing about Valencia is she's a smart person and she cares about people, and she is a real powerhouse when it comes to IP. So Valencia, Martin Wallace, welcome to our stage. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Scott, and it's so great to be here with all of you tonight. I'm very, very proud to represent the USPTO and Director Vidal in addressing you in all that's been done for Georgia IP Alliance, USIP Alliance, and now the Global IP Alliance. I can't tell you what it has meant to me over the last 2 days to be here with all of you, to hear all that you have done and all that you will do as individuals and as a group. Every person that I've spoken to since I've been here has taught me something new that I am now going to take back to the USPTO to help us in our Council for Inclusive Innovation in our mission to grow, expand the innovation community, and to bring a more inclusive innovation community. I can't tell you how proud I am to be in this room with all of you, these amazing thinkers, powerful influencers, who are here to say, it's this day, not tomorrow, that we will make a difference, that we will bring education, that we will bring opportunities to everyone around this globe to improve their lives the way IP has improved all of ours. So I'm very excited and I'm very energized to know that everyone in this room is going to wake up tomorrow, and as an individual and as an alliance, you are going to change this world for the better. I'm very excited to see what we're all going to do. Thank you.
Let's get a picture. I want to also say one more thing about Valencia. I want to share with you. USIP Alliance had a special moment here in the last few weeks. We signed a MOU with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Kathy Vidal, the director, signed it. I signed it. Valencia led the efforts in getting it all together, and it really is going to position the United States for greatness with IP. So give Valencia a round of applause for that. Thank you. All right. Our next guest comes to us by way of Geneva, Switzerland. This is another person I've known for many years and have always admired. It's Lisa Jorgensen, and she serves as the Deputy Director General, Patents and Technology Sector at the World Intellectual Property Organization. You should know the World Intellectual Property Organization is created by the United Nations, and again, they're headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. She administers the Patent Cooperation Treaty there. She also manages patent and technology legislation, policy, and advice and programs relating to the law of patents. She's the first female in this role and is one of the 3 female Deputy Director Generals appointed in January 1st, 2021. She was previously the Executive Director of AIPLA, which is one of the biggest intellectual property organizations in the world, and Group President, Intellectual Property and Licensing of STM Microelectronics prior to that. She's been designated as WIPO's IP and Gender Champion, working on programs to increase the number of women engaged in intellectual property, as well as science, technology, engineering, and math. She also has a big IP heart, a very smart IP brain, and is a powerhouse when it comes to getting things done. So with that, Lisa Jorgensen, come to the stage, please. Lisa. Thank you.
Was that intended? Good evening, everybody. It's a real pleasure for me to be here at the launch of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance. But at the outset, I'd like to convey the greetings of our Director General, Darren Tang, and his congratulations on the beginnings of the Global IPA. I would also like to offer my congratulations to all of you from around the globe who have committed your time and efforts to make GLIPA a reality. It's thanks to your vision, your commitment, and passion that groundbreaking initiatives like this come to pass. There is a simple reason why the creation of this alliance is so timely and commendable, and that is because governments, businesses, and communities around the world are paying attention to IP and innovation as never before. We are in the early stages of a new and exciting chapter in the global IP ecosystem. In today's global economy, intangible assets are driving growth in a way that we simply haven't seen previously. Close to 90% of the value of the S&P 500 is now in the form of intangible assets, with their total global value estimated at over $65 trillion US. That's more than the world's two largest economies combined. At the same time, a combination of the pandemic and other pre-existing technology trends has lit a fire under the digital acceleration. WIPO data shows that 1 in 3 inventions now relates to digital technology, including AI, big data, and the Internet of Things, with digital-related innovation growing 170% quicker than all other patent categories over the last 5 years. As we continue to witness a fundamental shift in the geography of innovation, today 7 in 10 filings originate from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. That's up from 5 to 10, or 5 in 10, a decade ago. In recent years, countries as diverse as Brazil, Bulgaria, Colombia, India, Mauritius, and Vietnam are among the strongest improvers in WIPO's Global Innovation Index. And venture capital growth was strongest in Africa and Latin America in 2021, with investments more than quadrupling in both regions. As a result, when we think of IP and innovation today, we must think not just of the traditional powerhouses of the global north, but also the emerging engines of growth in all parts of the world. In the face of these fundamental changes, our work as a global IP community cannot be business as usual. Instead, we must come together to transform what IP means to our people and how it brings value to our economies and societies. This demands that we shift IP from a technical legal right of interest to only a small group of IP specialists and experts into a powerful catalyst for jobs, investments, business growth, and ultimately economic and social development. This is why WIPO is evolving from a largely technical agency to a developmental agency, one focused on bringing IP to the grassroots and delivering impact on the ground. And it's in this word, impact, that connects our mission at WIPO to the aims and the outlook of the GLIPA. This alliance is nothing less than a blueprint for concerted global action. It provides us with a roadmap for raising IP awareness and boosting IP education around the world, for constructing more inclusive IP ecosystems that work for everyone, everywhere, and for harnessing the expertise of a wide range of global stakeholders so that we advance economic prosperity and the social good. In order to connect the wider public to IP, we must demystify it. By making our work clear and tangible, we will strengthen understanding and empower business, empower people, businesses, and communities to use IP to improve their lives. Now, with this in mind, I would like to highlight 3 groups who are at the heart of our strategic focus at WIPO and who also stand to benefit from GLIPA and its work. Small and medium-sized enterprises constitute 90% of all companies in the world, 70% of employment, and close to 50% of the global GDP. With many of these firms, but many of these firms do remain unaware of IP and how to use it for business growth. The appetite, though, for engagement is absolutely there. We are also ramping up our engagement with youth. This year's World IP Day, themed around innovating for a better future, attracted a record engagement with over 15 million impressions across our digital platforms and nearly 600 events taking place worldwide. And action on gender is another key area of our strategic focus. Statistics show that only 16.5% of inventors named in international patent applications are women. This is not a gender gap. This is a gender chasm. To help drive progress and build momentum for positive change, we have created a new IP and gender program and team. We'll soon publish our first IP and gender action plan to provide a strategic direction for our work, including by supporting our member states to integrate a gender perspective within IP strategies and initiatives. As an umbrella for these and other initiatives, I'm pleased to share with you that next year's World IP Day will be themed around IP and women, accelerating innovation and creativity. We hope that the GLIPA will play an active role in our World IP Day programs and celebrations, as well as our broader efforts to close the IP gender gap. Colleagues and friends, throughout the past year, Scott and Nikhil have been sharing a PowerPoint slide with a map of the globe, dotted with members and potential members. Those dots have been growing exponentially. And I must admit that while I never doubted GLIPA's potential, the diversity, spread, and growth of membership has just been stunning. In the space of just 15 months, this initiative has grown from the seed of an idea shared by quite literally a handful of people into a global alliance with hundreds of members spread across 5 continents. This level of interest reflects the scale of the opportunities before us. As I said at the outset, IP is moving rapidly from the periphery to the center of economies and societies around the world. To meet this moment and make good on new possibilities, we must come together to bring IP to the grassroots and show how it benefits people and communities, economies, and societies. For me and my colleagues at WIPO, the creation of the GLIPA is music to our ears. Shared values and goals bring us together. The harmonies between our respective visions and missions are deep and clear, and we look forward to collaborating with all of you to drive progress and advance our common aim in taking IP to the world. Thank you.
One more thing I want to share. Again, Lisa's a very special person, and one of the things that just kind of blew my mind is that in terms of her specialness, you should appreciate that the Global IP Alliance on day one signed an MOU with WIPO because of the great work of Lisa Jorgensen and Charles Randolph. And so, Lisa, we thank you for that, and we are excited to partner and do great things together.
Okay, I have been asked to and gratefully accepted a task here. So, Dave Kapos, can you join me? So Dave and I would like to join all of our colleagues from all around the world in congratulating you, Scott, on your tremendous success here. We want to observe that every day, working diligently all the time, Scott, your passion and your integrity and your energy just flow through to everybody else.
Scott, you're continually acknowledging your teams, no matter how small the contribution, and you challenge us all to be best in class, always looking for ways to kick things up a notch. Most importantly, you inspire us with your selfless goal of just wanting to help people everywhere. And on a personal level, I'll also add that, Scott, you are unique in the world among approximately 7 or so billion people. There's no one else who's stepped up the way you have, starting in Georgia, moving to the US, and now moving global to bring the entire world together around intellectual property. That is very unique, and we all owe you a huge debt of thanks for that. Thank you.
Maybe I could just ask everybody raise your glass as we toast Scott.
All right, well, enough about me. I didn't know that was coming, but thank you very much, Dave and Lisa and everybody. Again, it isn't about me, it's about all of us, and it's about all the people we're going to help. It's also about, again, all of you, and what we are going to do for the next bit is really to recognize a lot of people that have done a lot of great work to help a lot of people with intellectual property. So I'm going to start off with the people that have been doing it, I guess you could say, the longest, and that's the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance. And I will just tell you, this is a really special group of people. I don't think they knew, any of them probably knew what they were getting into when they started. I sure didn't. Many of us have been working on this, again, a long time, have known each other, many of us close to 20 years, and built strong friendships and have just, again, really had an amazing journey together. So I'm going to ask the Georgia Intellectual Property Alliance Board to come up. Why don't you all just come up? I'm going to read your names just so everybody knows who you are. But Elizabeth Lester, Wade Walker, Terriana Stewart, 3 of the best vice chairs a person can have. Karine Sakinik, who's our executive director. Mike Wright, who's our treasurer. Mike Hobbs, who's our general counsel. Barry Brager, who's our chief strategist and techno master. And then we have a Craig Cupid, who does education for K through 12. Yuri Eliezer, who does our fundraising. And then we've got a bunch of other people. Allison Eamon, David Aramian, Griff Griffin, Irina Faze, Jim Johnson, Peggy Still Johnson, Bob Koch, Gail Podolsky, John Sears, Chris Arena, Perry Binder, Sean Boger, Laura Brewer, Chasen Carroll, Elizabeth Sasir, Chris Chan, Ken Franklin, Rabbi Yaakov Citrin, Clint Crosby, Chris Kerfman, Ann Farney, Bill Florkowski, Chris Haggerty, Brenda Holmes, Doug Eisenberg, Jessica Kesey, Greg Kirsch, Charles Landrum, Jamie Lelever, Jason Lai, Eric Maurer, Milan Rizika, Sam Molman, Ioma Reggie, Daniel Sinaway, Ryan Walsh, Susan Wilburn, Sam Zellner, Russell Allen, Brandon Anthony, Umar Bakash, John Avery, Carol Beckham, Bruce Berger, Rob Cherif, Ashley Cornelison, Keith Cowan, Braxton Davis, Isaac Dajolski, Derek Eberhardt, Jim Forbes, Christina Forbes, Yaniv Halid, Laura Huffman, Kay Husbands Feeling, Steve Justice, Stephen Kabakoff, Julia Mehay, Nikhil Morris, Miles Neiman, David Knuckles, Len Pagana, Daniel Perry, Meredith Reagans, Art Recessa, Carla Redding Andrews, Kim Ribbons, Wes Richards, Mala Sharma, Cheryl Tubach, and Larry Williams. If anybody didn't think it took a village, this is the most amazing group I could ever be around. Please give them a round of applause. Hey, Braxton, help me move this thing. Let's move this thing out of the way. Is that the, yeah, let's pull it. Can we get it all the way? Yeah, just pull it up, pull it over there if you can. All right, we're going to get an amazing group. Really proud of the teamwork. Again, I've got 3 of the best vice chairs a person could ever ask for, and I'm going to have each of them step up here and share something special about their responsibility. We have 3 pillars, right? IP awareness and education, IP collaborative ecosystem, and IP diversity and inclusion. And the first vice chair is Elizabeth Lester, who's over pillar 1, IP awareness and education. Elizabeth, she's going to share something special about what's going on.
Hi, everyone. If you're not already sick of me, I'm sorry. First off, I have to say, something I expected Scott to say tonight is that IP is like oxygen. I really thought you were going to go there, right? It's something we all hear. It's something we need, but we don't even think about every day. While it may seem to many of you that today's celebration of IP has been only a recent success, it's been so many years in the making, all the way back to when I was in law school. I remember very clearly having lunch with Scott when IP Advisory Board at Georgia State was just a thing, was just starting. And after all these years, here we are today with the world celebrating intellectual property. Okay, did that. So I feel incredibly lucky that I get to share my passion for intellectual property with Georgia and the world. It's not every day you get to do something that you love. And everybody who knows me knows how passionate I am about this. People are like, oh, you get so excited about this. You nerd out about it. Like, it's really cool. You have no idea. I'm really lucky, though, because I work with an amazing group of other leaders in the IP awareness and education pillar. All the way from my co-chair, well, the chair of my K-12 education initiative, Craig Cupid, working with Arena Phase, who does an amazing job working with community outreach, especially with the Girl Scout IP patch. It's amazing seeing these young girls learn about innovation education and IP all at once. Then we have fabulous people. Unfortunately, they can't all be here tonight, but we have Chris Kerfman in particular, who has worked with the Georgia Science and Engineering Fair and Laura Brewer at the University of Georgia. And just recently, I'm super excited, we have a group of extraordinary young inventors here tonight who received a Young Inventor Award this year at the Georgia Science and Engineering Fair. Let's see if I can find their name. I'm totally out of order. Elizabeth Richter, Elizabeth Steinspring, and Matthew Brown. Would you please stand? And also, their teacher, David Hahn. They had an amazing invention for their active model rocket descent controller. And they're high school seniors applying to colleges, super exciting to be a part of it. And they also are all inventors with a pending patent application. I also would like to recognize the co-chairs of the University IP Alliance briefly, John Sears and Jerry Liu. John's up here, I think. There's John. He's hanging back there. And then also Laura Huffman, who recently stepped down but is still leading the charge with helping us coordinate IP guest lecturers at Georgia Tech. And we reach hundreds and thousands of students every year going and giving guest lectures at Georgia Tech. It's really inspiring. It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. So if you're ever in the area and want to go give a guest lecture, just let us know. We'll help you set it up. It's great. And finally, on the awareness piece, I would like to thank Rob Cheroff, Laurie Hood, who couldn't be here tonight, as well as the rest of the fabulous marketing and technology committee, especially Barry Brager, who has helped us with our outreach efforts. Right? Without their help, we wouldn't have a website, we wouldn't have email marketing or social media marketing. And it really does take a village, especially when you have as many activities as Wade does with the IP ecosystem. So grateful to be here tonight. It's great to see you all. Thank you.
All right. Great Vice Chair number 2, pillar number 2, collaborative IP ecosystem, Wade Walker.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Elizabeth. I mean, you are a role model. The things that you've accomplished, and you do go way back. The very beginning with Scott. So it's just you're a mentor, and I really appreciate all your efforts and contributions. So in the IP ecosystem collaboration pillar, our objective is to help get people's ideas to market. As we like to say, we help get ideas from people's head into the hands of those who need them. We're making progress, thanks to the great support from many of you and an outstanding leadership team. The first stage of that is connecting people in the ecosystem, our creators, our protectors, our enablers. So once we establish that, we will have more momentum to help get those ideas from heads to hands. I want to talk about some of the great roundtables and some of the great leaders that we have that are connecting people to help get them collaborating and working better together. Primarily, we're providing them with best practices and collaboration opportunities that help further their success, developing strategies to address hot topics or other important considerations, and providing expertise in response to their specific needs. So, October being IP month, a lot of the reason is because of these roundtables and our leaders who are making this happen. So let me do something. So just if you could stand, or a show of hands if you're a creator, an inventor, an artist, entrepreneur, or startup. Show of hands or stand. Thank you. So I want to thank, GIPA has an Inventors IP Roundtable, Startups, Entertainment, Art, and Sports IP Roundtable. I want to thank Bob Koch, Ann Farney, John Avery, Allison Eman, Greg Kirsch, Daniel Sinaway, Peggy Johnson. It's just some of our leaders who are making that happen. Thank you so much. So, I want to give a shout out to our protectors, largely our IP attorneys. If you'd stand, or a show of hands, let us know you're out there. GIPA has a law firm leadership council, GIPA IP Careers events, IP Spring Posium, Kip Cup Tournament. Special thanks to Griff Griffin, Brenda Holmes, Ryan Walsh, Preston Hurd, Dan Kent, Sam Molman, Auma Regi, and so many others. We've just got tremendous leaders who are helping make this thing happen. Venture capitalists, show of hands, stand. You can stretch out. Trip to the bar is okay too, that counts. So we have a GIPA Corporate IP Institute, an IP Roundtable, VC IP Roundtable. I want to take this time to acknowledge for their leadership Kenny Franklin, David Aramian, Allison Eman, Greg Kirsch, Daniel Sinaway again for chairing these events. And I simply want to say that there are so many others, many of you out there in that room that are helping to make this possible. So thank you for that. Those who raised your hand, that's our opportunity. to connect people, bring people together, and really create a more efficient and effective ecosystem to help get those ideas from heads to hands. And we're working towards that by connecting people, raising IP awareness and education to begin with, and building relationships, the types of relationships that make these successful corporations, entrepreneurs, inventors, and so forth. So thank you very much for listening to the collaboration pillar.
All right, great job, Wade. And we're on to great Vice Chair number 3, pillar number 3, IP diversity inclusion, Tariana Stewart.
So this is actually a full circle moment for me, and I have to correct you, Scott. I think it was 2017 is when we were first starting to talk about this, because I was in my PhD program and I first heard about IP, and I was like, I think I can make this a career. So Scott, you were at Atlanta Tech Village, and you were talking about it, and the only thing I heard was, we're gonna make Georgia the IP capital of the world. And I was like, world domination, sign me up, whatever you want help with. I am more than excited to participate in it. And now I'm fully employed, so that's good. And I'm very excited to be part of this D&I pillar. And so I think it's more than obvious why I'm valuing D&I. There's been many a times I've been in a room where I've been the only female, the only black female, and almost like the only female with a PhD. And so I'm really excited to lay out the initiatives that we have for 2023. But first, I want to thank a couple of people. I'm not sure they're here. Jessica Kesey, Jim Johnson, Chris, if you can raise your hand someplace. Elizabeth, of course. Gail, you guys have definitely been my support system in trying to lay out these initiatives. And then also Suzanne, if you want to raise your hand too, who's part of the World IPA, and all of you guys have just been a pillar of support to helping me with these initiatives. So I only have a note card. I didn't do like pieces of paper like everyone else. But why is D&I important? Well, as we advance these initiatives within the workplace, within our corporations, we're increasing our emotional intelligence. And the reason why this is important is because it helps us to develop empathy, reduce unconscious bias, and just create an overall inclusive culture. So, as part of GIPA, since we were the first, we want to be a place for resources, meaning I want you to, what we talked about earlier today is look at your law firm, look at your corporation, take note of how many women are in your organization, how many women of color are in your organization, how many members are part of the LGBT community, and if you're scratching your head trying to figure out how can we increase this, well, plenty of resources. We have our patent pipeline program that was started by Braxton Davis. And Braxton was actually the one that got me into IP that long time ago. So what is the patent pipeline program? That's again, we have a pool of students who are well-trained. And if you're a law firm looking to hire, you can hire them. And I'm actually excited to announce, because IBM Research is a sponsor, so is Meta, but we actually are able to, IBM Research is going to have one of our students that's going to start with us in a few weeks. And they've actually been fully hired by another law firm as well. And that's just one story. And we have another story too. And Brittany, if you don't want to stand, you don't have to, because I know you're brand new in this. But we have another young lady named Brittany Snow. Yeah, there you are. Who's also part of the program and actually been like hired as well. So these are real life stories that you guys can be a part of. So if you want to be a part of it, come up, ask me questions. The Meta team is right there. Mike, yeah, there again, there they are. Ask Braxton about it, ask me about it. We're happy to get connected. If you're at a university or another corporation, you're like, how come there's not enough women submitting invention disclosures? Well, we have an innovation toolkit. You can talk to Suzanne right there about it. So we have plenty of resources on how to help increase D&I. And lastly, one thing that we want to make sure is that GIPA is setting the standard for what it really means to have D&I a part of our ecosystem. So we're going to have plenty of programs rolling out in 2023, and I look forward to a lot of people coming up and asking me about these different programs, or Braxton, or other people at the Meta table, and how they could increase IP, diversity in IP. So there you go. Thanks, Scott.
Well done, Tariana. All right, this is the team that I keep telling the rest of the world's looking at. No pressure, but we are the role model. Everybody's expecting us to figure this thing out so they can work with us and learn and be great in their own rights. So the Dream Team, Georgia IP Alliance Board, thank you for all you do. Hey, thanks. Thank you, Irina. All right, we got a handful more people we want to recognize. We got a lot of people helping others, and I'll make sure that they show our appreciation for them. So next group is around the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance. And again, the USIPA was formed as the umbrella organization for the states and to bring the national IP organizations together. We've been around since 2020. It's amazing what we've achieved. We just had our first national event today. So I'm going to call all the board members up to the stage. If you could just start coming up, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. But my three vice chairs, Dave Kapos, Paul Michelle, Joyce Ward, my treasurer, Mike Wright, general counsel, Mike Hobbs, executive director, Carol Beckham, Barry Breger, come on up if you would, please. Marshall Phelps, Jim Alkowski, Bruce Berman, Penny Collins, Mickey Piat, Stephanie Couch, Britt Magnuson, Suzanne Harrison, Alan Lowe, Elizabeth Doherty, Lisa Jorgensen, Nikhil Marate, Andre Yanku, Sean Boger, Laura Huffman, David Petit, Adam Kelly, Griff Griffin, Manny Schechter, Brian Hinman, Jim Pooley, Roy Cooper, Rude Peters, Vince Garlock, Jessica Landacre, Louis Foreman, Arthur Damrick, Stephen Key, Russell Binns, Dan McCurdy, Warren Tuttle, Bo Hayden, Daryl Lim, Josh Malone, Patrick Hilbride, Scott Partridge, Brian Pomper, Terry Ray, Bob Taylor, Mark Waring, Brian O'Shaughnessy, Dana Colary, Adam Ossoff, Steve Sissoko, James Conley, Ken Seddon, Hans Sawyer, James Howard, Peggy Johnson, Bruce Siegel, Miriam Lord, Jack Bernard, Keith Kupperschmid, Ed Murgatroyd, Latif Tima, George York, Mala Sharma, Julia Mahay, Jamie Rene, David Sohn, Roy Kaufman, Josh Kresh, Phil Willerstein, Jim Patterson, Monique Quarterman, although I think it's Caroline Silvers now, Zach Tutino, Gail Podolsky, Laura Peter, Alan Marco, Andrea Evans, Gwillem Roberts, Jay Ersling, Alan Casper, Tony Rollins, Sam Molman, Nancy Conrad, Kathleen O'Malley, Lucy Sanders, Esther Lim, Siva Ragaputi, Ioma Reggie, Rob Stern, Dorisha Austin, Vincent Castellucci, Chaksu Kyra, David Lowry, Valencia Martin Wallace, Judy Fox, Carmine Denisco, Sam Zellner, Isaac Dajolski, Doug Eisenberg, Malen Razika. It does take more than a village for the United States. This is the United States Intellectual Property Alliance Board. We're going to get a photo here. Give them a round of So, hold on 1 second. So I'm not going to have the vice chairs each make speeches. I didn't tell them to prepare. But what I am going to do is I want to call up the national organizations that are represented here tonight because, again, we are bringing this country together for the betterment of all. So if you're with WIPO, if you're with the USPTO, U.S. Copyright Office, IPO, AIPLA, ABA, IP Law Section, INTA, LES, National Inventor Hall of Fame, National Black Hall of Fame, Center for IP Understanding, License on Transfer, Allied Security Trust, United Inventor Association, National Academy of Inventors, Lemelson MIT, Michelson IP, Copyright Clearinghouse, Copyright Creativity, IP Gathering, Women in Technology, U.S. Chamber, Smithsonian, Lemelson. So I think what you're seeing is, I think they're all on our board already, but I wanted you to appreciate we have brought the country together for the betterment of IP. So let's give the national IP organizations a round of applause. And finally, Again, it's one thing to have a great board, another thing to have all these national IP organizations, but in order to truly make the impact, we need to drive things local to the citizens, to the human beings that truly need our IP help. And so we have almost 20 states now represented by IP alliances. So I'm going to call the state IPA people up. California, Eric Johnson. Georgia, Karine Sakinik. Hawaii, Kevin Cranman. Illinois, Sam Zellner. Kentucky, Caroline Stivers. North Carolina, Jamie Liver, Ed Murgatroyd. New England, which represents Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Zach Tutino. Ohio, DJ Nag. Oklahoma, City Merrifield. Pennsylvania, Daryl Lim. Texas, Brian Gaffney. Washington, Mauricio Uribe. And New Jersey, Dave Pasowski. Please join us on stage to bring this country together around IP. I'm going to get in here with you guys. Now squeeze in.
Yep. Squeeze in.
Hey, Sam, you got to come back. Come on. Wait. Swap. Property Alliance. And this is the role model for all the other countries in the world. We are going to make you proud. Thank you everything you do. And last but not least, the Global IP Alliance. Again, this organization is all of 1 day old. And yet, we have people from around the world who have flown in for this organization. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to recognize some people that actually are part of an early brainstorming to get this off the ground. Lisa shared with you about 15 months ago the idea started to come about. At the outset, there were just 3 people. There was Nikhil Marate, Elizabeth Doherty, and myself. If you could join me on stage, please. We were 3 people with an idea. And then came along Lisa Jorgensen and Charles Randolph as observers who shared WIPO's vision of a world where innovation and creativity from anywhere is supported by IP for the good of everyone. Their advice enriched our decision making, and so I'd like to recognize these people, my friends, for their support in helping people everywhere use intellectual property as a tool for growth and sustainable development. Hey, Wade, yep. Hey, where's Charles? Did Charles live? Charles, you here? Charles Randolph? You in the house? Was here. All right. Well, we'll hold his trophy. All right. All right, and stay up here because last but not least, I want to recognize the Global IP Alliance Board, and this is, again, people from all over the world. Again, it blows my mind that people in literally, in January, there were just 5 of us talking about this, and now 9 months later, we have over 100 people on our board. And I'm just going to try to quickly go through them, but Gwilym Roberts, Gonzalo Rivera, everybody just come on up on stage. I'm going to call your name. Precious Gazwa, Karen Abraham, Suzanne Harrison, Mike Wright, Mike Hobbs, Nikhil Marate, Barry Brager, Bertine Niogwaba, Elise Cantillas, Maria Fernanda Hurtado, and by the way, Bertine is by way of Rwanda. Precious is here from Zambia. Gonzalo is here from Argentina. We have Mafi, Maria Fernandez Hurtado by Colombia, Elias Cantillas from Belgium, Otto Lix from Brazil, Bastian Coster from South Africa, Pravin Anand from India. We have Jorge Atamande from Argentina, Janelle Borum, Australia, Claire Gregg, Australia, Janelle Borum, Australia, Greg Mont, Australia. We have Elena Savitaban from Australia. We have Zilir Rahman from Bangladesh, Sam Granada from Belgium, Perla Cazaner from Bolivia, Otto Lix again from Brazil, Luis Enrique Amira from Brazil, Luis Engard Matere Pineta from Brazil, Danielle Grief from Cambodia, Oswald Allenbach from Cameroon, Mike McLean from Canada, Adam Kingsley, Canada, Stephanie Cursi from Canada, Santiago Schuster from Chile, Shalom Deng from China, Nestor Moreira from Costa Rica, Jose Alondra Santana from Dominican Republic, Alfredo Correa from Ecuador, Jose Roberto Romero from El Salvador, Christian Louis from France, Jorge Tamir from Germany, Stefan Frashim from Germany, Pearl Yamkipi from Ghana, Vincent Talis from Ghana, Estordo Dorega from Guatemala, Christian de Las Anasas from Haiti, Ricardo Meji from Honduras, Henry Ware from Hong Kong and China, Harry Subramaniam from India, Nick Redfeam from Indonesia, Ron Vogel from Israel, Rima Pugash from Israel, Mikhail Jackson from Jamaica, Kay Kanisha, Japan, Santinilio from Laos, Eileen Caruz from Lebanon, Martine Makis from Mexico, Enrique Diaz from Mexico, Elena Citini from New Zealand, Julian Bendana from Nicaragua. Almost there, folks. Desmond Orgaba from Nigeria, Chief Adam Yari from Nigeria, Temitop Omagabo Joe from Nigeria, Mohammed Fazil Baraka from Pakistan, Angela Shelton from Panama, Wilfreda Fernandez from Paraguay, Luis Alonso Garcia from Peru, Alex Fernanda Fighter from Philippines, Tony Yo from Singapore, Stanley Lai, Singapore, Deepak CL from Singapore, Shijoki Okyori from South Africa, Catherine Yuki Lee from South Korea, Gordon Humphrey, Spain, Raj Mohan Balanja from Sri Lanka, Eleonora Rosada from Sweden, Galit Gonan from Switzerland, Juma Athanas from Tanzania, Daranif Vachagvang from Thailand, Okan Khan from Turkey, Christine Corey from the United Arab Emirates, Bashiri Namwa from Uganda, Patrick Wingrove, UK, Tony Rollins, UK, Julian Crump, UK, Liam Hines, UK, Rachel Wilkinson Duffy, UK, Guzman Fernandez, Uruguay, Sophia Sukamwanya, US, by way of Zimbabwe, Alan Casper, USA, Jay Ersling, USA, Laura Peter, USA, Valencia Martin Wallace, USA, Joyce Ward, USA, and Dana Kalori, USA, Steve Savalka, USA, Daryl Lim, USA, Siva Rakaputhe, USA via India, Kathleen O'Malley, David Hill, Rob Stern, Griff Griffin, Jim Alakowski, Joaquin Nunez, Landez, Venezuela, Nguyen Tuan Minh, Vietnam, Ignacio Del Castro, Lamas Waipo, Bright Chawe, Zimbabwe, and Rapafaza Sis Niquid Manda da Zimbabwe. This is your Global IP Alliance. Francisco Villegas. Yes. And I will tell you, we had our first board meeting yesterday, phenomenal conversation. These are some of the most committed people that I could ever imagine, and it really blows my mind. They've seen what we've done in the U.S. What can I say? They have big hearts, big IP minds, and really want to help people all over this planet. Give it up again for the Global IP Alliance Board. Yep, you're welcome. Hey. All right. As we close, I want to thank one more group. It's a small group, but it's a mighty powerful group, and it's the reason why we're all here tonight. It's the planning team, and this is the first time we've ever tried to do something like this. And I just want to recognize each of them if they can come up on stage. First off, Wade Walker, who give a great way to, in addition to being vice chair of GIPA, did a great job planning this entire event. Nikhil Marate, charged in addition to being strategy and planning, and we got something for everybody, right? Did a tremendous job also planning this event. We have Susan Wellborn, Gail Podolsky, who can't be with us tonight. She is sick. Anna Agrau, Elizabeth Lester, Lori Hood, Sophia Sogabwama, Charles Landrum, Pete Pascali, and Barry Brager, who's been with us from before GIPA even existed. He's been heading up strategy, our web designer, our logo master. Come on up. This is the team that put this whole day together. We've been together since about 8 o'clock this morning, and it's been an awesome day. Can't thank this team enough. We got things for everybody, right? Sophia, we got something for you. Yeah. All right, we'll give you a dummy one. But we got one for you. All right, can we give this group a round of applause? All right. And we're going to do one more thing. We're a big family, right? Intellectual Property Alliances. Gotten to know each other tonight. We're doing things to change the world. We got something kind of special, if you ask me, and I want to celebrate it. We've got somebody in the house who's a teenager who came to support their father on their birthday. Her name is Naomi Brager. I believe it's her 15th birthday. And by the way, I've got a son whose birthday was this week, just a couple of days ago. His name's David Frank. 23rd birthday. If you would join me in singing happy birthday to both of them. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naomi and David. Happy birthday to you. As we wrap, I gotta say a couple more thank yous. I gotta thank my family. I got the most supportive family a person could ever have. Lovely wife, my wife Marie, who gives me the ability to do the things that I do. My children are here. My mother is here. I also want to thank the Peace, Harmony, and Joy team for all the great things we're doing together, and my AT&T Intellectual Property family. Thank you all, and good night.